Chapter 397. When the music stops, the people go. Chapter 397. When the music stops, the people go. Days later, the cottage became unusually lively. The disciples of the Moon Clan had moved into the cottage. Mr. Dew had said before he left that the cottage was one with the disciples of the Moon Clan. All at once, the mountain was filled with beautiful women. If this had been the Futian of the past, he would have been so happy. However, he was no longer in the mood for any of that. These past few days, he remained at the cliff, reading and cultivating. It used to be Jiu accompanying him, but now it was Yusheng. A couple of figures headed his way. The Sword Saint, Goddess Wangyue, Shui Yi and Luo Fan, as well as College Chief Xiao, all arrived in Yi Futian's location. "Little brother," the Sword Saint called out. "Eldest brother," College Chief Xiao, Goddess, Yi Futian greeted. "Your eldest brother is the College Chief now. You can just call me Uncle Master," College Chief Xiao chuckled. "All right, Uncle Master Xiao," nodded Yi Futian. "Sit. We're just strolling around," said College Chief Xiao. "We were so busy settling things at the college, we didn't even have time to chat with you." "Uncle Master, you're too polite." Yi Futian was still unfamiliar with College Chief Xiao. After all, they hadn't met too many times. However, he was different from what Yi Futian had imagined. The disciples of the cottage had all naturally assumed that the relationship between the college chief and their teacher was not a good one, but in reality, it was the exact opposite. The relationship between the two of them was not one that could be easily understood by outsiders. Some people claimed that College Chief Xiao wanted to control all of the college and was thus displeased with Mr. Du. Truth was, the college chief had always wanted the Sword Saint to take over. The group took seats on the ground. The Sword Saint spoke, "Little brother, the people of the Qin dynasty are already gone. The palace is now empty. They're most definitely worried about the college's revenge and have completely become a thing of the past. Several lords of the Lu Kingdom have come to Book Mountain with apologies. Wu Chen and Lu Qinyu are cultivating on Book Mountain. I asked for their opinion and they rejected the apologies, so I told the people from the Lu Kingdom to leave. However, I won't order any follow-ups with them as this is a Lu Kingdom business. I'll leave it for them to deal with themselves." "Okay," nodded Yi Futian. It was only natural that Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu would refuse to forgive the traitors of the Lu Kingdom. "Also, your third brother left. He came to see me and then left without saying anything to anyone else," said the Sword Saint. Yi Futian nodded in understanding. This was expected. According to third brother's personality, there was no way he wouldn't leave. The proud scholar he was would definitely chase after his target. "The teacher and your third brother had high hopes for you. They both mentioned you before leaving, saying that you don't belong in the Eastern Barren territory. Your world is somewhere far away." "I'll be leaving for the Barren State in some days," said Yi Futian. "Fourth brother, fifth brother, seventh brother, what are you guys planning to do?" "We'll stay to help out at the college for the time being. After everything is completely settled and the Eastern Barren territory starts anew, we'll leave," Shui Yi explained. "As his disciples, we'll help teacher achieve his dreams." Yi Futian nodded. Life is full of meeting and parting. Everyone had their own path to take. The disbanding of the cottage was only a matter of time, although the time seemed to have arrived too early. So, there was no helping these feelings of sadness. Your teacher always wanted to be able to create change. In the end, he realized he wasn't able to change a single thing and even dragged his disciples into it, said College Chief Xiao. "A thorough jerk. Uncle Master, what kind of person was the teacher? Why was he taken away?" asked Yi Futian. College Chief Xiao let out a reminiscent look. He said, "When your teacher was young, he was just like you guys, full of pride and confidence. He was so focused on traveling the world. That was until he met two people, the two people who changed his fate. Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yeqing?" Yi Futian asked him with bright eyes. "That's right." College Chief Xiao looked so serious as he nodded his head. "Not many people knew about this slice of history, but your teacher did indeed leave with the two emperors. It was many years before he returned, and when he finally did, his edge was gone. He became lazy and idle. I've asked him what happened while he was gone, and he said that he was tired of what he saw in this world. He killed some people, but never told me who. However, I'm sure that they were people he shouldn't have messed with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to the Eastern Barren Territory and gone into hiding. He only began to change slightly when he started taking in disciples. He had new goals, but it was all null in the end. Though, he did say before he left that he had no regrets. He said he had seen things that others hadn't and killed those that others didn't dare to. Now, he even had a group of such extraordinary disciples. He wouldn't feel regret even if he were to die. Futian listened quietly. He never thought that his lazy, alcohol-loving teacher would have such an astounding story behind him. Your teacher always said that principle ruled humanity, but more often than not, principle loses to a physical punch. Therefore, your punch has to be stronger and more powerful than everyone else's because that's the only way people will listen to you. In reality, that jerk has never had any principle when he was with me because his punch was always stronger than mine. College Chief Xiao seemed to be complaining. Futian and the others couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like College Chief Xiao had been through a lot. Because of this, his life was full of contradictions. He spent his whole life in a world of self-contradiction. College Chief Xiao continued. He has finally let everything go now. He said the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. So now, the future is up to you guys. The person he had been waiting for? Futian was interested. Who? Just as he asked, he realized that both College Chief Xiao and the eldest brother were looking at him. He was Mr. Du's last disciple. After Futian came on the mountain, Mr. Du cultivated with him in the back mountains and even said that he had no regrets leaving. So, who was the person Mr. Du was waiting for? Is it me? Futian muttered. If so, then the old man that always looked down on his talent was actually waiting for him? Wasn't that funny? However, he couldn't manage to let out a laugh. Lifting his head to the sky, Futian could almost see the elder's figure. The old drunkard that was both respectable and loathsome. Why was he the one he waited for? What did the old man know? Their only similarity had to do with the two emperors. After some random chit-chat, eldest brother and others left. Futian watched their departing figures and called out, "Uncle Master, senior brother, I won't come to say goodbye when I leave either. The college and the cottage will always be your home." The sword saint turned to smile at him. In fact, everyone turned to give him a last smile. Days later, Futian could no longer be found in this spot. The disciples of the cottage had all left the mountain, including Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Now, only the ladies of the Moon Clan remained. Standing by the cliff right now was a beautiful girl. She stood quietly, looking up at the ocean of clouds. The view here was truly breathtaking. This girl was Chu Yaoyao. "Sis," called out a voice. Chu Lian approached, looking equally beautiful. With her eyes on the same view, she asked, "What are you thinking?" "No much." Chu Yaoyao shook her head. "Don't lie to me. Ever since you left Sky Mountain, you've been hiding something deep down," said Chu Lian. "Can you tell me?" "You want to know?" asked Chu Yaoyao. "Yeah," Chu Lian nodded. Chu Yaoyao smiled before giving her reply. "I fell for a person I shouldn't have fallen for. It's not a matter of whether or not you should have. If he's worth it, then you should follow your heart. Throughout the Eastern Barren Territory, there wouldn't be a single person who wouldn't fall for your charm." "Of course there is." "Who?" "Someone who used to cultivate," Chu Yaoyao answered with a big smile. "But that's all in the past now. Everything starts anew now." On another mountain of Book Mountain, another beautiful girl stared into the distance with a tear-stained face. "Why did he have to leave by himself?" she uttered through her tears. Beside her, a young man spoke to her softly, "Because he couldn't bear the thought of dragging you around while they wandered. That's his opinion. Doesn't he know that this is even crueler?" Lu Chenyu cried. "He's cruel to himself as well. However, he would rather shoulder it all himself. I would do the same in his situation." Lu Feiyang smiled. "He wants to give you the world, not have you suffer with him." There was another girl on Book Mountain with her eyes focused somewhere far away. It was Yi Qingxian. She did not cry, though. She was smiling. She knew that this was all part of the experience. Parting was going to be a large part of it. This was the choice she made. The man she loved did not belong to her fully. He belonged mostly to the young man beside him. Months later, a rumor spread from Sky Mountain. They said that the sounds of a guqin were heard from the mountain. The beautiful music melted in with the snowflakes. Nobody knew if this was another appearance of Emperor Will. However, there weren't many people climbing Sky Mountain anymore, so not many cared about this rumor. At the top of Sky Mountain, the fluffy, white snow never stopped falling. A figure clad in white sat quietly, playing the guqin while the snow fell. It was Futian. He hadn't left the Eastern Barren Territory just yet. He was cultivating here. All this time, he was practicing on the guqin and building his spiritual energy. He also cultivated sorcery and martial arts to strengthen his body. Not far from Futian, Yusheng sat cross-legged, also cultivating. In a distance was a one-armed youth practicing with a sword in the snow. Yi Wuchen was bathed in sword will, flowing and blowing through the snow. There was also a girl on the snowy mountain. Quietly, she took in the cold of the Sky Mountain. It was Lulan Shui. Just then, the music stopped. Yi Futian shifted his gaze to the mountain trail. There, a beautiful figure braced the cold winds and approached the mountain top. Her steps were light, and she headed for Yi Futian. Yi Futian took in what she was wearing. The rough fabric looked like something monks would wear, but not even the plain clothing could hide her innocent beauty. Yi Futian was surprised at how the girl in front of him was dressed. When the monks from the Chincho temple arrived on Book Mountain last time, I wanted to be enlightened. So, after that, I went to the temple and I cultivate there now, smiled Hua Qingqing. The air of innocence around her seemed to have been restored. That's good. Yi Futian returned her smile. Can you play the Yukio song for me again? I want to listen to the full piece, she asked softly. Okay, Yi Futian nodded. His expression became serious, and he placed his hands on the guqin. The peaceful music resonated on Sky Mountain once again. Perhaps this was the last time. When the music stops, the people go. Chapter 398, Barren State, Yunhua City. Chapter 398, Barren State, Yunhua City. The Barren State was boundless. In the north was the demon city that was at the border of the demon world. The demon god race and Taishan Mountain loomed there. White Cloud City guarded the west, pressing down on the boundless land. There was also Inferno City near Fire Mountain that occupied a lot of land. The south had an endless snowy terrain. There was a temple there with 2 gusts of power. The snow area and Fire Mountain formed a strange territory. The center was the renowned Alchemy City. Of course, Zhongzhou City was still the richest. This place loomed over the center of the barren state. Strong cultivators were everywhere there. Yunhua City in the east of the barren state wasn't the main city there, but it had an ancient history and was magnificent. Right now, a black winged eagle flew in the sky above Yunhua City. Its eyes were very sharp. It was an eagle, but when it flew, it felt like a rock. It was that fast. There were 4 youths on its back. The one at the front was handsome, and he looked forward. Beside him was a muscular youth. He was resting with his eyes closed. The one-armed handsome youth behind them had 2 ancient swords crossed behind his back. There was also a veiled girl. She had long silver hair that fell down like a waterfall. Her eyes shone with silver light, beautiful yet demonic. They were cold. This was Yi Futian's group, coming to the barren state from the Eastern Barren Territory. They paused at times along the way. Mooncloud City was one of the bigger cities. Its liveliness was comparable to the Qin Imperial City in the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. That should be Crescent Lake. Lulan Shui stood up. Wind blew against her as she pointed at a crescent moon-shaped lake. She held a map that she'd bartered for after entering the city. It should be White Jade Tower before Crescent Lake. Looking forward from the lake, one could make out a palace-shaped building. The black-winged eagle sped up, and it became clearer. It was a palace-shaped inn, one of the 3 biggest inns in Yunhua City. It was entirely white and seemed to be made from jade, hence the name. It was as magnificent as a royal palace. As they got closer, the black-winged eagle rushed downward and landed on the steps of White Jade Tower. Yi Futian felt spiritual qi hit him. This meant that White Jade Tower was made from spiritual stone. It contained a matrix inside. Living in it, they would feel powerful spiritual qi. It was beneficial to cultivation. Looking up, Yi Futian walked up the steps and stopped outside the main hall. Lulan Shui and Yusheng held the spiritual stone and walked in. They were going to spend a few days here. so they chose somewhere like White Jade Tower. It would be easier to get information. They also needed a map of the barren state. They couldn't get it in a smaller place. Many people walked up and down the steps. "Sir, are you a foreigner?" A thin youth in a blue robe asked Yi Futian. "Yes." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "I am Yang Ting," the other greeted. Yi Futian. "Brother Yi, are you here for the battle between the four clans?" Yang Ting asked. "No." Yi Futian shook his head. He just arrived and didn't know anything about the four clans. Most people who come to Yunhua City are here for that reason. I misunderstood. Yang Ting put his hands together in apology. "No problem. I just arrived and am new to Yunhua City. Please help me in the future," Yi Futian said politely. "You flatter me. We can help each other," Yang Ting said, smiling. "Brother, it's done," a voice said. A pretty figure walked out. She had a ponytail and looked young, clean, and pure. "This is my sister, Yang Yi," Yang Ting introduced. "This is Brother Yi." Yi Futian and Yang Yi nodded at each other. Yang Yi stared at Yi Futian with her pure eyes, thinking that Yi Futian was really attractive. As Yi Futian matured, his temperament kept changing. His features became more handsome too. He was very attractive now. "What are you looking at me for?" Yi Futian asked, smiling gently. Yang Yi realized that she'd spaced out. Blushing, she averted her eyes quickly. "Brother Yi is handsome, but you don't have to do that," Yang Ting also joked. Yang Yi kicked him and whined. "What are you saying? I'm just curious." At this time, the ground below them shook. Yi Futian looked and saw a figure land on the white jade steps. The person was tall and extremely burly. His upper body was bare. The silver armor only covered his most important part. His eyes were like bronze bells, filled with authority as he scanned them. He climbed the steps and walked through Yi Futian's group. "What beast is that?" Yang Yi was looking up. She saw a fiery red knight with a mount come. The beast was a dark bird. The knight was a woman clad in fiery red clothing. Her curvy body formed a beautiful picture with a different kind of attractiveness. The woman's manliness was beautiful and cold. "Blue Phoenix," Yang Ting said. The woman's blue phoenix landed. She also walked past Yi Futian without even looking. However, her blue phoenix glanced at the black winged eagle and cawed. The black winged eagle had been silent. After the blue phoenix cawed, its eyes sharpened instantly. It shot a gaze at the phoenix. One could see darkness flowing through its eyes. The blue phoenix wouldn't stop. The knight frowned and glared at it, wondering why it was bullying an eagle. After glancing at the black winged eagle, the blue phoenix entered the hall with the knight. The black-winged eagle glanced at it arrogantly and closed its eyes to rest. At this time, Yusheng and Lulan Shui walked over. "Brother Yang," Yi Futian said, "I'm ready." The Yang siblings looked at Yusheng and Lulan Shui. This group all had great temperaments. Lulan Shui had her face veiled, but judging from her body, she wouldn't be ugly. "Come, let's go together," Yang Ting said, smiling. Yi Futian nodded. The two walked to the side and climbed the steps. They found their own floor and courtyard. Coincidentally, they were neighbors. After entering the courtyard, they found that the entrance was in the backyard. After a hallway was the front courtyard. They could see Crescent Lake and the people arriving at the inn. "The Eastern Barren Territory should be in that direction," Yi Futian murmured, looking into the distance. Now, he had already stepped foot inside the barren state. He was extremely far away from the Eastern Barren Territory. It would take months to cross that distance. Now, he would truly be in the outside world, far from his home. Lulan Shui stood beside him and said softly, "I asked around in the hall earlier. The map isn't easy to get. The barren state is too big. Even many people in this city haven't gone out of the eastern region, let alone the entire barren state." Yi Futian nodded lightly. "You've worked hard. Our future is unknown. I hope you won't regret this." He'd warned Lulan Shui, but she had insisted on coming. "This is my duty as a servant," Lulan Shui replied softly. "As for regret, this is my own decision." "Is Brother Yi here?" A voice came from the other courtyard. "Yes, Brother Yang. Come over," Yi Futian said. "Okay." A laugh sounded, and then two figures came from the sky. "The view is quite nice here," Yang Ting said, laughing. "But it's truly expensive," Brother Yang, I have a question to ask. I came here to challenge myself, and I wish to travel the entire barren state. Is there anywhere I can get a basic map? Futian asked. The entire barren state? Yang Ting's eyes flashed in shock. It wasn't realistic to travel the entire barren state at Futian's age unless he improved his cultivation as he traveled. Many people did this, though, so he didn't find it too strange. Yes. Futian nodded. This type of map is rarely used. I don't know where to find it, but the top 4 forces of University will have them, Yang Ting said. Which 4 forces? How are their abilities? Futian asked. University has the Feng family, Wang family, Thunder Clan, and Unue Merchant Union, Yang Ting said. They form the uppermost level in University. All have people in the noble plane. Futian nodded. This was only University. How powerful would the main cities be? Brother Yang, are you from this city? Futian asked. Yes. Then why are you living here? Futian was curious. Brother Yi, how about we get a drink? We can chat while walking, Yang Ting said. Okay. Futian nodded. The group left the courtyard and walked towards the wine house at the top level. The top 4 forces control most of the resources in the city. They hold a battle at the end of every year to decide the distribution of the resources. To be fair, they don't use the noble plane. Thus, all those who fight are in the Arcana plane. Because there are injuries and casualties, and the forces use it to attract more talents, it became a custom. Every year, this event is when they choose talents to fight for them. Those who perform well can join them. The White Jade Tower belongs to the Unue Merchant Union. Every year, they would invite others here. That's why I asked if Brother Yi came for that reason. As Yang Ting explained, they arrived at the open-ceiling wine house. Many people were there. It was very busy. So you wish to join the Unue Merchant Union? Futian asked. They are a force in the Chamber of Commerce. They have the most resources and are the most generous, Yang Ting said, eyes sparkling. Futian nodded. After coming to the barren state, he discovered that they would often use cultivation resources. For example, spiritual stones were common here and used as currency. Brother Yi, are you interested? Yang Ting asked after they found somewhere to sit. No. Futian shook his head, laughing. He'd come to the barren state to cultivate. He wasn't going to join a force. Chapter 399. Common Man. Chapter 399. Common Man. Yang Ting wasn't surprised. Since Futian wanted to explore the barren state, he obviously couldn't stay in one place. Brother Yi, the Unue Merchant Union controls many auction and trade buildings, Yang Ting said. They will definitely have the map you want. You don't want to join, but there's another way. You can rent yourself to fight for them and receive what you want. You can do that? Futian was interested. Of course, Yang Ting explained. For their battles, if you help them win a round, there will be rewards. The exceptionally talented can beat more opponents and receive more rewards. Otherwise, how can they attract people to fight for them? You must know, injuries and deaths are common. That is why they won't send all their people. Otherwise, it's easy for an uncontrollable battle to erupt. It had happened before. I see. I'll consider it. Futian nodded. He looked into the distance at Crescent Lake. There was a slight breeze. The view was so nice. At that time, loud noises came from behind. Futian turned around and saw 2 figures step onto the battle platform in the center of the wine house. They were getting ready to fight. The place was big, so the platform wasn't awkward. The 2 shot into the air and started fighting there and then. They were both in the lower Arcana plane. Doesn't the White Jade Tower care? Futian asked. Standing onto the platform means that both agree to the fight, Yang Ting said. The White Jade Tower purposely supplied this place and likes seeing this. It helps them rate the people's abilities. Especially during these times, most everyone who lives in White Jade Tower is for the battle. They naturally wish for the White Jade Tower to see their performance. The tower will naturally report to the Unue Merchant Union. As expected, the battle was endless. More people stepped onto it to fight, and more people gathered around. Futian saw an elder in a long black robe. He was in mid-Arcana plane and was very powerful. He controlled a fire spell. He must not be as talented to be in the Arcana plane at his age. But because he'd cultivated for so long, he'd studied sorcery more and had better control. The black-robed sorcerer beat many people. Gradually, more powerful people challenged him. Now, Futian saw the female knight with the blue phoenix walk on. A fiery spear solidified in her hands. Flames covered her, making her seem very handsome. In her clothing, she also looked sexy. I know who they are, Yangting said. Fire Girl Lu Lan and Black Sorcerer Shimu are both quite famous here. The two had an intense battle. Lu Lan was skilled in fire and wind, but was a female knight who cultivated martial arts. Her combat ability was very strong. She added her elemental talent to her spear technique. Each attack was beautiful. Sometimes, she would use spells for aid. However, she often missed. Black mist would cover Shimu, and then he would teleport. This shocked Futian. He used freedom meditation and Shimu's actions became clear. No move could escape from his eyes. The black mist was just a cover-up. Shimu actually used a water elemental spell. He must have added spiritual sorcery as well to create an illusion while moving with a spell. However, he looked mysterious to people of the same level. Brother Yi, who do you think will win? Yang Ting asked. Fire Girl, Futian replied. But Shimu has the upper hand now. Yang Ting was surprised. Shimu used his technique to restrict Lu Lan. What determines victory is still one's ability. Some methods are interesting, but Shimu is a sorcerer and not a martial artist. He can't attack suddenly. His attack is comparable to the Fire Girl, but his defense isn't. He will lose but can drag it on for a while. Yang Ting looked to the battlefield curiously. Shimu still had the upper hand, but as time passed, changes occurred. The Fire Girl became more intense, making Shimu panic. After a while, he lost miserably. Big Brother Yi is so powerful, Yang Yi praised. Yang Ting also looked to Futian, impressed. He was quite observant. Big Brother? Futian smiled at Yang Yi with her ponytail and pure features. She couldn't be 20 yet. Futian really was old now. He thought of his little sister Yi Shaoqin. She must have grown up now. He wondered how she was now. Was she still in Donghai? Yeah. Can I call you that? Yang Yi asked, smiling. Of course. Futian nodded. Big Brother Yi, has anyone ever complimented your looks? Futian blinked and then nodded seriously. I'm used to it. Yusheng looked away with disdain. He was tricking little girls again, and Yusheng couldn't stand it. Wuchen was quiet the entire time and didn't have much presence. Yang Ting would sometimes look over. He had a unique feeling by just sitting there. Incredible. I've heard of you too long ago, someone suddenly praised. Futian's group looked over and saw a young man and woman. The man was handsome. The woman, in a pale blue dress, was sexy but still elegant, very attractive. There were also servants and guards behind them. Clearly, they had a powerful family. Their appearance attracted many eyes. Shimu and Lu Lan nodded politely. That is Shanghai and Shangqing, siblings from the Yunhua Merchant Union. Their father is in charge of White Jade Tower, Yang Ting murmured to Futian. I'm going over. With that, Yang Ting went to the Shang siblings. He bowed slightly and then hovered around the two. He looked submissive. Why is he like this? Yusheng asked Yang Yi. He was confused. If he wanted to join the union, he should use his power. Being submissive like this detracted from his strength. Yang Yi bowed her head. Yusheng. Futian glared at him. They'd only just met Yang Ting and didn't know each other. They had no right to interfere with how the other acted. Yang Yi, we'll go down now, Futian said. Okay. Yang Yi nodded. Futian's group walked down the steps and left the wine house. Back at the courtyard, Futian sat before Crescent Lake, thinking about the battle. Shimu and Lu Lan were quite powerful. Futian guessed that their abilities were equal to some of the talents in the college. Thus, he guessed that the talents in Yunhua City wouldn't be stronger than the best in the Eastern Barren Territory. This was normal, though. Yunhua City wasn't a main city, and there were many cities of this scale. The truly best would definitely go to the bigger cities. Furthermore, even though the Eastern Barren Territory didn't have many resources, the best were still quite talented. They were at least equal to the best in Yunhua City. The spiritual qi is very heavy here, Futian said, smiling. He closed his eyes to cultivate. A while later, a voice said, "Big brother Yi, can I come over?" "Yes." He nodded. "Yang Yi, come over." As soon as he finished, a figure descended from the wall. She said, "Big brother Yi, you can call me Little Yi." "Little Yi," Yi Futian called. Yang Yi smiled. "Were you looking down on my brother?" "No." Yi Futian shook his head. That was the truth. Everyone lived differently. He didn't know Yang Yi well, so he had no right to comment. Our parents were killed while trying to enter a relic when we were young. After that, we had to survive alone. In a conflict after that, we were both injured. I was heavily injured and can't cultivate as well as before. My brother works hard and wants to join the battle so he can find a spiritual medicine for my injury. The Unue Merchant Union controls many trades. They'll definitely have the medicine. That's why he's so submissive with them. Yang Yi continued softly. We'd also used all our savings to live here. All of this is for me. My brother is actually quite talented, but he was restricted by me. Big brother Yi, I don't mean anything. I just hope you won't look down on my brother. With that, she smiled and turned to leave. After she left, Yi Futian smiled wryly and turned to Yusheng. Did you hear that? Yusheng scratched his head and said, I'll apologize. Yi Futian looked into the distance. The Barren State isn't all top forces like the Nantian House and Sacred Fire Sect. There are many common men with common lives, working hard for their goals like us. Brother Yi, another voice said. Yang Ting came over directly with a smile. I asked earlier. They do have a map. If you're chosen to fight and perform well, you'll have the chance to get it. Yi Futian and Yusheng gaped at him. He'd just come back. Yang Yi had come earlier in secret. Okay, I'll consider it seriously. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He didn't mention Yang Yi. Let me know when you decide. I'll register for you, Yang Ting said before leaving. Thank you, Yusheng said. Yang Ting halted and looked at him, surprised. This burly youth always followed Yi Futian but didn't speak until now. Since we're friends, we should take care of each other. Yang Ting smiled and returned to his courtyard. Chapter 400. Show the door? Chapter 400. Show the door. Yi Futian had been practicing in White Jade Tower. The matrix made his cultivation much easier. These days, more and more people gathered in the tower. Strong cultivators kept checking in, preparing for the upcoming battle of the four strong forces. Yi Futian and Yang Ting, as well as Yang Yi, were getting along very well with each other. Familiarity grew between them. Yang Yi and Yang Ting frequently visited Yi Futian in his courtyard. Other than some interesting news about the Barren State, they also discussed how to cultivate. Yang Ting found that Yi Futian knew a lot about this. While benefiting a lot from Yi Futian, Yang Ting began to be curious about Yi Futian's strength. Yang Ting was very gregarious in the tower. He had made many friends these days. Perhaps because their parents died early and they had to struggle to live, they were very good at making friends. In the courtyard, Yang Yi and Yi Futian were chatting. Big brother Yi, where are you from? Yang Yi asked curiously. Yi Futian was good-looking. Yusheng looked unusual. Yi Wuchen and Lulan Shui were also different from common people. She had presumed that Lulan Shui was Yi Futian's girlfriend and called her sister. But Lulan Shui told her that she was just a maid, which surprised her. I come from a very distant place. In the east, there is a land isolated from the Barren State. That's my hometown, said Yi Futian. I have never left Unue City since I was born, but you have been to so many places, said Yang Yi with a smile. Brother Yi, won't your parents miss you? My parents? Yi Futian smiled with embarrassment. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I don't even know who they are. Ah? Yang Yi said, startled. I'm sorry, big brother Yi. It's okay. Perhaps they are very famous people and are enjoying their life now, Yi Futian joked. Do you hate them? Yang Yi asked. Hate? Yi Futian shook his head. I have never thought about it. I don't think I hate them. Life is so wonderful. I've felt fervor, frustration, and sadness. Everywhere I go, I experience a story. Life is so, isn't it? Yes. Yang Yi nodded firmly. Looking at that bright and handsome face, Yang Yi thought that Yi Futian must be very optimistic. Yang Yi, come to harass your brother Yi again? Yang Ting said, walking over. No way, We were having conversation. You can ask Brother Yi. Yang Yi grumbled. Yi Futian smiled. Yang Ting also laughed and shook his head. He turned to Yi Futian and said, Brother Yi, all the tower's rooms are already occupied. There are many other places full of people. It seems that the battle this time will be very fierce. Have you decided? We will join. Yi Futian nodded. He had thought over this these days. They didn't have to show much strength in this battle. After defeating some people, they would get the Barren States map. They could decide where to go then, rather than wandering blindly in this place. Good. I have companions now. Yang Ting smiled and nodded. Brother Yi, what's your level? I need your information to sign up for you. The second level of Arcana Plane, Yi Futian answered. On basic of this, he was confident that the third level was not far. Okay. Yang Ting didn't make further comments. With Yi Futian's age, this level was already very high but was not high enough to make him outstanding. But that was also because Yi Futian didn't start cultivation until 15, which was comparatively late. I'm going to sign up for you now, said Yang Ting. I'll go with you, Yi Futian said. That'll be even better. Yang Ting nodded, and then the line of people walked out of the court, heading for the wine house on the top of White Jade Tower. More people gathered here than in the past few days. Yang Ting looked around but didn't see the White Jade Tower's staff. Perhaps they are busy on other things. Let's wait here for a while, Yang Ting suggested. Yi Futian nodded and was about to find a seat when the Black Wind Eagle walked forward. There was the Blue Phoenix ahead. The Black Wind Eagle lifted its head high and looked at the Blue Phoenix disdainfully. Of course, the Blue Phoenix would not stand with the Black Wind Eagle's provocation. It tweeted constantly, and some strong aura effused from it. Spectators around were interested in the two birds. Somebody laughed and murmured, "What an interesting eagle! Who is its master?" People who don't know might think it is a golden rock. Many people there made fun of the Black Wind Eagle. How could it lift its head up high before a Blue Phoenix? The Black Wind Eagle was seemingly not very self-aware. Its proud eyes still looked at the Blue Phoenix lazily. Something dark flashed in its eyes. That Blue Phoenix kept tweeting as if it was really irritated. Lu Lan, the owner of the Blue Phoenix, frowned. She and the Blue Phoenix could read each other's mind. She could feel that the Blue Phoenix seemed a little grumpy. "Get back here," Yi Futian shouted. Hearing his voice, the Black Wind Eagle instantly calmed down. It lowered its proud head and walked to rub against Yi Futian. "You think you're powerful now?" Yi Futian knocked on the eagle's head to warn it that this was not a date. Yi Futian turned to Lu Lan and bowed his head slightly. "Sorry about that. Your eagle is really bold." Lu Lan sneered. An eagle dared to provoke the Blue Phoenix. It wasn't just being bold. Her senior master had paid much effort to get her this young Blue Phoenix. "No, it's just inexperienced," Yi Futian said with a smile. The fire girl just nodded and didn't say anything else. At this moment, a rustle came from people around the pub's corner. They kept looking down curiously. "It's Sorcerer Wu," many people exclaimed. Hearing this, people were all stunned and hurried to look down over the edge. "Sorcerer Wu is also here now?" Yang Ting's eyes flickered. "Who is Sorcerer Wu?" Yi Futian was confused. Wu is his surname. He is a very famous spell sorcerer. Nobody knows his real name, so people call him Sorcerer Wu. He is powerful to a horrible extent. Though he is only in the middle level of Arcana Plane, the whole Unus city knows his name. The forces all want him to join, but he refused them all. This time, he came to join the battle. Is he ready to join the Unum Merchant Union now? Yang Ting's curiosity was provoked. He stood up and suggested, "Let's have a look." Yi Futian also stood up. From what Yang Ting had said, Yi Futian inferred that this must be a very talented sorcerer here. He wondered how strong the Sorcerer Wu would be. Yi Futian walked to the corner and looked down. He saw a figure in a black cloak. He could see that this man was much younger than he thought, but his dress was just as strange as his name. Even Mr. Shang came to welcome him. "That's Sorcerer Wu," somebody exclaimed. Shangqing and Shanghai, as well as the White Jade Tower's other staff, stood down there to welcome him. "No wonder we couldn't find them," said Yang Ting. In the distant sky, sword and tint rolled over. People looked up and saw a figure riding a sword. He came very quickly and descended slowly. Duan Ke, the demon swordsman, also came? People were very surprised. With the two here, it seemed that the battle would be very vicious. Sorcerer Wu and demon swordsman all came to help the Yunhua Merchant Union. The other three forces must have invited some top talents too. Duan Ke, known as the demon swordsman, is very skilled in swordplay. He is also very strong. The Yunhua Merchant Union is really one of the top forces. Much must have been spent to invite the two, said Yang Ting. Yi Futian's group looked calm. They knew that every place had its top talents. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were two of them. Shanghai and his sister welcomed Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman into the White Jade Tower. People returned to their seats and continued their comments. Brother Yi, this battle might be more dangerous than before. Please be careful. Yang Ting said to Yi Futian. Seeing the two here, he felt that this battle could be very vicious. I will. Yi Futian nodded. After a while, the pub suddenly became quiet. Some people came up from the stairs. Yi Futian turned around and saw Shanghai and Shangqing found good seats for Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman. They looked very hospitable. Some people of the White Jade Tower behind them walked up and looked around. They saw Yi Futian and walked to him. Sir, do you live in the Chiyue court in the first floor? The man asked him. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Sir, our White Jade Tower is full now, the man said. We only offer reception to those who are willing to fight for the Yunhua Merchant Union. Therefore, could you move out? I'm very sorry. Yu Sheng frowned and asked coldly, What do you mean? Yang Ting and Yang Yi also looked displeased. My friends are also going to join the battle, said Yang Ting. Sorry, we don't accept any other applicants now, the man said. Yi Futian knocked the table with his fingers. He glanced at Sorcerer Wu's direction, knowing that this was because of their arrival. Okay, we will leave after finishing the drink. Yi Futian didn't argue further. Could you pick up your luggage now? What do you mean? Yi Futian was vexed. You entered our room? Bang! Yu Sheng pounded the table, shattering it. He stared at the man coldly. They still lived there, and those people couldn't wait to pack up their things to empty the room for the two? Many people noticed things happening here. They showed some sympathy to Yi Futian's group, but this was how it worked. The White Jade Tower was occupied. Someone had to leave so Sorcerer Wu and Demon Swordsman could settle down. Shanghai and Shangqing walked over and stared at Yu Sheng. Sir, what do you mean? What do I mean? Yu Sheng sneered. It's our wrong, but please understand us, Shanghai apologized. We have paid enough spirit stones for next few days. Isn't that right? Said Lulan Shui coldly. Give them the refund. Shanghai asked his staff to do so. That waiter seemingly had everything prepared. He directly delivered Yi Futian's group a bag. That's enough, said Yi Futian lightly. Now you're just looking for trouble, Shanghai scolded. Beside him, Shangqing smiled and said, If it's not enough, I can give you more. Then she walked out and dropped spirit stones before Yi Futian's group, one by one. Chapter 401. Undercover. Chapter 401. Undercover. Shangqing's pretty eyes were cold and arrogant as she looked at Yi Futian's group. Of all those living in White Jade Tower, they were the only ones who hadn't signed up to fight for them. In that case, why would they live here? Everyone in Yunhua City knew that living in White Jade Tower during this time meant they were here for the battle. If Yi Futian's group was living here but not helping, were they spies from the other three forces? Of course, it didn't matter even if they weren't. Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman were here. White Jade Tower was full. Who else could they choose to kick out? As for offending people, the Yunhua Merchant Union didn't care. They only had to make Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman happy now. They didn't have to waste too much time with Yi Futian's group. If they wouldn't go nicely, they would be forced out. The spiritual stones clinked brightly on the ground. Yang Ting and Yang Yi's faces were all pale. Looking down, Yang Ting clenched her fists and said to Shangqing, Miss Shang, my friend has decided to help you fight. Why are you like this? Faced with the Yunhua Merchant Union, they couldn't fight back at all. Shangqing glanced at Yang Ting with a smile. Yang Ting had been wandering around them all these days. She naturally knew what Yang Ting wanted. People who had to rely on those tactics wouldn't be skilled. This was also why she treated Yi Futian's group like this. Those who were truly proud wouldn't act like Yang Ting. People and objects were grouped by their similarities. If Yi Futian was with Yang Ting, they were the same. We need 2 quartz. You can give yours up too, Shangqing said. She tossed some spiritual stones at Yang Ting. You're too much. Yang Yi's eyes reddened. Her brother had given up everything for her and this chance. Now, Shangqing was about to shatter everything. Hurry up, Shangqing said, smiling. Her voice was still calm. She turned and moved away to Sorcerer Wu. You might have to wait a bit, she said gently. It's all right. The demon swordsman's eyes fell upon Yi Wuchen. Swordsmen could sense each other's auras. This one-armed swordsman had 2 swords. He had an uncommon feeling. Crunch. Yu Shang clenched his fists and his aura exploded. With his personality, he wouldn't allow anyone to insult Yi Futian. Before, he would have attacked long ago. It was different now. They were in the outside world and could get killed by a small misstep. He had to bear it and repress his temper. Yang Yi's eyes were red. She bent down to collect the spiritual stones. She knew this was humiliating. But so what? She'd experienced this before. This was everything her brother had. Seeing Yang Yi's figure, Yi Futian felt bitter inside. He squatted down and smiled. Little Yi, it's all right. Yeah. Yang Yi looked up at Yi Futian and squeezed out a smile. Her eyes were still red. Yi Futian could see the tears in them. Lulan Shui and Yi Wuchen also squatted down quietly to help them pick up the spiritual stones. The surrounding people laughed while watching at this scene. It was unbearable to Yi Futian's group, but this was actually normal. The White Jade Tower had asked them politely to leave, but Yi Futian insisted on asking why. Why would they do that? They were just looking to be humiliated. They didn't know the rules of the cultivation world at all. Fire Girl Lu Lan looked at this calmly. Then she looked to Sorcerer Wu. But there, the demon swordsman was watching Yi Wuchen picking up the stones. He was disappointed. He'd thought that the other would be a true swordsman, but he seemed to be wrong. Okay. Yi Futian chuckled after picking up the stones and said, let's go. Everyone nodded, and the group started walking out. You don't deserve to practice swordsmanship, a voice said at this time. Many people were shocked. The speaker was Duan Quebec. He sat there, quietly drinking wine with the Shang siblings, but everyone knew who he was talking to, the one-armed swordsman. Yi Wuchen's steps halted, but his emotions didn't change. Then he started walking again, leaving without saying a word. Yi Futian's group left the White Jade Tower. There was still someone at the border of the wine house watching them. Now, the figure left quietly and walked outside. People walked to and fro from the tower, though. No one noticed him. After leaving the tower, Yi Futian gazed at Yang Ting. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with Brother Yi. The Yunyue Merchant Union is too insulting. I guess I was asking for it, though. The more I go to them, the less they'll respect me. Yang Ting laughed at himself. He thought that the Shang siblings knew him now, but after seeing their attitude, he realized they didn't care about him at all. This was probably the tragedy for unimportant figures. Only abilities can win over respect, Yang Ting said seriously. She'd learned this from the Shang siblings' attitude towards Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman. Brother Yi, Yang Ting continued. Actually, I was the one who was wrong. I was always inviting you to join the Yunyue Merchant Union. I didn't think this would happen. What do you plan on doing now? I haven't decided. What about you? Yi Futian asked. The Yunyue Merchant Union isn't the only top force. I don't have the ability to prove anything, but I should also work hard to earn the resources to cultivate. I won't give up so easily. I will try other forces, Yang Ting said. Brother Yi, what do you think? Yi Futian glanced at the Yang siblings. Seeing Yang Yi's bowed head, he knew that Yang Ting was pretending to be okay. He did all this for his sister, but he only said it was for himself. That's too much. I don't plan on experiencing that again, Yi Futian said. Let me know when the battle is starting. I will be there. He didn't plan on trying to join another force. Okay. Yang Ting nodded. He didn't know what ideas Yi Futian had. Please wait, a voice said behind them. Yi Futian's group turned and saw a figure run up to them. It was a 20-year-old youth like them. He wore simple clothing and had average looks. He wouldn't attract much attention in a crowd. You? Yang Ting asked. He'd seen this man before. He also stayed in White Jade Tower. The newcomer greeted Yi Futian's group. I am Wang Linfeng. Yang Ting's eyes flashed. His surname was Wang? Usually, he wouldn't think much, but this was a sensitive period. If a Wang lived in the White Jade Tower and then ran after them, he had to feel suspicious. He'd heard about the forces trying to spy on each other before. Are you from the Wang family? Yang Ting asked. Yes. Wang Linfeng nodded. Can we speak elsewhere? Yi Futian looked at him and said, If you're going to hide, then no. Wang Linfeng's eyes flashed. He reached up and wiped his face. Mist clouded instantly and his face changed, becoming much more handsome. It was as if he'd changed entirely. I had to. I'm sorry. Wang Linfeng glanced at Yi Futian with some shock and then nodded at him. I saw what had happened earlier. The Yunyue Merchant Union is too cruel. Would you be willing to fight for the Wang family? Spying in White Jade Tower must be a method that the four top forces use often, huh? Yi Futian's voice was cool. He thought of the Shang siblings' treatment to them, and if it also had something to do with suspicion. After all, they were the only ones who didn't sign up. I heard that the disciples of the forces would compete amongst themselves too. If they find powerful people to fight, they would get rewards, Yang Ting said. He could see this from how Shanghai and Shangqing treated Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman. Now, Wang Linfeng was helping the Wang family enlist people. That is so indeed. Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman joining the Yunyue Merchant Union makes things troublesome, Wang Linfeng said. If I agree, will you be able to let us participate directly? Yi Futian asked. Since he was a spy, he must not be a very important person in the family. Hearing Yi Futian's question, Wang Linfeng smiled wryly and shook his head. You must pass our exam. After all, there are limited spots. What plane are you? Yi Futian asked. Wang Linfeng looked at him with some confusion. Mid-Arcana plane. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian looked over to Yu Sheng. The other immediately understood Yi Futian's intention. Yu Sheng walked towards Wang Linfeng. Power burst from him, actually pressing down at Wang Linfeng. Bang! Yu Sheng took a step and moved forward. Before Wang Linfeng, he raised his fist and punched. The punch had horrible power and the air popped around it. Wang Linfeng's eyes sharpened instantly. He could sense that the man before him was only in the lower arcana plane, but he'd felt such strong pressure. Raising a hand, dazzling light shone from his hand. He lunged forward and sent his arm forward. Boom! The two attacks crashed. Wang Linfeng felt extreme power travel up his arm. He was forced backward. After steadying himself, he stared at Yu Sheng in shock. He hadn't used all his power, but someone of the lower arcana plane could send him back with one hit. His strength went without saying. Yu Sheng's expression was still calm. He turned and walked back to Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at Wang Linfeng. He also turned and walked forward. I won't take any exams. You saw what had happened at White Jade Tower. I do not wish to experience it again. I will be at the battle. If you can let us fight, then we will. If not, I will find another force. Finally, I need a map of the barren state and some spiritual medicine. Wang Linfeng looked at Yi Futian's arrogant backside. His eyes sharpened, and he clenched his fists. No problem. I will arrange it. He seemed to have found a treasure. He and Shangqing had the same thoughts. Strong cultivators would naturally be proud, and he'd observed everyone in White Jade Tower. Yi Futian had been humiliated, but he'd been too calm. To stay calm in the face of humiliation required extreme pride and confidence. Chapter 402, Battle of the Four Top Forces. Chapter 402, Battle of the Four Top Forces. Yi Futian's group turned to leave. Yang Ting and Yang Yi stared at Yu Sheng with shock. Yang Yi said, Big brother Yi, Yu Sheng is so powerful. Of course he is. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Then what about you? Yang Yi asked curiously. I'm obviously not as powerful as him, Yi Futian said, chuckling. Oh, big brother Yi, will you fight for the Wang family? Yang Yi asked. We'll see. Yi Futian patted Yang Yi's head. You have so many questions. Yang Yi giggled. Thank you, big brother Yi. When she heard Yi Futian mention medicine to the Wang family, she knew it was for her. Hearing it, Yang Ting figured out that Yang Yi had told Yi Futian about it. He gazed at Yi Futian and said, "Thank you, brother Yi." No matter if they succeed or not, he was still grateful. "No need to thank me. I still have to trouble you. Since we were kicked out, may we stay in your home?" Yi Futian asked. "Okay." Yang Ting nodded, his heart feeling warm. The group climbed onto the black-winged eagle who spread its wings and flew somewhere. Countless days later, Yunhua City was even busier. In the Yang residence's yard, music streamed like godly music. Yi Futian was sitting cross-legged in the yard, playing a calming melody. Playing the guqin could help him focus and raise his spiritual energy. Sorcerers could cultivate this way. It went without saying for musical sorcerers too. The music slowed down and stopped. The echoes remained, and the people were still mesmerized. Lulan Shui sat near Yi Futian with her eyes closed. When the music stopped, she opened her pretty eyes. She felt extremely calm. Yang Yi was beside Yi Futian. Moving her hands from her knees, she looked up at Yi Futian. "Big brother Yi, how come you can do everything?" These past days, Yi Futian often talked to her brother about cultivation. Yang Ting was very impressed. Yi Futian's music was also very beautiful. She'd never heard something so calming. It made her heart relax and she could almost forget everything. The feeling was great. "Of course. That's who I am," Yi Futian joked. Yang Yi giggled. With her ponytail, she was filled with youthful spirit. She gazed at Yi Futian, not wanting to look away at all. These days were probably her happiest days. There were no frustrations or worries. It was peaceful. Before, she always had some worries from struggling to survive with her brother. She was lonely too. After all, she was just a girl. Yi Futian added liveliness to the home. He looked so nice when he smiled too. His unique charisma could spread to the others, calming them. She wished Yi Futian could be her real brother. That would be great. Yi Futian obviously didn't know what she was thinking. In reality, he didn't even know that he felt reliable to Yang Yi. He was used to relying on others. Now that he was out here by himself, he was changing without realizing. Perhaps he was transforming without even himself realizing. "Brother Yi." Yang Ting walked over now. His brows were furrowed and seemed to be worried. "What's wrong?" Yi Futian asked. "I just want to get information." The news about Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman joining the Yunhua Merchant Union has spread through the city. The other three forces became desperate and paid a lot to invite many people in the Arcana Plain. Many of them are well known. The news is spreading like wildfire. This year's battle might be the most intense yet. All who will represent the forces will be extremely strong. As the battle was drawing near, Yang Ting obviously had to go get news. After all, Yi Futian had already agreed to fight for the Wang family, and there were risks. If he had a cruel and powerful enemy, the consequences would be horrible. "Oh." Yi Futian smiled at Yang Ting. "Yu Sheng is strong too. Brother Yi, I'm serious. Don't joke." Yang Ting had to panic a bit at Yi Futian's careless attitude. "The Yunhua Merchant Union will see you represent the Wang family and send the people after you to protect their ego." "I'll keep that in mind," Yi Futian said when he saw Yang Ting's serious expression. He knew that Yang Ting was trying to help. "Brother Yi, you can give up if you want. We can go to the trading post. If we're lucky, we might get a map." "Then what about the medicine?" Yi Futian asked. Yang Yi needed the medicine to be cured. Her injury was on the spiritual level. For a sorcerer, that was a catastrophe. He played music all the time to help her compose her spiritual energy. Hearing this, Yang Ting fell silent. This was always on his mind, but there was no other chance to get something so valuable. Even if it appeared on the market, he had no money. "Don't worry. It'll be fine," Yi Futian said. Yang Ting nodded. He would remember this. While getting news, he understood that this battle had nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he stayed in White Jade Tower, he would be eliminated from fighting for them. The days passed. Yunhua City became livelier and livelier. People from outside hurried over without stopping for this feast. The Battle of the Four Top Forces was always the most anticipated event. They could watch the most powerful people of the Arcana Plane in the Yunhua City fight each other. The day was finally here. The entire city shook. Countless people and demons flew toward the same direction. In the center of Yunhua City, there was an ancient battle platform. All battles had taken place there. Somewhere, a black wind eagle flew in the air. Yi Futian's group stood on it, gazing around. There were all types of people and demons around them, hurrying forward. Everyone had the same destination. The huge crowd had a powerful force as they went in the same direction. We're here at the Yunhua battle platform. The four forces have already entered, Yang Ting said. The people descended and then started walking. Now, the four top forces of Yunhua City had already arrived. Each force took up one corner with great distance between them. Between them was an ancient matrix battle platform formed by two half-moons. There was also an ancient battle drum. In the Wang family's place, Wang Linfeng was a bit worried. The person he was waiting for hadn't come yet. A beautiful girl stood before him. She was Wang Yuro, one of their prides. She was very talented. Wang Linfeng was a disciple of the main lineage, but he worked for Wang Yuro. They had the same lineage but had different statuses. Otherwise, Wang Linfeng wouldn't have been sent as a spy. As Yi Futian had guessed, he didn't have a high position. There were others beside Wang Yuro, all with extraordinary auras. Still not here? Wang Yuro asked. He promised me he would be here. Wang Linfeng was panicking. His future relied on Yi Futian. He didn't have a high status in the Wang family and couldn't receive many resources. He relied on Wang Yuro. She also had much stress about this battle. She personally went to find people to fight for her. Last time, Wang Linfeng told her that he'd found at least one person and maybe even more. But now, they weren't here yet. If you ruin it for me, you're dead, Wang Yuro said coldly. She glanced at the people beside her. Thankfully, she had backups and had brought many people here. She didn't lack people to fight for her. What she lacked was people at the top. Wang Linfeng was covered in cold sweat. He knew that Wang Yuro looked pretty but was the strictest. If he affected her this time, he would have a horrible ending. I hope I'm not wrong, he prayed. He gazed into the crowd. More and more people were here. Even if they came, they would be easy to miss. He was usually right about people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sent as a spy. Yi Futian's group were proud, confident, and calm. People like that should keep their promises. Yi Futian had arrived now. He was asking Yang Ting where each force was. The people of the four camps were all serious. The atmosphere was suffocating. Clearly, they placed heavy importance on this. He saw the Yunhua Merchant Union. They had the most people. In the crowd, he could see the Shang siblings in elegant clothing. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were beside them. On the other side was a group of strong cultivators in purple robes. They were from the Thunder Clan. The people who were dressed differently were there to help them. They were easily distinguished. Across from the Yunhua Merchant Union, there were many armored guards. They had sharp and cold auras. Yang Ting told him that that was the Wang family. They went over. Seeing Wang Linfeng, Yi Futian called, Wang Linfeng. Wang Linfeng turned. Seeing Yi Futian, his eyes flashed. You're finally here, he said quietly. Chapter 403. Wang Linfeng's decision. Chapter 403. Wang Linfeng's decision. Wang Yuro stared at Yi Futian's group. Wang Linfeng brought them here to help. This battle meant a lot to Wang Yuro. It was not just about her, it was also about the interest of her whole family. She had to win. She needed to win this battle. In the battle of four forces, every single round was very significant. Yi Futian also looked at Wang Yuro. She looked delicate, beautiful, and of a valor. She had all the good points of both man and woman. This was a very charming woman. She looked at Yi Futian straightforwardly as if she could see through him. If Yi Futian's group was just ordinary people, they could not help and could even get her into trouble. Who will fight? Wang Yuro asked Yi Futian's group. How many of us do you want? Yi Futian asked in turn. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Wang Yuro's eyes flickered. From his words, she inferred that Yi Futian was very confident that he could fight no matter how many fighters she wanted. What a proud man. People around Wang Yuro walked forward and stared at Yi Futian's group. They were also here to help Wang Yuro. If Yi Futian's group joined in, there would be too many fighters. Somebody had to leave then. Usually, Wang Yuro would bring 9 people with her, which meant if Yi Futian's group joined, someone among their 9 had to leave. How many of you can fight? Wang Yuro asked again. Neither two sides responded to each other directly. Is 3 enough? Futian asked. You 3 are all in the lower arcana plane? Wang Yuro asked again. She had heard from Wang Linfeng that Futian was in the second level of arcana plane, which was of the lower arcana plane. That was exactly what she needed in this battle. It would also be good if someone was in the middle arcana plane. She could let him help her other family members. Yes. Futian nodded. Both Yushang and he were in the second level of the arcana plane. Yi Wuchen was in the third. Moreover, it was very possible for them to break through their present level at any time. The battle of the four forces set restrictions on people's level in every round. That made sense since it would be unfair if somebody in lower arcana plane faced someone in the upper arcana plane. Do you know the rules? Wang Yuro asked. Yes. Before coming, Yang Ting had briefly introduced the battle rules to them. There wouldn't be any major amendments, of course. The battle this year is the same as the last year, Wang Yuro said. People in the arcana plane are divided into 3 groups, upper, middle, and lower. I am in the lower arcana plane, so my family let me be responsible for this group. I will select 9 people to fight for me. Now I have 9 people with me already. If you 3 join us, there will be 12, with 3 extra. Though Wang Linfeng brought Futian's group here, she was reluctant to let strangers fight for her. She trusted Wang Linfeng very much, so she gave Futian an opportunity, but she still didn't trust him. Now, she was trying to give Futian some pressure. She needed Futian to prove that they had the strength to substitute her 3 strong cultivators. Yang Ting and Yang Yi, standing behind Futian's group, could feel the pressure too. Though with a charming face, Wang Yuro commanded a powerful presence. Yang Ting started to realize that it was such an unpractical thought of him to sign up for the battle. Just standing before Wang Yuro, he could feel the forcing power. How could he have the strength to face his enemy in the battle? However, Futian looked quite calm as if he felt nothing. Wang Yuro's powerful presence couldn't threaten him at all. As a musical sorcerer, Futian was impregnable. Yang Ting was not going to fight, but he was keyed up already. The battle hadn't started, but an oppressive force could be sensed already. The air was a little stifling to him. Wang Yuro was not the only one staring at Futian. The 9 people around her were also glaring at him with their sharp eyes. Some of them were well-known talents while others also used much effort to be here. But Futian's group just abruptly appeared and was going to knock 3 of them out? Wasn't this ridiculous? Futian looked into Wang Yuro's eyes. Then he turned to Wang Linfeng and said, "Remember our deal?" Wang Linfeng's eyes flickered. "I told you that I would come here, but I am not going to take any so-called tests. If you don't trust us, we'll just leave now." Futian smiled thinly. When leaving the White Jade Tower, Yushang had proved his strength. Wang Linfeng was struggling. He looked at Wang Yuro. Wang Yuro was also a little surprised. What an arrogant guy. She wanted Futian to prove their strength. Instead, Futian gave her pressure as if he didn't care at all. "Wang Yuro, aren't we enough?" a man beside her questioned. "I agree. We have Xing Feng here for the lower arcana plane. We don't need anybody else. Why should we bet on those people? We don't even know them. Moreover, we have promised to help. Nobody would like to be replaced by a group of strangers." Somebody showed his discontentment. Wang Yuro had selected the 9 people herself. Seeing someone threatening their position, the 9 were naturally disgruntled. They had passed enough tests to be here. Why should some of them leave just because of Futian's few words? Furthermore, who would leave among the 9? Wang Yuro was hesitating. Futian had forced her to make the choice. She looked at Wang Linfeng and said, "They are your people. You decide." It was just a simple sentence, but it gave Wang Linfeng so much pressure. He was the one to make a decision. He knew what it meant. If he insisted to let Futian's group fight and they were defeated, he would lose everything. He would have no say in the family and no trust from Wang Yuro anymore. But if Futian's group really won this battle for Wang Yuro, Wang Linfeng would also benefit a lot. He knew that this was a gamble. He was going to bet his future on this decision. Futian's group decided his future. "Let them fight," Wang Linfeng said determinedly, clenching his fists. The decision was made. He had to undertake all responsibilities no matter what the consequence would be. He glanced at Futian, hoping he hadn't judged incorrectly. Okay. Wang Yuro nodded. She didn't trust Yi Futian yet. This was their first meeting. Who knew Yi Futian's strength? Cultivators tended to be blindly confident. Without the test of a good-sized battle, it was not easy for people to admit that they were as good, especially for those talented people. But Wang Yuro trusted Wang Linfeng. Another reason was that some of the 9 people she selected were not top talents. The battle would be very fierce. No force could have all its fighters survive. Usually, there would be no more than 3 people left to fight, so she would like to have a try and bet on Yi Futian's group. What about the things I asked for? Yi Futian asked Wang Linfeng. The barren state's map and the spiritual plant or something, right? Wang Linfeng asked. It's spirit refining grass, said Yi Futian. We have only one original version of the map, so I had someone transcribe one for you. It might not be exactly the same, but it's enough for you. Wang Linfeng took out a map and said, since you know the rules, you must know that you are going to face talents from the other 3 forces. If you 3 defeat 6 of them, I'll give you the map. As for the spirit refining grass, it's very expensive and rare. So if you defeat 12, I promise to get the plant for you. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. One last question. If I offend people of the 3 forces when fighting, what's the consequence? This was the 4 forces battle. If he defeated too many cultivators and harmed the interests of others, he would definitely get into trouble. He had to consider that. Rest assured. The battle of the 4 forces has been held for years. There are rules and people follow them. No one is allowed to have conflicts after the battle. Otherwise, there won't be so many people willing to fight. Retaliation won't happen, or the 4 forced would have gotten into too many troubles now, Wang Linfeng said. If they hate you, they will kill you only on the battlefield. Got it. Yi Futian nodded. He was confident he would defeat 12 people. Wang Yuro turned to the 9 people she'd selected and talked to 3 of them. The 3 looked sulky. One of them said, we promised to fight for the Wang family and we passed all the tests. Now we must leave like this, Miss Wang? That's right. Just because of his few words? Another person grumbled. The 3 were very indignant. What I have promised to you, I give you 3 times more, said Wang Yuro. The 3 looked at each other. They knew that they could not change the decision, and so they agreed. Follow me. Wang Yuro walked away. Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen, and Yu Sheng followed behind. Actually, Lulan Shui was also very excellent on the battlefield, but out of some concern, Yi Futian didn't let her participate. When the battle begins, Xingfeng and I will decide your order of fighting and your rivalries, Wang Yuro said to the people. Some people nodded. Yi Futian just glanced at that youth named Xingfeng. The line walked to the Wang family. Many of the people there looked over at them too. Yuro, are you confident about this battle? A senior of the Wang family asked. Grandpa, trust me. Wang Yuro nodded firmly. Good. That senior nodded with a smile. Yi Futian looked straight at the Yunyuan Merchant Union's members. Some of the people there also noticed Yi Futian's group. They were Lu Lan and Shimu, the dark sorcerer. Seeing Yi Futian appearing with the Wang family, Shimu was very interested. He said to Shanghai, Mr. Shang, look. Shanghai turned around and saw the Wang family. When seeing Yi Futian, his eyes sharpened. They too looked straight at each other across the distance. Chapter 404. First Battle, Yusheng. Chapter 404. First Battle, Yusheng. Aren't those the people that were kicked out of White Jade Tower? Dark Sorcerer Shimu said, grinning. Sorcerer Wu, the demon swordsman, and others all looked over with interest. Yi Futian getting kicked out was still fresh in their memories. It must have been interesting. That day, Shanghai and Shangqing had scattered spiritual stones on the ground. They'd all squatted down to pick it up before leaving. Now, they were representing the Wang family? Were they trying to regain their reputation that they'd lost in White Jade Tower? Interesting, the demon swordsman Duan Ke said, chuckling while holding his chest. Shanghai squinted and then laughed. Did they want to use these methods to get back at the humiliation? They must be dreaming. Brother, they're helping Wang Yuro. Shangqing giggled from the side. Shanghai had naturally seen Wang Yuro beside them. She was the cold beauty from the Wang family, but she was handsome and coldly arrogant. The youths of the 4 top forces always joked over who could take this thorny rose. He obviously had these thoughts before too. He didn't like her though. It was just the desire for men to take over things. I saw. Since Wang Yuro chose them, they probably have some skills, Shanghai said, chuckling. He didn't care though. Even if they were skilled, these nameless people couldn't be too powerful. This time, the battle was filled with monstrously talented people. Many extreme prides of Yunhua City would come. Yi Futian's group was nothing. It would be impressive if they could win some rounds. They'd most likely be cannon fodder. That's unfortunate. Wang Yuro is in the lower Arcana plane, so she'll probably go to that battlefield. We won't meet her. Shang Qing smiled. If they met, it would be interesting. That's not definite. Shanghai smiled. Other than the usual battles, there are other methods too, aren't there? Something flashed past Shang Qing's pretty eyes as she glanced at Shanghai. Did her brother want to keep humiliating them? Brother, you don't think White Jade Tower was enough? Shang Qing giggled. You're too much. Shanghai's smiling eyes also had some coldness. Since they wanted to represent the Wang family to regain their dignity, he would help them. He just wished they wouldn't be too weak. That wouldn't be too fun. Go tell Feiyu to take care of them, Shanghai said, smiling. Shang Qing nodded. Okay. With that, she went elsewhere. Shang Feiyu was the person representing them in the lower Arcana plane. People arrived gradually. The four top forces waited. The vast space became more serious and repressive. The people who came to watch stood far away, but they also felt the repressive atmosphere. The annual battle wasn't a simple battle. It pertained to the resource division of the next year. Cultivation resources determined their development. Currently, the Yunhua Merchant Union was the wealthiest and developed strongly. They were about to overshadow the other three. Because they had more resources, they could usually invite better people to fight for them. Their attraction was also stronger. Before, that was why Yang Ting wanted to help the Yunhua Merchant Union. They were wealthy and gave more. Of course, no force was stingy about this. It just depended on who was willing to spend more. At this time, a figure walked towards the Yunhua battle platform from the four forces. The vast space instantly silenced. The battle platform was big. The four figures walked in the same direction, the ancient battle drum in the center. The drum was very strange. It had four sides. The four figures all stood before one side. The strong cultivators of all forces looked over. A while later, someone raised a fist and slammed down on the drum. With a huge boom, the drum shook the sky. The vast space became extremely quiet. Everyone stopped talking. Yunhua Merchant Union, the person said. His voice rolled into the distance with the drumbeat. Boom. As soon as he spoke, the drum was beaten again. A voice said, Thunder Clan. After that, the representatives of the Wang family and Feng family both beat the drum. Drumbeats echoed through the sky. The vast space was silent. This was the ceremony before the battle. It was also a vow. They established the vow with the drum. It had been like this since the beginning. At the end of the battle, they would keep their promises. The four didn't come down after beating the drum. They stood before the ancient drum and turned around. Facing the people, they said, the rules are the same as before. The first battle is of the lower Arcana plane. It determines the distribution of spiritual stone mines. First place receives 40%, second place receives 30%, third place 20%, last place 10%. Any objections? There were countless mines within the city. No one family could take it all for themselves. It would lead to war. Thus, they followed this rule for many years. The four top forces would mine them together. The distribution ratio was determined by each year's battle. The first battle was the lower Arcana plane. It would determine the distribution of the spiritual stone mines. In the barren state, spiritual stones were the basis of cultivation. The importance of this battle went without saying. Each force would try their best and send their best people. The helpers were chosen carefully. No objections, the head of the Yunhua Merchant Union said from their place. No objections, the heads of the Thunder Clan, Wang family, and Feng family also said. To the battle platform, a figure before the drum said. Instantly, strong cultivators from four directions walked out. From the Wang family, Wang Yuro brought Yi Futian's group over. Countless eyes fell on them. Yi Futian also felt the serious atmosphere. He was shocked that the four forces would use this method to distribute resources. The pressure felt by the fighters went without saying. No wonder nobles weren't allowed. A noble battle of this importance would be hard to control. He had to admit that this method was strange, but it was logical. Each force sent one core disciple and 9 helpers to fight. They walked to 4 places and stopped. Wang Yuro sat onto the ground. The others also sat down. Yi Futian's trio sat as well. The strong cultivators of the other 3 forces also sat down. Yang Ting had told Yi Futian the rules. Those on the battle platform would fight in order. For example, the Yunhua Merchant Union would send people for the first battle. The second battle would be by another force. As for the target, there was no rule. They could challenge anyone. When there was no one left, the first round would be over. During this, the core disciples wouldn't fight. The helpers who remained would enter the second and final round with them. Of course, it was possible their helpers were all defeated, and they would be alone. It would be dangerous to fight against the others. For example, if Wang Yuro was the only one left from the Wang family, but the other 3 forces had helpers, who would be eliminated first in the next round? It went without saying. The 3 would definitely eliminate Wang Yuro first. Thus, the abilities of the helpers were very important. It affected the result directly. The Yunhua Merchant Union won last year. Today, they will fight first. The 4 before the battle drum acted as the judge. Instantly, countless eyes went to the 10 of the Yunhua Merchant Union. Shang Feiyu led many strong cultivators and had invited 2 powerful people. At this time, Shang Feiyu's eyes went directly to the Wang family. Wang Yuro arched an eyebrow. Then a figure walked out. This person was clad in silver white. He had flowing long hair and was handsome. Zhou Xiaoyun. Everyone's eyes flashed. Some recognized him. He looked at the Wang family. Icy spiritual qi gathered into a silver spear. He pointed it at the Wang family and he said, "I challenge the Wang family." Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Zhou Xiaoyun was looking straight at him. He understood that the Yunhua Merchant Union was targeting him. Zhou Xiaoyun, 3rd-tier Arcana Plane, Martial Arts and Sorcery. He is most skilled in ice sorcery and spear. His spear contains spells and can slow you down. This battle requires speed. You can't be fooled by his spears. Wang Yuro seemed to be talking to herself. Then she looked at Yi Futian's group. Send someone for battle. She would test their abilities through this. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Sheng stood up. His burly body almost blocked everyone's vision. He walked out. Remember, in quickly, Wang Yuro reminded. Yu Sheng didn't reply. He walked out to Zhou Xiaoyun. Instantly, countless eyes fell onto the 2. Yang Ting and Yang Yi watched nervously. This battle was very important. Of course, no one was more nervous than Wang Linfeng. Standing in the crowd, he stared forward, fists clenched tightly. His heart seemed to stop. This battle could determine his fate. If Yu Sheng lost, it meant he'd been wrong. Whoosh! Wang Linfeng took a deep breath and exhaled. His eyes shone brilliantly. He gambled his future for this battle. Chapter 405. Apologize. Chapter 405. Apologize. Nobody knew how nervous Wang Linfeng was. Opposite the members of Wang family, Shanghai and Shangqing from Yunhua Business Alliance seemed to be very relaxed as they looked at the arena, smiling. The people whom they had chased out of Yunhua Business Alliance appeared in front of them again in such a way. Were they trying to prove themselves? Shanghai was looking forward to the outcome. The people beside him, including Fire Girl Lu Lan and Black Sorcerer Shimu, all looked at the arena calmly. At the center of the Yunhua battle platform, Zhou Xiaoyun waved his spear, around which ice danced. He was wearing a silver armor, and his long hair danced elegantly in the air. This was his first battle on the Yunhua battle platform. In this battle, he would let everyone in Yunhua City remember his name. Buzz. Zhou Xiaoyun pointed his spear in Yu Sheng's direction. The region around him turned colder and colder, and the water elemental spiritual qi in the area turned into ice will, resonating with his body. Slowly, a wave of ice will covered the center of the battle platform. However, Yu Sheng only stood there in silence. He neither spoke nor moved. It was as if he was a mere statue. What is he doing? Wang Yuro frowned. Yu Sheng was very burly so clearly. He was a warrior who cultivated martial arts. Against a sorcerer, he actually stood at his spot without moving. Was he trying to kill himself? A warrior should attack first. Ideally, he should get closer to his opponent to have a close-ranged combat which would increase his win rate significantly. Did he not even know this? She had already reminded Yusheng twice that he should end the battle quickly. A martial arts cultivator must not drag a battle against a sorcerer, especially when the sorcerer was skilled in ice elemental abilities. The longer the battle, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for the warrior. The battle between the four factions was very important, so she had obviously collected information of her opponent. Therefore, she knew Zhuo Xiaoyan's way of fighting. He would first use spells to affect his opponent. Once he got the upper hand, he would strike with his spear. With his spells slowing the spiritual energy and movement of his opponent, he would win the fight easily. Just watch, Futian said emotionlessly. Wang Yuro was somewhat unhappy and glanced at Futian, but she did not say anything else. Facts would prove themselves. She should just watch the battle. She hoped that she would not be too disappointed. The battle platform became colder and colder, while ice will gradually engulf Yusheng's body, causing a layer of frost to appear on his body. Noticing that Yusheng was still standing at his spot, Zhuo Xiaoyan gave a mocking smile and remarked, "I didn't expect the opponent in my first battle to be an idiot." After that, he suddenly charged forward at an incredible speed. "Freeze!" he shouted coldly. Right away, the frost covering Yusheng's body solidified and clear crackling sounds were actually heard. Yusheng's body was slowly frozen and the ice will started to seep into his body. This would cause him to lose his ability to fight and even freeze his blood. Even if he could not be frozen totally, he would be significantly slowed and his judgment skills would also be affected. Why did Wang family send such an idiot onto the stage? A strange expression appeared on the faces of many. Even a few leaders on the Wang family viewing platform frowned and glanced at where Wang Yuro was sitting. She should not make this kind of mistakes. Why did she use such a person? At this instant, Wang Linfeng could even feel his face turning pale and his body trembling. Why is this happening? Why is this the outcome? A warrior would no longer be able to fight after being frozen. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoyan could definitely kill Yusheng in a single hit with his spear. Seeing the scene, Wang Yuro could finally no longer remain calm and said coldly, "Idiot." She had never seen such a stupid martial arts cultivator who would stand still to allow his opponent to cast a spell on him. "Shut up." Hearing that Wang Yuro actually scolded Yusheng, Futian looked at her with a cold expression. Wang Yuro similarly stared at Futian coldly and did not avoid his stare at all. All this happened in a short instant. On the Yunhua battle platform, Zhuo Xiaoyan stomped on the ground and ascended into the air, after which he made a handsome maneuver midair. He was actually displaying his skills on the stage, as if he was absolutely confident that he would win. Seeing his action, everyone knew how confident he was. To Zhuo Xiaoyan, this battle was too easy and meaningless. With his rotating body and handsome posture, the spear in his hand pierced forward towards Yusheng's throat like a bolt of lightning. He wanted to kill his opponent in one strike. "Boring," Shanghai said emotionlessly with a mocking sneer on his face. He thought that Yusheng would at least try to resist, but instead, the battle was so uninteresting. Wang Yuro withdrew her stare and no longer looked at Futian. Instead, she looked at Yusheng, regretting her willfulness. If Futian and Wuchen were also like this, she would be sending them on the stage only for her opponents to humiliate. On the Yunhua battle platform, the silvery ice lightning was only an inch away from Yusheng's body. Everyone thought that the battle had already ended. However, when the spear almost reached the statue-like body, the frozen Yusheng suddenly moved. He just moved in such a ridiculous way. He took a step back and raised his hand, grabbing towards the spear. Huh. At this instant, the pupils of countless people contracted. What was happening? How could someone already frozen by a spell still move? Their thoughts only managed to flash across their minds. In the next instant, the spear almost touched Yusheng's throat, but simultaneously a dazzling golden radiance flashed on Yusheng's frozen palm, crushing the ice wall directly. Then, the spear, which was only an inch away from his throat, suddenly stopped. It just stopped in the air suddenly, but ironically it seemed all so natural. The front part of the silvery spear was held firmly by a hand. The terrifying strike was actually stopped without any suspense. Similarly, Zhuo Xiaoyan's body was stopped in the air, along with his cool action. He was still in the posture of piercing his spear down. His long hair danced in the air, and he still looked elegant and extraordinary. However, instead of complacency, his face was only filled with fear. He saw a monstrous pair of eyes. The body which he had frozen, the person whom he thought was an idiot, just stared at him like that. Yu Sheng's calm eyes caused him to be deeply frightened. Zhuo Xiaoyan also did not know why he felt scared. It only came from his instinct. Crack! A clear sound was heard as the spear condensed from spiritual qi was broken into two. Recovering from the surprise, Zhuo Xiaoyan let go of his spear and wanted to back off. However, he would clearly not have the chance to do so. Yu Sheng took a step forward and his palm slid forward along the broken spear, his action looking smooth and natural. Then, he grabbed the arm of Zhuo Xiaoyan who was trying to escape. At this instant, Zhuo Xiaoyan only felt that his body froze in the air and could not move completely. He tried to put his arm out but realized that it did not move at all. In the next moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan's body flew into the air. He was lifted by Yu Sheng until he was upside down, after which he was smashed towards the other direction. Bang! A shockingly loud noise erupted, shaking everyone's heart. Because the force was too great, Zhuo Xiaoyan even bounced up slightly from the ground. Then, he just lied there, twitching occasionally. He had always fantasized that he could become famous in one battle and display his unparalleled grace so that the people in Yunhua City would remember him. Perhaps, the people in Yunhua City would really remember him. However, he would only form the background. Yu Sheng started walking back. From the start to the end, he did not say anything. With just a simple action, he ended the battle. Many people had not even recovered from their surprise until now, and they only stared blankly at the burly figure who was walking towards Wang family. How is this possible? Shanghai froze at his spot, and he looked absolutely startled. Beside him, Shangqing also stared at the Yunhua battle platform, stunned. The difference was too huge. Black Sorcerer Shimu, Fire Girl Lu Lan, Sorcerer Wu, and Demon Swordsman were all puzzled as if they had seen something very strange. On the other hand, in the Wang family direction, Wang Linfeng clenched his fists firmly. Even his body trembled in anxiousness as he stared at the figure before him. From hell to heaven, he knew that he had won his bet. Furthermore, the outcome was even better than he had imagined. Interesting. The members of Wang family all smiled. The first battle had already given them a surprise. It seemed like Euro indeed had great vision, and they could ask her to do things without worrying. Little did they know that Wang Euro was also extremely shocked at the moment. She gazed at the returning figure and had yet to recover from the astonishment. "Apologize," someone said coldly. Wang Euro was stunned and withdrew her roaming thoughts. She looked at Futian who was beside her, but Futian only stared back coldly. She knew that Futian asked her to apologize because she called Yu Sheng an idiot earlier. She stared firmly at Futian, and the people around them also looked at Futian in surprise. He actually asked Wang Euro to apologize. "I was only being anxious." Wang Euro gave a charming smile. Although she had given a reason, she did not really apologize. "Wuchen," Futian shouted, after which he stood up. Wuchen understood him immediately and similarly stood up. Wang Euro was stunned. Looking at Futian who was getting up, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Let's go," Futian said, after which he actually turned around. Countless people looked at him, and Wang Euro was totally bewildered. Wang Linfeng also looked at the scene in surprise. What was happening? At this moment, many thoughts raced across Wang Euro's minds, which included anger. Futian was actually leaving in front of everyone else. She also felt somewhat worried. After all, she had invited them here, so if they left. In addition, Yu Sheng's performance had indeed been eye-catching. "I'm sorry," Wang Euro said. Futian stopped, turned around, and glanced at Wang Euro emotionlessly. Then, he sat down again. Yu Sheng had also returned from the stage. He had no idea what had happened and only sat beside Futian quietly. The people around them all looked at Futian in amazement. This guy is really arrogant. Looking in front of him, Futian said coldly, I hope that this will never happen again. Wang Yuro stared at him and gritting her teeth, she replied, all right. She felt somewhat unhappy. Futian seemed to be excessively arrogant and ignored her presence completely. I hope that his power is enough to support his arrogance, she thought. Chapter 406. Wang Linfeng's Victory. Chapter 406. Wang Linfeng's Victory. Xing Feng, the genius whom Wang Yuro had personally invited, was sitting on her left. At the moment, Xing Feng looked in front of him and said, the battle has just begun. We shouldn't be too serious about some trivial stuff. After all, our aim is all the same, isn't it? Then, he glanced at Futian, who was on the other side. Trivial stuff? Futian glanced coldly at Xing Feng and added, it ends now. Xing Feng gave a slight nod. Although Xiaoyun has a small reputation, his power is mediocre and he is way too arrogant. He actually underestimated his opposite like this. Our real challenge is still to come. In all the four forces, there are powerful people that will only show up much later. Therefore, in the subsequent battles, you must cooperate with me and Yuro. Try your best to eliminate some people from the other three clans. As long as you can ensure that they have no more people than us in the end, you can leave the rest to me and Yuro. Futian was puzzled and glanced at Xing Feng in surprise, after which he looked at Wang Yuro, who looked calm and did not say anything. Clearly, she approved how Xing Feng had addressed her. Smiling, Futian immediately managed to guess certain things. After Yushang displayed such a powerful combat ability, Xing Feng, however, only touched on this battle lightly. At the same time, he said those words to remind the people here that in Wang family, he and Wang Yuro were the key players. The rest were only here to support them in the fights and only needed to try and eliminate the people from the other forces. Xing Feng did not want Yushang to steal his thunder and hinder him from chasing the beauty. No problem, Futian replied, smiling. Yushang fought in that way not to attract attention. It was his usual way of fighting. In Futian's opinion, they should try to keep a low profile. Thus, they only needed to win and did not have to display all their powers. Since Xing Feng had said this, he was obviously happy to agree. Suddenly, Futian thought of something and asked Wang Yuro, if the other three parties have no people left before the 12 battles, what will happen? They had agreed that if they could win 12 battles, Futian would receive a spirit refining grass. However, if the Eliminate tournament caused him to have fewer than 12 battles in the first place, he would obviously not meet the target. This would normally not happen. If the other forces have nobody left, and among the three of you there is at least one left, you'll still get what you want, Wang Yuro replied. Futian nodded lightly. Futian could clearly understand what Wang Yuro meant. Suppose they had the most number of people present, the other three parties would definitely not allow the situation to continue and would challenge them one after the other. Furthermore, Wang Yuro knew that apart from Xing Feng, many people would have been eliminated from the tournament towards the end. This meant that if Futian and his team were still on the battlefield at the end, they would have enough fights. At the moment, someone from Feng family also walked onto the Unueb battle platform and challenged Thunder Clan. It was as if they deliberately wanted to keep some kind of balance in the tournament. In this battle, the cultivator from Feng family lost. The person who walked out first would always be in a disadvantageous position as his opponent would choose someone who could fight him effectively. Suddenly, someone near the battle drum said, Wang family, send someone onto the stage. It was the third battle, and Wang family's turn to challenge someone. Do you want to go? Wang Yuro asked Futian. Of course. Futian nodded, after which he said, Yushang. Yushang again? Wang Yuro squinted. Yushang stood up and Wang Yuro also did not say anything else. After all, she did not care about who Futian sent, as long as they could ensure that in the last part of the tournament they would not be jointly attacked by the other three forces. Yushang walked towards the Unueb battle platform slowly, and a strange expression appeared on the faces of many. Only a short amount of time had passed since his last battle, and many people were still thinking about it. Wang family had sent him out again. The people from the other three forces also felt that something was amiss. In the first battle, he could be considered a surprise. However, it would be meaningless to send him again now. The party which he challenged would be prepared and send someone strong. What was Wang Yuro thinking? At the moment, Wang Yuro was thinking about whether or not she could know how strong Yusheng really was in this battle. Although the battle just now looked very shocking, it was mainly due to the sudden change in the situation. Yusheng was so mighty, and Xiaoyun made a mistake by going close to him, causing him to lose in a single hit. However, this battle would not be so easy again. In the Wang family, Wang Linfeng also did not understand why they had sent Yusheng. What tactic was this? Little did they know that Yi Futian had not considered any tactics at all. Since everyone had seen Yusheng's combat power, he would send him again to defeat his opponent by force. Who wants to fight me? Yusheng looked at Yunhua Business Alliance. He would not forget what happened in the White Jade Tower. Shang Feiyu glanced at the burly figure. Beside him, someone said lightly, "Can I go?" "It's not appropriate for you to fight now." Shang Feiyu shook his head. Then, he looked at a person behind him and said, "Li Kuei, you go?" "All right." Li Kuei stood up and walked towards the Yunhua battle platform. He was half naked and was not wearing any shirts, while his lower body was covered in armor. When he walked, even the ground seemed to be trembling. His enormous body seemed to be filled with wild power. It's him. Yi Futian had seen this person. When he just arrived at the White Jade Tower, two other people also walked into the restaurant. One of them was Fire Girl, who had come on a blue phoenix, while the other person was precisely Li Kuei. Li Kuei approached Yusheng. He looked serious and did not underestimate his opponent at all. After watching Yusheng strike in the last battle, he could obviously feel how powerful Yusheng was. This fight would not be easy. Boom! A wild aura suddenly erupted from Li Kuei's body. A golden radiance enveloped his body, and behind him, a giant demon appeared. It was a golden bull that looked majestic and powerful. An extremely violent aura swept across like a storm. Li Kuei was at the center of the golden storm, and he was filled with endless power. Looking at Yusheng, he said, "Release your life spirit and dharma." Yusheng glanced emotionlessly at Li Kuei and said, "Make your attack." Li Kuei was stunned. Staring at Yusheng, he said, "Without your life spirit, how do you fight me?" Yusheng was somewhat impatient and suddenly walked forward. Following a loud bang, even the battle platform seemed to be trembling. Dong, dong, dong. Yusheng just started to walk directly towards Li Kuei, who was staring firmly at his opponent. Was Yusheng going to fight him without his life spirit and dharma? Yusheng was really looking down on him. You'll regret this. The aura around Li Kuei became even wilder, and a golden current ascended into the sky. He stepped forward and faintly, a golden demon bull seemed to be charging out towards Yusheng. His body was covered with a huge golden bull which had given him an extremely wild power. Then, he charged towards the incoming Yusheng. Such a strong power. Looking at the battle platform, everyone was amused. The two people approached each other and finally collided. At this instant, there seemed to be a real golden bull trampling and destroying everything in its path. Even Yusheng's burly body was enveloped by the terrifying golden storm and engulfed by the enormous illusion. However, inside the storm, Yusheng punched out. Scram! Li Kuei roared in anger. With his body covered in the illusory golden bull, he was like a gigantic demon bull which was charging forward, attempting to eliminate everything. Looking at his power, everyone from the four forces could not keep calm. The people from Yunhua Business Alliance this time were all really strong. Li Kuei was only the third strongest, and there were two more people before him. Yusheng's fist finally landed onto the huge demon bull. Dong! At this instant, Li Kuei only felt his heart miss a beat. Then, the fist penetrated through the golden storm directly, and the illusory golden bull was crushed into pieces. Yusheng's fist smashed onto Li Kuei's chest. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, Li Kuei felt his body fly into the sky and his bones all broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood, after which he fell down and landed in the Yunhua Business Alliance region. Yusheng withdrew his fist. Turning around, he walked back and only left everyone with the elegant view of his back. Again, he instantly defeated his opponent in a single punch. Shang Feiyu looked at the scene before him in bewilderment. Raising his head, he stared at the figure in the distance and his face darkened. Turning around, he glanced at Shanghai and Shangqing. At the moment, The two were also flabbergasted. However, Shanghai and Shangqing would still not admit their mistake in White Jade Tower. Instead of regret, their minds were only filled with cold, murderous intent. Looking at Yushang, who was walking back, Wang Yuro's eyes were filled with astonishment. At this instant, she obviously realized that she had underestimated Yushang's power. Yushang was definitely a genius, and it was very likely that nobody on the battlefield could compare with him in terms of just physical power. Puff. She took in a deep breath. It seemed like she had to change her tactics as Yushang had the chance to stay until the end. Suddenly, on the Wang family viewing platform, the leader of Wang family asked, "Who is he?" Because he trusted Wang Yuro's abilities, he had handed everything regarding the lower arcana plane fights completely to her and allowed her to use resources to invite cultivators. In any case, he still knew who Wang Yuro had invited. However, 3 of the participants were changed just before the fight, and he actually could not recognize them. The people around him all shook their heads. Nobody knew who Yushang was. "I think that Wang Linfeng invited them for Yuro. Just now I saw him discussing this with Yuro," someone said. The eyes of the leader sparkled and he said, "Ask him to come." "Wang Linfeng," someone said. Wang Linfeng, who was immersed in excitement, turned his head and saw many people near the leader of Wang family looking at him. "Come here," the leader said. "Leader, yes." Wang Linfeng bowed and nodded. Then, he walked towards the leader of Wang family. At this moment, he knew that he had won. Yushang had only used 2 battles to win him the bet. Wang Linfeng, who was not in the main branch of Wang family, had never been noticed by the leader. Now, he finally had the chance to walk towards the main stage of Wang family. Wang Linfeng could hardly contain his excitement at the moment. He had to thank Shanghai and Shangqing from Yunhua Business Alliance for this. Chapter 407. Keeping a Low Profile. Chapter 407. Keeping a low profile on the Yunhua battle platform, the battle continued. It was the 4th battle and ThunderClan's turn to challenge someone. As a reciprocation, ThunderClan chose Feng family and eventually lost the fight as its cultivator was being effectively targeted. Both clans had 1 victory and 1 loss each. After 1 round of battle, ThunderClan and Feng family each lost a member. The Wang family did not lose anyone, and Yunhua Business Alliance lost 2. The second round began, and it was Yunhua Business Alliance's turn to send someone again. "You go," Shang Feiyu said to a person whose hair was fire red. The person opened his eyes and a firebolt shot out from his eyes. Nodding gently, he stood up and walked towards the Yunhua battle platform. Demonic Blood Palm Nye Yun. Everyone's pupil contracted. This was one of the 2 most powerful lower arcana plane cultivators in Yunhua Business Alliance. He was known as the Demonic Blood Palm because his palm techniques were extremely deadly and could instantly kill his opponents, shattering their organs into pieces. Furthermore, apart from possessing mighty close combat abilities, he was also adept in wind elemental spells and had cultivated agility skills. In Yunhua City, Nye Yun was a famous genius. Nobody expected him to go onto the stage so quickly. However, everyone could understand why Shang Feiyu had decided to do so. This time, they had to challenge another clan and were still on the passive side. If Wang family still chose to send Yushang, Yunhua Business Alliance would lose 3 people and have a lower chance of winning in the end. He had to win 1 battle for now. Therefore, Demonic Blood Palm Nye Yun walked out in advance. With his eyes red as blood, Nye Yun stared at Wang Yuro and said, "I challenge Wang family." Countless people looked at the burly figure in the Wang family's direction. Would he accept the challenge again? Many people guessed that Yushang was a mysterious cultivator whom the Wang family had invited. Indeed, he caught everyone by surprise and instantly defeated 2 people from Yunhua Business Alliance. However, at the moment Yunhua Business Alliance had sent Yunhua onto the stage. If Yushang accepted the challenge, it would be equivalent to the 2 clans having their decisive battle in advance. Yunhua Business Alliance was forced to make this move. Would Wang family dare to accept it? Yi Futian stared at Wang Yuro. Since Wang Yuro had said that she would decide on the order in which they would participate in the battle, he had no objections. Demonic Blood Palm Nye Yun, a top genius, Wang Yuro reminded Yi Futian. Then, she said to a person behind her, "Lin Qing, go." The person's face immediately turned pale. Did she just ask him to fight Nye Yun? The outcome of the battle was obvious. He clearly knew that he was sent only to lose. In addition, demonic blood palm was an extremely dangerous person. He was ferocious and could kill his opponent in one hit. Nevertheless, since he had accepted Wang family's invitation to the battle, he did not have any other choices. The situation of any battlefield was indeed unpredictable. He also did not expect himself to fight Nye Yun. Standing up, he walked towards the Yunhua battle platform, looking somewhat desperate. Yi Futian glanced at Wang Yuro. It seemed that after seeing Yu Sheng's powers, Wang Yuro had changed her plan. She wanted to keep Yu Sheng to the end instead of having the decisive battle in advance, because she was also worried that in the latter case the other two clans would reap the spoils effortlessly. If Wang family and Yunhua business alliance fought too hard at the start, causing their strongest members to be eliminated, Thunder Clan and Feng family would target them at the end without hesitation. What Wang Yuro did not know was that even demonic blood palm Nye Yun was completely no match for Yu Sheng. Just like expected, Lin Qing lost terribly. After taking just a single strike, he was severely injured and taken down from the stage by others. Although there were generous rewards for participating in the battle of the four factions, there was also an intense danger. Wang Yuro looked on calmly. Lin Qing was the weakest person in her party, and therefore she had chosen him to be eliminated. Every year during this battle, the four clans would fight each other with their wits and strengths. Even if Yu Sheng could really win Nye Yun, Wang Yuro would also not send him. Otherwise, she would destroy the balance and the other three clans would jointly target Wang family. It was all right to have an advantage, but certainly not a huge one. Li Kuei was quite a powerful cultivator and indeed the third strongest in Yunhua Business Alliance. They had already gained a lot after Yu Sheng eliminated him from the tournament. Just like the previous round, the Feng family challenged the Thunder Clan and lost for the same reason. Next, it was Wang family's turn again. Wang Yuro still did not send Yi Futian or his friends onto the stage. Instead, she sent another person who was similarly among the weakest in her party. Shang Feiyu sneered and sent someone who won the fight easily. Yuro deliberately sent two people to lose. The cultivators from Wang family naturally knew Wang Yuro's tactics. She had sent the weakest two onto the stage to keep the subtle balance on the Yunhua battle platform. The leader of Wang family nodded his head in satisfaction as he really liked Wang Yuro's decision. If they kept sending out strong people and gained a huge advantage, it would slowly turn into a disadvantage instead. She knew how to make a choice and keep a good balance in the arena. After that, Thunder Clan also sent someone who lost to Feng family. After the second round, the four clans each lost two people in the tournament and everything seemed to have returned to its original state. The third round began, and it was Yunhua Business Alliance's turn again. This time, however, Shang Feiyu did not send Nye Yun. A person walked out from Yunhua Business Alliance and stood at the center of the platform, looking in Wang family's direction. Obviously, he was here to challenge Wang family. The four forces seemed to have reached a hidden consensus. He mainly cultivates spells and is skilled in ice and metal elements. He is good in both offense and defense and is also quite a famous sorcerer, Wang Yuro introduced. Then, she turned her head and looked at Yi Futian. Can you win? No problem, Yi Futian replied. I'm not talking about Yu Sheng. I mean you, Wang Yuro added. Yes. Yi Futian still nodded. All right, you shall go then. Wang Yuro turned her head back. Yi Futian stood up and walked to the center of the Yunhua battle platform. In Yunhua Business Alliance, many people saw Yi Futian and started paying more attention. He was with Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen, and among them, he seemed to be the leader. Yu Sheng had already displayed his talents. What about him? Shanghai, Shangqing, Lu Lan, and Sorcerer Wu all seemed to be interested. Apart from them, the people near the leader of Wang family were also interested in Yi Futian's powers. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yi Wuchen were swapped into the battle just before it started. They wondered how strong Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were. In the next fight, they would see for themselves one of them. Long He and Yi Futian stood opposite each other. Suddenly, a golden and white radiance glittered around them and a wave of coldness swept past, along with a sharp aura. On the other hand, Yi Futian's body was surrounded with a flame-red radiance which was condensed from fire elemental spiritual qi. It was as if his body was covered with fire, which eliminated the coldness. Long He waved his hand, and a spell was cast at once. Immediately, Futian's surrounding was filled with ice will. Around him, many ice pillars appeared and actually started to wind like vines, attempting to engulf him. Futian walked forward, but the terrifying ice pillars blocked his path and sealed the space. However, Futian did not stop at all and continued advancing. The fire on his body was like a furnace which melted the ice pillars. Soon, he walked out of the frozen space directly. Buzz. Long He waved his hand fiercely. Suddenly, many golden pythons swept towards Futian, blotting out the sky. On Futian's body, the frightening furnace-like fire was still burning wildly. He charged towards the incoming spells which were melted into nothingness upon touching his body. Therefore, he managed to dash towards Long He directly. Seeing the scene, Long He's expression changed slightly. Then, he released his life spirit and dharma, which was an enormous python. The gigantic python had two colors, gold and white, corresponding to the two elements. The python breathed out, and the ice elemental spiritual chi around him charged wildly towards Futian. The space itself seemed to have turned into a silvery world, and even the audience could feel waves of coldness. After that, many monstrous golden pythons charged towards Futian's body again. Suddenly, a splashing sound was heard. In the silvery world, countless vines bloomed from Futian's body and towards the huge pythons. The vines wound around the pythons and flames burst out from the vines, incinerating all of them. At the same time, the vines continued to extend wildly and broke out from the frozen world directly, sweeping towards Long He's body. His spells are stronger than Long He's. Everyone's eyes sparkled. The outcome of a battle between two sorcerers depended on the relative powers of their spells. Clearly, Long He was suppressed. The giant python charged out, but the countless vines wound around the python directly. Then, they continued forward and destroyed everything in their path. Soon, they wrapped around Long He's body and lifted him into the air. What spell is this? Long He froze in his spot. Why is this wood elemental spell so powerful? Lock of 1,000 vines, Futian replied. It can't be. That is only an ordinary wood elemental spell, and not this powerful. Although Long He was not talented in wood elemental spells, he still knew about them. It is this powerful in my hands. Futian smiled. Then, the vines smashed Long He towards the ground. I admit defeat. Long He shouted. His body stopped right before he was about to hit the ground, after which he was thrown in Unravel Business Alliance's direction. The spells disappeared. Futian turned around and walked back to Wang family. Looking at his back, Shanghai and Shangqing's eyes were filled with coldness. Futian was actually also quite strong. Although he was not as powerful as Yushang, he was certainly not weak. The people from Wang family all nodded slightly. Although they were not too surprised, the outcome was still favorable. After Futian sat back down in his seat, Wang Yuro said softly, "Not bad." Futian smiled and did not say anything else. The battle continued, and just like the previous rounds, after the third round ended, the balance between the four forces was still maintained. The fourth and the fifth rounds continued. Wuchen also participated in one battle. Just like Futian, this single-armed swordsman did not astonish everyone, but his sword skills were still commendable and he defeated his opponent. After the 5 rounds, the 4 forces each had 5 cultivators left. The atmosphere around the battlefield turned even tenser. Everyone knew that after keeping the balance for 5 rounds, the cultivators who managed to remain were all very powerful. The situation could change at any time. Be careful. Next, the real battle is starting, Wang Yuro reminded. Apart from her, they only had 4 assisting cultivators left, namely Xingfeng, Futian, and his 2 friends. Because Futian, Yushang, and Wuchen all had a good performance, Wang Yuro had decided to keep them until now. It seemed that Wang Linfeng was indeed right in his choice. Chapter 408. Not allowed to win? Chapter 408. Not allowed to win? The 6th round still started with Unravel Business Alliance. At the moment, apart from Shang Feiyu, the 4 remaining cultivators in Unravel Business Alliance were all very powerful, especially Demonic Blood Palm Nye Yun and Yi Shao, the strongest assisting cultivator in the lower Arcana Plane section. Xiao was also the person who posed the biggest threat to the other three clans. If Xiao could stay until the end with Shang Feiyu, but the assisting cultivators from 2 out of the 3 other forces were already eliminated by then, the outcome of the tournament would be decided. In the first part of the previous tournament between the 4 factions, Yunyue Business Alliance had emerged first while ThunderClan second. The reason was that Yunyue Business Alliance had invited a very strong cultivator to assist them. He eliminated all the assisting cultivators from Wang family and Feng family, but did not touch the people from the Thunder Clan. The reason was simple. If he did also eliminate the assisting cultivators from the Thunder Clan, in the final battle, the other 3 forces would jointly attack Yunyue Business Alliance as they would have more people left. On the other hand, by not eliminating the cultivators from Thunder Clan, Yunyue Business Alliance and Thunder Clan would each eliminate one other family by themselves in the final battle, after which they would fight. This time, Yixiao also posed an extremely large threat to the rest. Apart from Yixiao and demonic blood palm Nye Yun, there were 2 other assisting cultivators, namely Broadsword Master and Gu Yun. Broadsword Master was a nickname this particular cultivator obtained after being famous because of his broadsword techniques. The other 3 forces speculated that he was about as strong as Li Kuei, whom Yu Sheng had defeated, perhaps even more dangerous, because his broadsword was too quick and cold. Gu Yun was the weakest among the 4, but was still known by quite many. At the moment, nobody remaining on the Yunyue battle platform was weak. Just like what many had guessed, Gu Yun walked out from Yunyue Business Alliance this time. As the champion of the last tournament, Yunyue Business Alliance would obviously not break the balance actively. It would be fine as long as they were not too far behind. Although they had already lost Li Kuei, their disadvantage would disappear as the tournament continued, and all the forces only had 4 assisting cultivators left. Gu Yun still challenged Wang family. Who wants to go? Wang Yuro asked. At the moment, only Xingfeng, Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen were still in the tournament. Yu Shang, Yi Futian said. Wang Yuro nodded gently. They could no longer afford any mistakes now, so it would be good for Yu Shang to go. When it was their turn, one of Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen would have to be sacrificed. Yu Shang walked out, and Gu Yun's face turned somewhat pale. He knew his powers. Since Li Kuei was defeated in a single hit, he would certainly not win. Nobody doubted the outcome of this battle. Just like the previous 2 fights, Yu Shang ended the battle in just 1 hit without any suspense. Then, it was Feng family's turn. Similarly, they sent their weakest member to be sacrificed. Just like Wang family, Thunder Clan sent a powerful person who easily defeated their opponent. In such a situation, nobody wanted to become the weakest one. After that, it was Wang family again. This time, who will go? Wang Yuro asked. Among these 3 people, one had to be eliminated now. Wuchen, you or me? Yi Futian asked. I'll go, Yi Wuchen replied. Standing up, he walked towards the Yunyue battle platform. Wang Yuro did not say anything. Yu Sheng must not be eliminated now. It seemed that between Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen, they had chosen Yi Wuchen to be sacrificed. Yunyue Business Alliance. Yi Wuchen was carrying 2 swords behind his back. One of his arms was missing, and the long sleeve swung in the wind. He still chose to challenge Yunyue Business Alliance. Who's willing to go? Shang Feiyu asked. At the moment, he had 3 cultivators left beside him, and none of them was weak, to say the least. Any of them should be able to defeat Yi Wuchen without difficulty. They had all watched Yi Wuchen's previous battle. His sword techniques were fine, but not strong enough. I'll go, Broadsword Master said. Since Yi Wuchen was a swordsman, he would be more than happy to eliminate Yi Wuchen. All right. Shang Feiyu nodded. Then, Broadsword Master approached the center of the battle platform and stood opposite Yi Wuchen. Your sword is too slow. You should go down yourself, Broadsword Master said. Looking at Yi Wuchen, he had paid close attention to Yi Wuchen's previous battle from the start to the end. Yi Wuchen's skills were not bad but too slow. With such skills, Yi Wuchen would not stand a chance against him. I don't have such a habit, Yi Wuchen replied calmly. If I take my broadsword out, I can't promise that you can leave alive, Broadsword Master said coldly. Everyone agreed with Broadsword Master's words. He was comparable to Li Kuei, but his broadsword was even more dangerous as it could kill his opponent in one strike. If he really fought, nobody could promise that Yi Wuchen would leave alive. You talk too much, Yi Wuchen said. A gust of sword will circled around his body. Immediately, it was as if he turned into a sharp sword drawn from the sheath. Many traces of sword will flew on his body. Since you want to die, I'll grant you that, Broadsword Master said emotionlessly. Similarly, a powerful gust of broadsword will filled his body. In his hand, broadsword will condensed into a broadsword. Broadsword Master turned his hand slightly, and a cold light was reflected from the blade. Coincidentally, perhaps, the freezing light actually shot towards Yi Wuchen's eyes. Yi Wuchen still looked at his opponent calmly as he stood straight at his spot. Buzz! A frightening gust of wind suddenly swept across, in which broadsword will was actually fused. The chilly wind blew onto Yi Wuchen's body, just like the cold light from the blade. The whizzing wind grew in intensity and turned into broadsword will that enveloped the space like a storm of blades. Yi Wuchen and Broadsword Master were both inside the storm. Broadsword Master walked towards Yi Wuchen step by step. The broadsword will around him became stronger with every step that he took. As he wandered inside the storm of blades, the terrifying environment tried to crush Yi Wuchen, who was at the center of the storm, into pieces. He's in danger, Wang Yuro reminded Yi Futian. It was very likely that Broadsword Master would kill his opponent. Let's just watch, Yi Futian replied emotionlessly. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Wang Yuro did not say anything else. Since they had chosen this themselves, they would not be able to blame her even if something unfortunate happened. Many people could sense how strong Broadsword Master was at the moment. Watch closely, Broadsword Master suddenly said. Then, his body seemed to have dissolved into the storm. When Yi Wuchen heard his words, the broadsword appeared. The broadsword reached towards Yi Wuchen along with the wind. The lightning-like strike was so fast that many people could not even react. The blade merged with the wind and struck down. Many people could not bear watching the fight anymore. What would happen to Yi Wuchen after the hit? The blade finally landed. It severed Yi Wuchen's body, but everyone realized that an overlapping figure appeared there. It was an afterimage. In the storm, Yi Wuchen seemed to have vanished, and there was only a sword. The sword made a perfect arc in the air, freezing its surrounding. Then, the storm dissipated. Everyone realized that Yi Wuchen was already behind Broadsword Master and facing him sideways. Broadsword Master was still in the posture of striking his sword down, but there was a trace of blood on his neck. Blood poured out from the wound. Is it fast? Yi Wuchen said. Then, he turned around and left without even looking at Broadsword Master. The broadsword disappeared and Broadsword Master stared firmly at Yi Wuchen. He covered his neck with his hands, which were soon colored by blood. He took a few steps backward trembly, after which he collapsed onto the ground. Blood colored the entire ground. Countless people froze and stared at the person who had fallen onto the battle platform. The person who lost was actually Broadsword Master. This was the first person who died on the stage. The reason was simply that he was slower than Yi Wuchen, but he wanted Yi Wuchen dead. Therefore, he died instead. Shang Feiyu looked coldly at the scene before him as someone from Shang family went up to remove the corpse. At the moment, most people from Shang family were also staring at Yi Wuchen. Wang family seemed to have invited a few cultivators who were unknown but powerful. Was this meant to be a surprise for them? It was, of course, unnecessary to describe the emotions of Shanghai and Shangqing at the moment. Beside them, a strange expression appeared on Demon Swordsman's face, after which he smiled and remarked, "Interesting. It's only that his level is too low." Looking at Yi Wuchen, who walked back and sat down quietly, Wang Yuro was completely astonished. She had not expected that apart from Yushang, Yi Wuchen was so strong as well. She suddenly realized that since Yi Wuchen did not display all his powers in his first battle, then how about Yi Futian? Was he also as strong as Yushang? Wang Yuro has invited some powerful people this time, someone in Yunhua Business Alliance suddenly said. This was the first time an important person among them spoke. They had all been watching the battle in silence previously. However, at the moment, they realized that Wang Yuro had given even a surprise. Wang Yuro did not even expect this herself. After the battle, they still had 4 people left, but Yunhua Business Alliance only had 2. This was supposed to be a good thing as it was an advantage. However, noticing that the three other forces were all looking at them, Wang Yuro did not feel pleased at all. Instead, she felt that they were in a bad situation. I challenge Wang family, someone from ThunderClan said. Wang Yuro could feel her heart sink. The important people from Wang family also frowned. Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen had displayed their strong combat powers one after another, so obviously the other three forces would be scared of the threat they posed. At the moment, the person who walked out from the ThunderClan was the weakest among the four they had. Clearly, he was meant to be sacrificed. He walked out not for victory, but to display their attitude. Wang Yuro's eyes sparkled, and she seemed to be hesitant. "We can't win this," Xingfeng said softly. Wang Yuro's eyes glittered as she stared at Xingfeng. Xingfeng glanced at Wang Yuro, after which he turned to look at Yi Futian beside her and said, "You shall go. You are only allowed to lose this and not win." If they won this again, the advantage of Wang family would be too big. The other three forces would very likely jointly target them. Not allowed to win? Yi Futian frowned. Previously, Wang Yuro had said that they had to listen to her and Xingfeng. He had no objections and allowed Wang Yuro to decide on the order they had to fight. But losing deliberately? "I don't know how to do that," Yi Futian replied coldly. Xingfeng frowned and said, "Even if you don't, you still must lose." Yi Wuchen glanced at him coldly and said, "If you want to lose, just go yourself." In Yunhua Business Alliance's direction, Shang Feiyu urged coldly, "Is Wang family sending anyone or not?" "Go quick," Xingfeng said coldly. Yi Futian glanced emotionlessly at Xingfeng. What Wang Yuro had said earlier was indeed correct. If the three of them all managed to remain until the end, they would definitely have at least 12 battles, because everyone else would target Wang family. However, they wanted him to lose deliberately so that the other three forces would not jointly attack them. Was that even necessary? Chapter 409. Xingfeng out. Chapter 409. Xingfeng out as Wang Yuro watched Xingfeng and Yi Futian argue. A strange look flashed across her eyes and many thoughts appeared in her mind. With the combat powers that Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen had displayed, they had caused some trouble to the Wang family, but if they could stay until the end, they would very likely allow Wang family to be the final winner. However, the problem was that the other three forces would not allow Wang family to win so easily. She also understood that Xingfeng's views were different from hers. She was considering completely for the benefit of her family and only wanted to win in this tournament. At the very least, they had to get the second place. On the other hand, while Xingfeng also wanted them to win, he certainly had to think for himself as well. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen came together, and the latter two had a fantastic performance earlier, endangering his position. Therefore, he wanted to find a balance and let Yi Futian or his friends be eliminated one by one so that he could stay until the end. This way, he would receive credit for the victory. Otherwise, he would receive almost nothing if they won, but be punished if they lost. In such a circumstance, it was obvious what Xingfeng would do. Yi Futian sneered and glanced at Xingfeng, after which he said, "Yu Shang, you go." "All right." Yu Shang nodded. Standing up, he walked towards the battle platform. The people from ThunderClan saw this and all sneered. At the moment they saw Yu Shang stand up, they knew that Wang family did not want to lose this fight. Otherwise, they would not sacrifice Yu Shang. Actually, ThunderClan did not want to win this round at all, because if they did, there would be 3 assisting cultivators left in Wang family but 4 in ThunderClan. By then, the ThunderClan would have replaced Wang family as being in the most advantageous position. They would only be helping Wang family out. Hence, they chose to sacrifice the weakest person and keep the stronger ones so that they would not be targeted. After this battle, the people from Yunhua Business Alliance and Feng family would also probably challenge Wang family. After these 3 families fought, what would happen? When it was ThunderClan's turn again, they would have absolute control over the situation. The battle between the 4 factions was not just a test of combat, but also of tactics and strategies. Of course, in the end, combat power was still the most important factor. If a force was too weak, it would be eliminated by the rest first. At the moment, although Yunhua Business Alliance seemed to be on the losing end, the 2 people left in their team were Yi Xiao and demonic blood palm Ye Yun, whom nobody dared to challenge easily. They seemed to be in a disadvantageous position, but because the cultivators they had invited were too strong, it would still be difficult to eliminate them directly. However, if the people whom they had invited were weak, the situation would be totally different. In Wang family's direction, Xing Feng realized that Yi Futian had asked Yu Shang to go and stared coldly at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian ignored him completely and only looked emotionlessly at the battle platform. It was still a simple battle. Yu Shang defeated his opponent in the most direct way and then returned. Immediately, many people from the other three forces all started looking in Wang family's direction. After this round, there were 4 people left in Wang family, 3 in Thunder Clan and Feng family, and 2 in Yunhua Business Alliance. Moreover, Wang family had an advantage not only in their number of cultivators, but also the power of their cultivators. Xing Feng, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen had already displayed their strong combat abilities, and everyone also started to suspect Yi Futian's power. In such a situation, the other 3 forces could clearly not tolerate Wang family to continue being the strongest. What is Euro thinking? The leader of Wang family stared at the Yunhua battle platform. Wang family had an advantage too early and had attracted the attention of the other 3 families. It was very likely that they would be targeted by everyone else. The balance was destroyed and the atmosphere on the Yunhua battle platform turned quiet at once. Among the 2 assisting cultivators left in Yunhua Business Alliance, one suddenly walked out. Immediately, everyone's look froze. The person who walked out was Yi Xiao. He was the strongest assisting cultivator in Yunhua Business Alliance, and very likely also the strongest in the 4 families. He was going to participate in this battle, and from this, it was obvious how determined Yunhua Business Alliance was to win. If they sent demonic blood palm Nie Yun instead, Wang family might send Xing Feng and Nie Yun could lose. In that case, Yunhua Business Alliance would be in a completely passive situation. Therefore, Yi Xiao went onto the stage. In the Wang family's direction, Wang Yuro's face turned slightly pale. Xing Feng glanced coldly at Yi Futian and said, "Idiot. Now who do you send?" Yi Futian looked back coldly and said, "You." Xing Feng was stunned. Yi Futian sneered and added, "Until now, you have yet to participate in a battle. It's your turn." "You are crossing the line," Xing Feng replied coldly. He asked Yi Futian to go and lose the battle precisely because he was worried that Yi Futian and his friends would threaten his position. Indeed, Yi Futian wanted to eliminate him now. Yi Xiao was probably the strongest assisting cultivator and at least in the top 3. He was also the last person Xing Feng wanted to fight with. However, Yi Futian asked him to go and fight. "Wang family, what is happening?" A person from Yunhua Business Alliance said emotionlessly. "Since you don't dare to fight, we will just consider you as giving up. You shall be eliminated directly," Xing Feng said coldly, staring at Yi Futian. Wang Yuro similarly looked at Yi Futian. Clearly, she also hoped that Yi Futian could fight this round. Xing Feng was very strong and must not be eliminated early. If Xing Feng lost to Yi Xiao, they would not be able to predict the consequences. Realizing that Wang Yuro was looking at him, Yi Futian said emotionlessly, "Him or us?" After that, he just looked in front of him. At first, he did not want any trouble and only wanted to go up and defeat Yi Xiao directly. However, since Xing Feng was creating trouble, Yi Futian would not mind to let him be eliminated. Since Xing Feng was trying to play small tricks, he might as well scram. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Wang Yuro's face darkened right away. From her perspective, she would obviously choose to sacrifice Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian said that she had to choose between him and his friends and Xing Feng. Who should she choose? If she gave up Yi Futian and his friends, only Xing Feng would be left as her assisting cultivator. What would happen then? Hearing Yi Futian's words, Xing Feng's face turned extremely black. The thing that he was worried about finally happened. Yi Futian did not go up to the battle stage to lose, probably because he wanted to eliminate Xing Feng. "You go. I'll give you the spirit refining grass," Wang Yuro said. If she had to choose between Yi Futian and his friends and Xing Feng, she would obviously choose Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen. However, if she only had to choose between Xing Feng and Yi Futian, she would choose Xing Feng. She knew well that Xing Feng was extremely strong, but she was unsure of Yi Futian's real combat ability. Hence, she promised Yi Futian that she would still give him the spirit refining grass if he agreed to fight Yi Xiao. After he is eliminated, I will guarantee you victory. Yi Futian stared at Wang Yuro, who also looked back. The two stared at each other for a while. From Yi Futian's eyes, Wang Yuro could only see firm confidence and arrogance. Near the battle drum, the person from Unravel Business Alliance said coldly, "If Wang family does not send someone, you will be considered as admitting defeat. One person shall be eliminated." As the supervisor of the tournament, he had the rights to maintain the rules of the tournament. "Xing Feng, go!" Wang Yuro shouted. She was still staring at Yi Futian coldly. Xing Feng was stunned, after which his face darkened. Wang Yuro had already made her decision. If he did not fight, he would be eliminated anyway. Standing up, Xing Feng glanced coldly at Yi Futian but did not say anything. Then, he walked towards the Unravel business platform. Seeing the scene, many people seemed to be surprised. They did not understand why Wang Yuro would send Xing Feng this round. Was she trying to risk everything in a single venture? If Xing Feng won, Unravel Business Alliance would be destroyed totally. If Xing Feng could win Yi Xiao, he could also defeat Nye Yun in the next turn. But what if Xing Feng lost? Wang Yuro's risky tactic caused many to be confused. However, although they were puzzled, they were looking forward to the fight. Would the battle between Yi Xiao and Xing Feng be the decisive fight between Unravel Business Alliance and Wang family? The other two families were also happy to see this situation. The two people on the stage released their all-powerful auras. Yi Xiao's body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He raised his arm and a golden, sharp palm extended out from his hand. Fused with spells, the palm print grabbed towards Xing Feng across space. The entire region seemed to be covered by the palm print, which blotted out the sky as it struck towards Xing Feng. Xing Feng did not dare to hesitate and released his life spirit and dharma directly, which was actually a monstrously violent dragon. Raising his hand, he punched out and his fist collided with the golden palm print, crushing it to pieces. Suddenly, Yi Xiao started walking forward. Behind him, a brilliant radiance also appeared, which turned out to be a row of golden palm prints. They circled around Yi Xiao and released eye-catching golden light. Yi Xiao formed a seal with his hands, after which he released the attack. Immediately, many palm prints pressed down from the sky and destroyed everything in their path. Such a violent attack. Everyone was astonished by the attack. Yi Xiao was very adept in aggressive skills and could release many palm prints to annihilate his enemies. The two attacked each other aggressively, but very quickly everyone realized that Xing Feng was suppressed by Yi Xiao and was in a disadvantage. Xing Feng is going to lose, many people thought. The people from Unravel Business Alliance all sneered and Shang Feiyu also looked in Wang Yuro's direction. At the moment, Wang Yuro also looked frustrated and she said, "Now are you happy?" "I said that you'll win," Yi Futian replied. "You sound so confident. What if you don't win?" Wang Yuro stared coldly at Yi Futian. "If we don't win, you can do whatever you want of me. What if we win?" Yi Futian stared at Wang Yuro. "If you can get us first, I'll also let you do whatever you want of me." Wang Yuro said emotionlessly, staring at Yi Futian's eyes. "Sure, I'll remember that." Yi Futian smiled. Just as what everyone had expected, Xing Feng was defeated by Yi Xiao. When the battle ended, Xing Feng's face was as dark as it could possibly get. He came to the tournament with much confidence and wanted to help Wang family to stand out from the rest. He was not satisfied with just joining Wang family. He wanted Wang Yuro. However, he only had one battle in the tournament, in which he lost. With a weak aura around him and blood flowing out from his mouth, Xing Feng walked back step by step. When he returned beside Wang Yuro said, "Thanks." Xing Feng gave a self-mocking smile. Clearly, he knew that Wang Yuro said it only out of sympathy. "After the tournament ends, I'll wait for you," Xing Feng said coldly to Yi Futian. "Scram," Yi Futian replied and did not bother to argue with Xing Feng. If Xing Feng did not provoke Yi Futian first, he would not have been eliminated. Xing Feng's face turned cold and he walked down from the battle platform, but he did not leave the place. He would like to see how Yi Futian was going to die later. Chapter 410. Avatar of God. Chapter 410. Avatar of God. The atmosphere on the Unravel battle platform became even tenser. At the moment, Everyone was well aware that the phase right before the final battle had already begun. From this instant on, every step that a force took would be of paramount importance, as they might lose everything should they make a single mistake. All the four clans did not dare to be careless. Below the battle platform, the cultivators from the four forces all seemed to be rather anxious. The ranking in this tournament would determine the resource allocation in the next year, which was instrumental to them. Nobody in Wang family had expected Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen to stay until the very end. Nobody had met them before or knew who they were. On the other hand, Xingfeng, the most powerful person Wang Yuro had invited, was eliminated early. It seemed that the situation at the moment was not favorable towards Wang family. Wang Linfeng was also staring at the battle platform. What exactly happened there? Why did Xingfeng participate in the previous fight? What would happen next? He had a feeling that whatever that was about to come would very likely change his destiny. Beside the crowd, Yang Ling and Yang Yi stared at the Yunhua battle platform nervously. They did not expect Yi Futian and his friends to be so strong. They had not even lost a fight yet. Yang Ling clenched his fists tightly as if he was even more anxious than he would be should he be the person on the battlefield instead. At the moment, Yi Futian had already won over 6 battles and could get the map he wanted. In the following battles, Yi Futian would be fighting solely for the spirit-refining grass. Moreover, every battle that followed would be extremely dangerous. On the Yunhua battle platform, Wang family, Feng family, and Thunder Clan each had 3 cultivators left, while Yunhua Business Alliance had 2. There seemed to be a subtle balance once again. However, the 3 forces had displayed their intention to target Wang family earlier. Would they continue? It was Feng family's turn to challenge someone. Countless people looked at the cultivators from Feng family. This time, the person from Feng family in the lower Arcana Plane tournament was Feng Yu, a genius from the family. Feng Yu's eyes sparkled as he stared at the 3 other forces before him. It was now his turn to challenge someone. No matter which clan he chose to challenge, the person whom he sent would be targeted, and he was not confident that they would certainly win. The only possible weaker force was Wang family, but of course, it was only a possibility. After all, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen had yet to fight anyone who was sufficiently powerful. We give up our rights to challenge the others, Feng Yu suddenly said, causing many people to be shocked. Was Feng family giving up their rights so early? This would mean that from now on, Feng family could no longer challenge any other forces and only passively accept challenges. Of course, it may seem on the superficial level that giving up would be beneficial, as Feng Yu did not need to send anyone out only to be targeted. Instead, he only needed to send someone to respond to challenges based on the strength of his opponents. This was clearly advantageous. However, in the previous tournaments, no force would give up so early. Nobody was stupid, and all the forces knew the benefits of giving up. The only time when a force would choose to give up early was when it was jointly targeted by the other 3, or when all the 4 forces had decided to give up and enter the group battle phase directly. Nevertheless, it was actually a good time for Feng family to give up. At the moment, they were not on the losing end and had also not exposed their most powerful cultivators, so the other forces would not dare to challenge them easily. There was already resentment between Wang family and Yunhua Business Alliance. Therefore, it was highly unlikely that Feng family would be targeted by anyone else. The more probable situation was that all the 4 parties would give up and start the final battle directly. Once they entered the final stage, one of Yunhua Business Alliance and Wang family would definitely be eliminated first. Feng family and Thunder Clan had always had an unspoken agreement on it. Feng family gave up. Therefore, the pressure they were experiencing was transferred onto Wang family, or more specifically Wang Yuro. Wang Yuro looked in front of her and started to think quickly. Even if she chose to challenge someone, who should she choose? Wang family would be targeted anyway. I also give up, Wang Yuro said. Just after she finished speaking, many people took a deep breath. Was the final battle coming early? Feng family and Wang family had given up one after another. It was likely that Thunder Clan and Yunhua Business Alliance would do the same. Yi Futian glanced at Wang Yuro in surprise. Nevertheless, from Wang Yuro's perspective, this was the most appropriate strategy. Next, it'll be time for you to prove yourself, Wang Yuro said to Yi Futian. No matter how much she was unhappy about Yi Futian earlier, they would be fighting alongside each other in the following battle. Prove myself? Futian smiled and said, your encouragement seems so fake. What did he need to prove? After Wang Yuro gave up, countless people stared at ThunderClan. Lei Xingtian glanced at everyone and grinning. He said, I also give up. At such a time, nobody was willing to send someone onto the stage only to be targeted. Otherwise, they might lose the person and be eliminated earlier in the final battle. They would rather have the final battle early. Therefore, in the end, it was Unweb Business Alliance's turn again. As long as Unweb Business Alliance also gave up, the last phase of the tournament would begin immediately. It was too fast. Nobody expected the final battle this time to come so quickly. On the battle platform, the four forces still had a total of 11 assisting cultivators. Shang Feiyu was still sitting on his seat. With a cold expression on his face, he raised his head and stared at Wang Yuro and Futian who were opposite him. If they were to enter the final battle now, Unweb Business Alliance would only have 2 assisting cultivators, while the others each had 3. What would happen then? Shang Feiyu did not know, but he would not bet. The other 3 forces wanted Unweb Business Alliance to enter the final battle with a disadvantage. Was it possible? Feng family, ThunderClan, I'm afraid you have to eliminate another person from your side so that you are in the same situation as me, Shang Feiyu said. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they stared at Shang Feiyu. How domineering he was. As for Wang family, don't even think about keeping a single person. Shang Feiyu glanced at Wang family coldly. Then, he looked at Feng family and said, Feng family, do you have any objections? Feng Yu's face darkened. Besides Shang Feiyu, both Yi Xiao and Ye Yun stood up. Clearly, if he chose not to agree, Shang Feiyu would challenge Feng family directly. If Feng Yu sent the weakest person he had, he would surely lose. If he sent someone stronger, what if he lost? The people from Unweb Business Alliance were all satisfied with Shang Feiyu's performance. He was domineering in the first place. Unweb Business Alliance would never be on the weaker side. It seems like Feng Yu's plan failed. Many people muttered to themselves. Feng Yu would definitely not bet. All right. Indeed, Feng Yu smiled and nodded at one of the cultivators. The person's face turned pale, and turning around, he left directly. He did not even fight, because he would certainly lose. He could obviously beat neither Yi Xiao nor Nye Yun. Then, Shang Feiyu looked at ThunderClan and asked, how about ThunderClan? At the moment, the other 3 forces had given up. Therefore, Unweb Business Alliance had the initiative and could challenge others continuously. Fine, I agree. Smiling, Lei Xingtian nodded and also gave up a person. The forces had the same number of cultivators left again, except for Wang family. Just now, Shang Feiyu had said that he would not allow Wang family to have anyone left. Realizing that Shang Feiyu was staring at her, Wang Yuro's face turned pale. Turning around, she looked at Futian. Futian was really so strong. This would be the time for him to display it. At the moment, demonic blood palm Nye Yun had already walked to the center of the Unweb battle platform and was staring at Wang family. You go, Wang Yuro said to Futian. No need. Yu Shang stood up directly and walked out, causing Wang Yuro to be stunned. She looked at Yu Shang, and then at Futian. No need? The words were simple, and yet filled with confidence. Was Yu Shang confident that he could win Ye Yun? He said that there was no need for Futian to go, which meant that Futian was very strong as well. Wang Yuro realized that Futian was only looking at Yu Shang. What a mysterious guy, she thought. She felt that she could no longer understand Futian. Seeing Yu Shang walk out, many people said to themselves, it seems like Wang family does not want to give up. Demonic blood palm Nye Yun looked at Yu Shang coldly. Terrifying blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Nye Yun reached out his hand, which were glittering with a bright red radiance that looked like the color of both flame and blood. This time, Yu Shang would really face a powerful cultivator. It would be impossible for him to win the battle like he did before. Your battle will end here, Nye Yun said coldly. Around him, a frightening blood-red radiance spread and enveloped the entire region. Even the people from afar could feel a terrifying aura. Then, everyone saw Nye Yun charge towards Yu Shang. His speed was incredibly fast. Nye Yun withdrew his palm slightly towards himself. With his palm red as blood, he suddenly struck forward. At once, an enormous, monstrous red palm print appeared in the sky. Standing at his spot like a solid tower, Yusheng raised his arm and punched towards the incoming red palm print directly without any hesitation. "Idiot," Shang Feiyu said coldly, reacting to Nie Yun's palm print by force. Yusheng was only trying to kill himself. Noticing the scene, the rest also felt that Yusheng was going to have a miserable ending. The two fists finally collided with each other. Immediately, a frightening power from the blood-red palm print charged into Yusheng's arm. Yusheng's face was still emotionless. A force flew in his body and eliminated the foreign power. On the other hand, Nie Yun only felt an extremely overpowering force penetrate through his fist. His arm trembled, and he felt as if it was going to split apart. He backed off like the wind, but Yusheng took a step forward and grabbed Nie Yun's wrist with his hand. He wasn't blown backward? Many people looked at Yusheng's hand in astonishment. Demonic blood palm Nie Yun's palm print did not send Yusheng flying. Instead, Yusheng did not seem to be affected at all. Nie Yun's expression also changed drastically as he looked at the scene before him, totally bewildered. He punched out with his other hand, but at the same time, Yusheng also moved. Yusheng ascended into the sky directly, bringing along Nie Yun's body. At this instant, Nie Yun actually felt that he could not resist at all. Buzz! Nie Yun's body was tossed about in the air, while Yusheng walked towards Yunhua Business Alliance. Then, he suddenly descended and smashed Nie Yun's body towards the ground like he was the avatar of God. Bang! The Yunhua battle platform trembled violently as Nie Yun's body landed in front of Shang Feiyu. At this instant, Shang Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. Apart from him, everyone could not help but be totally startled. The burly figure standing on the Yunhua battle platform only looked like the invincible god at the moment. Wang Yuro's body trembled uncontrollably. At the instant when Nie Yun was smashed onto the ground, she felt as if her heart was being punched heavily. That was Nie Yun, demonic blood palm Nie Yun. However, was there any difference between this battle and the previous ones? Chapter 411. Who wants the third place? Chapter 411. Who wants the third place? Yusheng stood proudly on the Yunhua battle platform. At the moment, everyone was staring at him with a very different look. He just defeated demonic blood palm Nie Yun in a quick and overpowering manner. How strong was he? Not long ago, many people thought that Yi Shao was very likely the strongest person present. However, from the look of it, it seemed that the strongest assisting cultivator was probably the godlike figure on the stage. Below the battle platform, Xingfeng was still witnessing the battle. At the moment, his face turned slightly pale as he finally understood why Yi Futian and his friends did not agree to lose deliberately. Since they had Yusheng, why should they lose? Who said that Yi Shao was unbeatable? If Yusheng were to participate in the last battle, the outcome may be different, and Xingfeng would not have been eliminated as well. On the Wang family viewing platform not far away, the cultivators were all astonished. Even the leader's eyes sparkled as he thought about how they must get Yusheng to join Wang family regardless of the outcome of the tournament. He could tell that Yusheng was born with outstanding strength and would definitely be a powerful cultivator in the future. Even when Yusheng did not use any spells or techniques, he was already an invincible being. If he did rely on other methods, how powerful would he be? The leader of Wang family looked at Wang Linfeng, who was below him, and said, "Wang Linfeng, very well done by you." Wang Linfeng bowed in return and replied, "Thank you, leader." At the moment, Wang Linfeng was also astounded. Yusheng was way too strong. Such a person was actually chased out of White Jade Tower by Shanghai and Shangqing in a humiliating way. Wang Linfeng did not even know how to describe this incident. If the people from Yunhua Business Alliance found out about it, what would be their reaction? Wang Linfeng could see in his mind that their expressions would certainly be very interesting. The people from Yunhua Business Alliance obviously did not know about this. The incident in White Jade Tower that time seemed only to be a trivial one, and the important people in Yunhua Business Alliance would clearly not hear about it. At the moment, all the cultivators in Yunhua Business Alliance felt extremely terrible. Nie Yun lost, so they only had one assisting cultivator left, which put them in the most disadvantageous position among the four clans. Although they also seemed to have fallen behind just now, the two cultivators they had were Yi Shao and Nie Yun. Therefore, nobody really thought that Yunhua Business Alliance was in a bad position. Moreover, because of the domineering attitude of Shang Feiyu, Feng family and Thunder Clan each sacrificed one of their cultivators willingly. Shang Feiyu even said arrogantly that he would eliminate everyone from Wang family. However, after Yushang's battle, the overpowering attitude of Yunhua Business Alliance was destroyed in the most direct manner. Now, they were really in the most disadvantageous and precarious position. The first clan in the previous tournament had their back to the wall at the moment. Yusheng glanced at Yi Xiao, who was beside Shang Feiyu, and said in a domineering tone, "Come out." Many people seemed to be startled. Instead of waiting for Yi Xiao to say anything, Yusheng challenged him instead and just stood there. According to the rules, it was still Yunhua Business Alliance's turn to challenge someone, but Wang family could choose the person to respond to the challenge. It was certainly all right for Yusheng to fight again. Yi Xiao's expression turned cold. Even he was not confident that he could win someone who just instantly defeated Nie Yun. Yi Xiao stared at Shang Feiyu, whose look turned extremely gloomy. Should they continue? If he chose to continue and Yi Xiao won, everything would be fine. However, if Yi Xiao lost, Yunhua Business Alliance would not have any assisting cultivators left. In the final battle later, he had to face 3 people from Feng family and 3 from Thunder Clan by himself. In any case, he would definitely lose in the end. Even in the best scenario, he could only obtain the 3rd place. The 3 forces would jointly eliminate Wang family first, and then he would be eliminated by Feng family and Thunder Clan. In the last tournament, Yunhua Business Alliance obtained first. How could he accept the 3rd place this time? Noticing that Shang Feiyu was hesitating, everyone knew that the previous battle had totally shocked Shang Feiyu. His words just now were only like a joke. Eliminate everyone from Wang family? At the moment, he did not even dare to send Yi Xiao onto the stage. Suddenly, someone from Wang family said, "Yunhua Business Alliance, what are you waiting for?" It was like the response to Yunhua Business Alliance's prompt just now. Shang Feiyu clenched his fists firmly. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "We will give up." He needed Yi Xiao to help him in the final battle later. Yusheng glanced coldly at Shang Feiyu and Yi Xiao and said, "If you don't dare, just shut up." After that, he turned around and left. Shang Feiyu burst into a rage, as it was extremely humiliating. The cultivators from the 4 factions all returned to their positions. At the moment, Wang family's advantage was already very obvious. They had 3 assisting cultivators, and all of them were probably very strong. Thunder Clan and Feng family each had 2 assisting cultivators, while Yunhua Business Alliance only had Yi Xiao. However, the following battle would no longer be only between the assisting cultivators. The disciples from the 4 clans would also join. Dong! The battle drum was hit again, turning the atmosphere in the battlefield even more solemn. Everyone knew that the final battle was about to start. The ranking of the tournament depends on the order in which each clan is eliminated. The clan all of whose members are eliminated first will be ranked the last, and so on. Someone in front of the battle drum announced, "You can begin." After he finished speaking, on the Yunhua battle platform, Shang Feiyu and Yi Xiao stood up with a cold expression on their faces. The people from the Thunder Clan and Feng family also stood up one after another. Wang Yuro glanced at Yi Futian, who was beside her, and saw Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Yi Wuchen still sitting there calmly. "They will probably target us together," Wang Yuro said softly. At the moment, instead of feeling relaxed, she became even more anxious. Although they seemed to be in the most advantageous position, it was often also the most dangerous position. The other 3 clans would not want to see such an absolute advantage. Indeed, right after Wang Yuro finished speaking, the people from the other 3 clans all looked at them simultaneously. The people from Wang family noticed the scene and their faces darkened. The combat ability Yu Shang had displayed was way too powerful, so the other forces were clearly scared of Wang family. Wang family could still end up in last place. When the other 3 forces teamed up, they would not just have an advantage in terms of assisting cultivators. In addition, the 3 disciples of the clans could fight against Wang Yuro, who would be alone. It would be equivalent to 8 versus 4. Even though Yu Shang was extremely powerful, it seemed unlikely that Wang family could win. Shang Feiyu, Feng Yu, and Lei Xingtian were all very strong after all. They were the best geniuses in the lower arcana plane in their respective clans, and we're certainly no weaker than the assisting cultivators. Even if we lose this, it's only because of bad luck. Nobody in Wang family shall discuss this battle or blame Euro and the 3 assisting cultivators. Furthermore, agree to all their requests and reward them just like we would if we get first, the leader of Wang family instructed. Yes, leader. The people around him all nodded. He said this because he was worried that some people would be unhappy with Wang Euro or the 3 assisting cultivators after the battle. He would clearly not allow such a situation to happen. Even if they lost, it would not be their fault. Even if the 3 assisting cultivators would not join Wang family, the leader would still try to maintain a friendly relationship with them. Sometimes, it was not humiliating even to lose. As they spoke, the people from Wang family started to look at the Yunhua battle platform, mentally prepared to lose the battle. Clearly, they were not optimistic about the outcome of the tournament. The cultivators from the other 3 forces all walked towards Wang family as if they had an unspoken agreement. It was clear why Yunhua Business Alliance would choose to do so. As for Feng family and Thunder Clan, as long as they could eliminate Wang family and then Yunhua Business Alliance, they could compete with each other for the first place. Wang Euro stared coldly at the cultivators from the other 3 forces. Then, she looked at Futian and said, "If I knew earlier that Yu Sheng is so strong, I would not have given up the challenge. Then we would not have ended up in such a situation." Futian did not say anything. Wang Euro added, "Remember what you promised. If we don't win, you will do whatever I say." Futian smiled and glanced at Wang Euro. At this time, Wang Euro was actually thinking about this, but it seemed that she was not stupid after all. After seeing Yu Sheng's power, if she could let the 3 work for her, she would definitely earn more than she would if they got the first place. Just remember it yourself. Futian smiled, after which he stood up and walked towards the stage. Yu Sheng and Yu Wuchen followed behind him. Wang Euro wanted to follow them as well, but Futian said, "Just wait here and watch." Wang Euro blinked her eyes. Wait here and watch? What is he thinking? Does he think that the geniuses from the 3 forces are all trash? Although Yu Sheng had defeated demonic blood Pom Nyeyun, the assisting cultivators from the other forces were no weaker than Nyeyun. Moreover, Shang Feiyu, Fengyu, and Lei Xingtian were all very strong. The people from the other 3 forces surrounded Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yu Wuchen at the center of the stage. Futian was facing the 2 people from Yunhua Business Alliance. On his left, Yu Sheng was facing the cultivators from Thunder Clan, while Yu Wuchen on his right against the cultivators from Feng family. "You should just give up," Fengyu said. He did not want to fight. "I agree." The people from Thunder Clan nodded. Once Futian and his friends gave up, Feng family and Thunder Clan would get at least the 2nd place. Yunhua Business Alliance will get the 4th place. Who wants the 3rd place? Futian suddenly said. When he finished speaking, everyone was momentarily stunned. A strange expression also appeared on the faces of the people below the battle platform. Futian said that Yunhua Business Alliance would get the last place and asked which of Thunder Clan and Feng family wanted the 3rd place. This was simply 2. "Are you saying that the ranking of the tournament is determined by you?" Fengyu asked, smiling. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Even though Yu Sheng was very strong, and even if Futian and Yu Wuchen were both as strong, Futian was really not giving the rest any face at all. That was way too arrogant. Futian looked at Fengyu. Smiling, he replied, "That's right." Boom. An extremely violent aura erupted before him. Yishao walked forward with his body covered in a golden radiance. He was showered in divine light and seemed all-powerful. Accompanied by a loud bang, Yishao charged directly towards Futian. A terrifying golden palm print appeared and penetrated across space, grabbing towards Futian. A sharp look flashed across Futian's eyes as he stared at the incoming Yishao. Following by a splashing sound, countless vines suddenly appeared in the sky. They swept out towards Yishao's body at an incredible speed. The spell is different from just now. Everyone's expression changed. Although the spell looked like Lock of 1,000 Vines, it felt totally different. Its power was way stronger. The frightening golden vines wound around the incoming palm print like a divine tree. Then, they continued towards Yishao's body. There were too many vines and their speed was too fast. Yi Zhao's expression changed at once, and many enormous golden palm print appeared around him, striking outwards. However, at the moment it was as if Yi Zhao was engulfed by a divine tree. The countless vines penetrated his attacks directly, after which they swept towards his body. At the next instant, Yi Zhao felt that he could no longer control his body. He was lifted into the air and could not move at all. Countless people stared blankly at the scene before them and were bewildered once again. Was that really Yi Zhao? Chapter 412. Outshined in all fields. Chapter 412. Outshined in all fields. Yi Zhao, a renowned teen within University, reputed to be among the strongest 3 individuals in the arena, supposedly even rumored to be the strongest. However, his body was now struggling uncontrollably, yet unable to move even an inch. Even someone as strong as him could not stand a single blow. The onlookers felt as though they were in an illusion. Yi Zhao could not even withstand one strike? Was this really happening? While all this was happening right before their very eyes, Futian was casually standing there. He had a look of ridicule on his exaggeratingly handsome face, as though this was natural to him. His calm demeanor made it clear to everyone that he did not even consider Yi Zhao as an opponent. Many thought back to how Wang Yuro had prematurely sent Xing Feng to battle, to how Yu Sheng had dominated the rest, and to how Yi Futian had asked them who wanted to be third. It suddenly dawned upon them that Yi Futian did not just undermine Yi Zhao. He did not feel any challenge from the 4 clans since the moment he stepped onto the Uniweb battle platform, and as it turned out, there was another amazing person apart from Yu Sheng. Wang Yuro stood rooted to the ground. The 3 of them were challenging everyone else. She could not believe her eyes as she watched Yi Zhao lose the ability to resist with just a single spell. It came as a great shock to her. She thought of the conversations she had with Yi Futian previously. Was this the source of his pride? It was indeed very well hidden. Up until this point, he had not revealed his true strength. Yi Futian gazed upon Yi Zhao indifferently, and with a loud swish, vines coiled around Yi Zhao's body, smashing him into the ground with a bam. Following the waves of an ear-splitting ruckus that resounded, countless vines attempted to penetrate the Uniweb battle platform, impaling every inch of Yi Zhao's body. Yi Zhao closed his eyes, his face pale and his body quivering. On the Uniweb battle platform, nobody could fault Yi Futian even if he were to kill him. The loud impact attracted the attention of the crowd, and they realized it had been yet another instant kill. The 2 strongest aides of the Uniweb Business Alliance, Yi Zhao and the demonic blood palm, Nie Yun, had both suffered humiliation through their crushing defeat. When Shang Feiyu saw this, his aura became exceedingly frenzied, his expression menacing. He had previously proclaimed that he wanted to rid the Wang clan of all its participants. Thinking about it, he found it ironic. Nie Yun and Yi Zhao could not even defeat a single member of the Wang clan. The Feng family and Lei clan looked with the same disbelief at what was happening. In reality, the battle had concluded within mere moments, but the impact it gave them was too strong. Yi Futian's gaze swept across the Feng and Lei clans, and he questioned them. Will you 2 clans decide among yourselves who will be second or third, or shall we do it? Feng Xingtian and Feng Yu both had grim expressions. They looked at each other, then looked towards Shang Feiyu and said, Shang Feiyu, you confront him and stall for time. Feng Yu, the 2 of us settle the fight quickly. All right, Shang Feiyu replied coldly. No problem. Feng Yu nodded as well. The person he was facing was Yi Wuchen, whom he felt would be easier to handle. Although Yu Sheng was very strong, the 3 Thunder Clan experts, one of them being the prodigy Lei Xingtian, would be able to suppress him even if they were unable to defeat him in a short time. As long as Shang Feiyu was able to stall Yi Futian for a short while, they still had a chance. Compared to being merely second and third, they felt the gamble was worth it. Letting them decide insinuated that the Thunder Clan and Feng family would battle it out while Yi Futian and his partners watched on. What did this mean? Yi Futian would win without lifting a finger. Do it! Lei Xingtian shouted, and he took a step towards Yu Sheng as his voice left his mouth. At the same time, Feng Yu and his 2 experts headed towards Yi Wuchen, while Shang Feiyu gradually moved towards Yi Futian. Why go to this extent? Yi Futian sighed lightly. He saw Shang Feiyu covered in a terrifying aura while walking towards him, his life spirit dharma in full bloom. Yet to Yi Futian, all this was futile. The fatal entanglement still in effect, his body upright like a tree, towering upon the masses. Countless vines morphed into golden lightning, rushing towards Shang Feiyu, who was emitting his life spirit. Shang Feiyu was still moving at the speed of lightning, however. The speed of the vines exceeded his. With Futian at their center, they shrouded every nook and cranny of the arena, swooping towards the trapped Shang Feiyu. Shang Feiyu let out a ferocious roar, his expression filled with fury. He attacked in a frenzy, attempting to cut the vines that were coming in waves. But what happened next left him in despair, as the strength he was so proud of was only able to slice through a mere few vines, while the remaining oncoming vines bound around him and pierced his limbs and body. In an instant, he was tightly bound and his expression turned deathly. How could this be? Shang Feiyu faced the same shameful fate as Yi Xiao, entangled by vines and thrown across the air to Yi Futian's feet, his pitiful plight witnessed by all of Yunhua City. Is this all you have? Yi Futian cocked his head, looking at Shang Feiyu, his voice brimming with sarcasm. Since the moment he stepped onto the Yunhua battle platform, Yi Futian had already known that Shang Feiyu had a bone to pick with him, and he naturally knew why. The Yunhua Business Alliance had once chased him out of the White Jade Tower in such a humiliating manner, and so when they saw him on the Yunhua battle platform, the siblings from the Alliance had wanted to shame him again. However, this time would be different. Yi Futian coldly glanced in the direction of the Yunhua Business Alliance, and with each step he took, the vines encircled Yi Zhao's body, lifting him up. This can't. The crowd felt as though they were becoming numb to this sight. Shang Feiyu had also been decimated. While Yi Futian was crushing Shang Feiyu, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen's battles were also concurrently taking place. The experts from the Thunder Clan headed straight for Yu Sheng, with two at the front and Lei Xingtian at the back, casting thunderbolt spells through the air, furiously striking down and attempting to trample Yu Sheng. The other two's attacks were also equally overwhelming. They even released their life spirit and dharma the moment the fight began, using their strongest attacks against Yu Sheng. A dark golden light started to flow around Yu Sheng's body, threads of aura circulating him like a set of dark golden armor. Instead of dodging the attacks by the two experts, Yu Sheng moved to grab both of them by the wrists. Bang! Yu Sheng swiftly flew into the air, carrying one person in each hand, as though they were ants. At this moment, everyone completely ignored the two experts. They were already insignificant. What right did they have to call themselves gifted in front of Yu Sheng? They weren't even fit to be an accompaniment to his strength. As Yu Sheng landed while carrying the two of them, he flew straight towards Lei Xingtian, descending upon him like a god, attempting to trample Lei Xingtian beneath his feet. Crackle, crackle. Bolts of violet lightning struck down from the heavens towards Yu Sheng, but it did not even make him falter for a split second, as the lightning could not even phase the dark golden light surrounding Yu Sheng, instead inflicting further damage to the two experts whom Yu Sheng was carrying, causing their hair to stand on end. Bam! Yu Sheng's descent caused a great impact, and directly pulverizing Lei Xingtian's body. Lei Xingtian let out an enormous roar and struck back as though he was the incarnate of a lightning god. However, Yu Sheng took no notice and proceeded to push down even further. Infuriated, Lei Xingtian manifested a ball of destructive lightning in his palm and blasted it towards Yu Sheng's foot. With a bang, Lei Xingtian could be seen half kneeling, breathless as blood streamed from his mouth. The other two experts were also driven into the ground ruthlessly by Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's figure appeared godlike, as though he had absolute dominance. He's too strong, thought Lei Xingtian as he raised his head and looked at Yu Sheng. It was only when Yu Sheng stood right before him that he understood that Yu Sheng had already gone easy on him. Otherwise, he would have been utterly overpowered. I admit, duh. Lei Xingtian shouted despairingly, struggling internally. However, Yu Sheng grabbed his neck, making a crack sound, as he arrogantly said, "Wait your turn." The last place in this battle had to be the Yunhua Business Alliance. Even if Lei Xingtian wanted to prematurely retire from the battle, they would not agree to it. The placing for this battle was up to Yi Futian to decide. On Yi Wuchen's end, Feng Yu was shrouded in his wind spell and indeed swift. Not only that, but the other two experts were also empowered with his spell ability. Feng Yu was a prodigy who excelled in wind spells. All three of them had their speed boosted by his wind spells. Their speed was as though a twister was forming around Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen closed his eyes, his lone arm holding his blade. Strike now. Feng Yu opened his mouth, and as his voice landed, Yi Wuchen moved. Swift as his blade, all they could see was a glimpse of his blade, as though it had appeared from the heavens to destroy everything in the world. In that instant, Feng Yu and his partners had an illusion that Yi Wuchen's blade was already at their necks. His blade eventually landed in front of Feng Yu's throat. As for the other two, there was a trace of blood on their necks. Had his sword gone an inch deeper, they would already be dead. His quick draw was like lightning. One strike was enough to end it all. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Futian's crisp footsteps echoed with a peculiar melody against the silence in the area. When Yusheng and Yi Wuchen's battle ended, he had not even finished walking that extremely short distance. Such was the speed in which they destroyed their opponents. Finally, Yi Futian's footsteps came to a halt. He walked to the Unravel Business Alliance, with the two bodies in tow. Which of you wants to be third? Everyone was reminded again of what he said before. Chapter 413. The Siblings' Terror. Chapter 413. The siblings' terror. The surroundings fell silent as countless gazes fell onto Yi Futian. First? To him, helping the Wang family get first was mere peanuts to him. The three of them all dominated their opponents with their high-handed methods. Be it the external support or the prodigies of the four clans, they were all wiped out with no mercy. Nobody could comprehend their strength. What terrifying potential did they have? Was there no one in Unravel City who could defeat the three of them? How was the Wang clan able to invite them? This was the thought in the minds of the leaders of the four clans. Could they be disciples from the inner city's major factions? Yi Futian's looks and demeanor, Yusheng's dominance, Yi Wuchen's coldness, all their prodigious talent pointed towards that possibility. However, what was Yi Futian trying to achieve by walking towards the Unravel Business Alliance? Shang Feiyu and Yi Xiao were still entangled in midair, feeling only embarrassment. Alongside them were Lei Xingtian, who was in Yusheng's grasp, and Feng Yu, who had a blade held against his throat. Every moment of the three fights kept the audience around the Unravel battle platform captivated in perfect silence. The Wang clan did not dare to hope for victory, but never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that victory would come as swiftly and one-sidedly as this. Wang Yuro's mouth fell open while she watched Yi Futian in complete astonishment. What was he trying to do? Not only her, but Yusheng and Yi Wuchen were also looking in his direction. In fact, everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. The vines moved once again, with multiple swishes. The golden vines moved like lightning and dropped the two people onto a corner of the battle platform, where the Unravel Business Alliance and the Shang siblings were. The two of them landed heavily in front of Shanghai with a bam. The siblings had somber expressions, different from the sneering faces they had just now. When Yi Futian first appeared on the battle platform, they had scornful looks. They thought that that was just Yi Futian's means of redeeming his dignity. It would not matter, though, as he could do nothing to change the situation even if he had exceptional strength. Therefore, they had the idea of letting Shang Feiyu intentionally picking on Yi Futian and his partners. However, they now bore witness to Yi Futian's ability. The person they had chased out of the White Jade Tower was now standing on the Unravel battle platform with absolute authority. He had control over everything and caused the champions of the previous battle, the Unravel Business Alliance, to fall to last place. This year, they could get 40% of the Spirit Stone Mine's profits, but next year, they could only get 10%. Because of this wealth, the Unravel Business Alliance could always afford to invite the strongest aides and had never gotten last place for over 10 years. This would be the first time in close to 20 years. Are you satisfied now? Yi Futian looked in Shanghai's direction and taunted. He had not even gotten back at them for the incident at the White Jade Tower, and now Shanghai and Shangqing had gotten Shang Feiyu to pick on him, challenging the Wang clan incessantly since the start. Could they still afford to laugh now? What's happening? The Unravel Business Alliance leader thought to himself. Why would Yi Futian say these things to Shanghai? Also, he immediately noticed that since the start of the battle, Shang Feiyu and the Wang clan seemed to have constantly butted heads. Could it be that the younger generation of the two clans had some prior conflict? Shanghai and Shangqing's faces turned pale as their hearts missed a beat. This asshole was definitely saying these things on purpose. He was trying to get them in trouble. Indeed, Yi Futian had intentionally done it, as he sneered at them. He then calmly turned around and walked away. "Wait a minute," the business alliance leader exclaimed. "Do you have any questions for me, senior?" Yi Futian replied as he turned back. "No matter how tempting the terms that the Wang clan has offered you, my Yunhua Business Alliance is willing to give you 10 times of that." No matter the reason Yi Futian did it, fighting on the Yunhua battle platform had to be for his own benefit. Since the Wang clan was able to afford it, he was willing to use 10 times the price to attract the team. "I only need a map and 1 stalk of spirit refining grass. That's enough for me, but thank you for offering, senior." Yi Futian smiled. The other 3 clans felt their hearts drop. A map and 1 stalk of spirit refining grass? Such simple terms were enough to exchange for victory in this battle. This was simply unheard of. Even the Wang clan leader felt cold sweat down his spine. Even though the spirit refining grass was valuable, but it was nothing compared to their strength and what they had done for the Wang clan. Wang Euro suddenly felt uncomfortable. The reward was simply too shabby. "All right, I understand." The business alliance leader nodded. "But why didn't you approach the Yunhua Business Alliance for such simple terms? I can guarantee that my alliance is the most generous among the 4 clans. With your strength, there would be no problems getting 10 times of that." His glance then moved towards Wang Euro, and he said again, "Is it because of that girl from the Wang clan? Why didn't I approach the Yunhua Business Alliance?" Yi Futian said with a playful smile on his face. "I hope you don't take offense to today's battle." Yi Futian felt that the alliance leader's attitude towards him was friendly, and there was no need to make an enemy out of him. He was willing to let bygones be bygones. Upon finishing his sentence, he turned and left. The alliance leader did not say anything, but took another glance at Wang Euro. However, he did not know that Wang Euro was also heaving a sigh of relief. She knew that she had missed an opportunity to get on Yi Futian's good side on multiple occasions. The first time was when Yi Futian refused to accept the assessment. If Wang Linfeng had not insisted on taking a gamble, she would probably have missed out on Yi Futian and his partners. The second time was when she had to make a choice between Yi Futian and Xing Feng. She definitely had the thought of forsaking Yi Futian back then. Thankfully, everything turned out for the best in the end. The Wang clan had emerged as the champions. "I know the reason why." Abruptly, a distinct voice sounded out from the crowd. As the entire Yunhua battle platform was silent, this voice could be clearly heard by everyone around. Instantly, everyone's gazes moved towards the origin of the voice. It was at a corner of the Wang clan. There, a pure-looking girl in a ponytail stood with a look of indignation on her face. Naturally, that girl was Yang Yi. On the platform, Yi Futian was stunned. What was this girl doing now? "Oh." The alliance leader looked at Yang Yi and asked, "Then tell me, young lady." "It's because Big Brother Yi was chased away by people from your Yunhua Business Alliance." Yang Yi had been unhappy with the way he had been treated, and upon seeing how strong he was, she was even more unhappy. Since the Yunhua Business Alliance wanted to know why, she did not mind revealing the humiliation that her brother and Big Brother Yi received that day. Upon hearing her words, the alliance leader's face turned dour. Yi Futian and his partners had been chased out of the Yunhua Business Alliance. As the wealthiest clan among the 4 in Yunhua City, the Yunhua Business Alliance operated multiple trading places in the city. This was how they were able to continuously bring in talent, because they were willing to offer favorable terms to attract talents from different disciplines. Yet here Yang Yi was telling him that Yi Futian and his friends had been chased out of his alliance. Yi Qing's face darkened as she tried to denounce her. "This is the 4 clans battle, not a place for you and your nonsense." As she said that, many looks landed on her from within the alliance. Even the alliance leader glanced at her, seemingly picking up on something. Shangqing was implicitly confessing that she had done something. Even she herself understood that. However, she was now in a panic. She was afraid because she knew the alliance leader's temperament. If the matter were to come to light now, in front of the 4 clans, she would have no standing in the clan in the future. Hence, she had to stop Yang Yi despite knowing that it was a foolish move. "Shut up," the alliance leader coldly said, following which he looked at Yang Yi and questioned, "What exactly happened?" "That day, my brother was staying at the White Jade Tower with Big Brother Yi and his friends. My brother was willing to fight for the Yunhua Business Alliance and was persuading Brother Yi to do so too. Eventually, Big Brother Yi agreed to help the alliance. That day, we decided to inform the people in the White Jade Tower, but there were a few people arriving, and the tower didn't have any rooms left. So, the people from the alliance scattered spirit stones over the floor and made us pick them up and scram." Yang Yi looked viciously at Shanghai and Shangqing. Evidently, she still felt enraged while recalling what happened that day. As her recount ended, the surroundings felt even more silent. This was indeed a huge turn of events. Everyone had witnessed Futian and his friend's strength. Geniuses of this caliber had looked to join the Yunhua Business Alliance. However, not only did the people in the alliance reject them, they did so in a humiliating manner, forcing them to pick up spirit stones off the floor and scram. What huge irony this was. No wonder the atmosphere felt weird today. This was the reason why the Yunhua Business Alliance was at odds with the Wang clan. Ha ha ha. Yunhua Business Alliance's younger generation really shows promise. The Wang clan leader burst out laughing. This was indeed a joy to behold. Not only did they give up the three prodigies, but they also handed him a magnificent gift. His words were akin to rubbing salt onto the Yunhua Business Alliance leader's wounds. The alliance leader's face was already grim beyond belief. His people had done such a thing and ruined his reputation. Who was it? Stand out. The alliance leader bellowed. In that instant, Shanghai and Shangqing's face drained of color. If Futian had been eliminated or been someone negligible, this would have been an insignificant matter, and no one would have cared. However, when they revealed their overwhelming strength, it was clear that this matter could not be simply brushed over. This insignificant matter would end up ruining their futures. Shanghai and Shangqing walked out, trembling. The alliance leader looked indifferently at both of them. His glare terrified the siblings. The vanity on their faces was nowhere to be seen. Similarly, those who had been there to witness the incident, like Lu Lan and Shimu, also had colorful expressions. This time, everyone had been mistaken. Who could have thought that a few guests at the White Jade Tower would be this strong? Chapter 414. Drop Dead? Chapter 414. Drop Dead. Shanghai and Shangqing stepped before the alliance leader, only to hear him coldly ask them, "How do you two think this should be settled?" The siblings had ghastly expressions as the rest of the alliance stared at them. Shanghai then said, "Great Elder, even though we have some responsibility for this incident, but we did it in consideration for the alliance. We helped the Yunhua Business Alliance to find Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman to aid us, and it just so happened that the White Jade Tower ran out of accommodation. Naturally, we had to evict some guests. Back then, they did not express their interest in helping fight for the alliance, so we had to choose to make them leave." Shangqing chimed in too. "Yes, Great Elder. They refused to move out of the White Jade Tower, so we had to resort to using extreme methods." "You call this a reason?" The alliance leader stared at the two of them. There were many ways they could have used to deal with the situation. For example, they did not have to host Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman in the White Jade Tower, or they could have used more peaceful means to settle the problem. The only reason the siblings acted the way they did was purely out of their arrogance. Shanghai bowed and committed, saying, "We will definitely clinch victory in the other battle." Right now, there was no value in justifying his actions. The only salvation he had was to show his worth by obtaining more benefits for the Yunhua Business Alliance. "You had better," said the alliance leader bluntly. "Get back in line." Both of them bowed and backed down. The alliance leader was expressionless. Today's battle had to continue. He would resolve the issue after he went back. His gaze moved towards Futian, and he nonchalantly said, "Let the battle resume." Everything had already happened the way it did. Shanghai had already offended Futian heavily. It was no longer possible to rope him over to their side. Today, not only did they end up last, but the Yunhua Business Alliance also suffered a loss in reputation. Yang Yi felt at ease now that she had said her piece, but Futian looked at her worriedly. That was a rash decision. She had antagonized the Shang siblings by doing that. Moreover, after the alliance leader knew the truth, even though he would blame the Shang siblings, but the furthest he would go would be to punish them harshly. However, since he knew that Yi Futian could not be converted to his side, he would be less concerned about their punishment. His key priority was still on the benefits that he could obtain. In this round, the Yunhua Business Alliance had suffered heavy losses. The alliance leader's attempts to persuade Yi Futian was because of his strength, but that was separate from his resentment towards him. Do the two of you want to decide now? Yi Futian said, looking at Feng Yu and Lei Xingtian. Yi Futian sheathed his sword, while Yu Sheng released Lei Xingtian. The three of them stepped off the platform, back to where Wang Yuro was. There was no question who first place belonged to, but second and third had not been decided yet. Since it's already come to this, let's not compete anymore. How about our clans both share the 50%? The Feng clan leader looked towards the Thunder clan. Sure. The Thunder clan leader nodded. Even though it was not a satisfactory outcome for both clans to share the 50%, it was one that both clans could accept. The clan that held the short straw was the Yunhua Business Alliance with only 10%. Well, go ahead and announce the results, the Feng clan leader said. The drum sounded, and the Wang clan representative reported, the Wang clan is in first place. The Feng clan and Thunder clan come in second place together. The Yunhua Business Alliance, last place. The Yunhua Business Alliance representative's voice was sullen. After the announcement, the Wang clan leader stood up. The experts by his side all followed suit and turned to where Yi Futian and his friends were. Yi Futian and Wang Yuro turned around and walked back towards the Wang clan. The Wang clan leader was undoubtedly welcoming them back with open arms in celebration of their victory. Wang Yuro walked over to the Wang clan leader and bowed slightly while saying, "Fortunately, we did not betray the clan leader's expectations." In reality, she was relieved at her luck. The victory had come too easily, and by no means had she contributed to it. In fact, the moment Yi Futian and his partners stepped onto the Yunhua battle platform, the conclusion was already decided. "You've done well," the Wang clan leader said, smiling. "The credit belongs to the three of them." Wang Yuro glanced at them, then turned towards another direction and continued, "Wang Linfeng did very well too." "That's right," the Wang clan leader nodded, then beamed and complimented Yi Futian and his friends. "The three of you have exceptional talent. We won the battle completely because of the three of you. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. I'll definitely satisfy them." "Thank you, Senior. We'll accept the terms that we were previously promised. That's enough for us. Apart from that, I have an unruly request," Yi Futian said. "Feel free to say it," the Wang clan leader replied. "Yang Ting, little E, the two of you come over." Yi Futian turned around and looked at the Yang siblings. The two of them heard Yi Futian's voice and were puzzled, then started walking his way. "Big brother Yi." The innocent Yang Yi broke into a jog with a beaming smile on her face. She knew how capable Yi Futian was, and was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, she had already vented her anger on the Shang siblings. On the other hand, Yang Ting felt as though something was off. He had mixed feelings towards the matter. He never expected that his life would have such huge ups and downs, that the few people who he had casually greeted at the White Jade Tower would be so overwhelmingly powerful. He understood the world of martial arts cultivators sufficiently well to understand that other than this coincidental meeting, it would never have been possible for him and Yi Futian to cross paths, not to mention becoming friends. "This is my friend Yang Ting, and his younger sister Yang Yi. I treat her as my younger sister as well. Would it be possible for them to enter the Wang clan to cultivate?" Yi Futian asked for the Wang clan leader's opinion. Yang Yi had formerly told him about Yang Ting's goal to enter one of the four clans to cultivate. To the siblings who were dependent on each other, entering the four clans held immense significance. It meant that they would no longer have to be bullied by others. Of course, the primary reason was that Yang Yi had offended Shanghai, and Yi Futian needed to neutralize this potential threat. "Big brother Yi." Yang Yi gazed at him with admiration, while Yang Ting, who had already guessed the reason, was feeling conflicted. "Sure." The Wang clan leader decisively agreed, saying, "After the two of them enter the Wang clan, I will not let them be treated shabbily or let them be hurt." A person of his caliber naturally knew Yi Futian's intentions. "Thank you for that." Yi Futian nodded in appreciation. It's but a small matter. Take a seat and let's watch the upcoming battles together. The Wang clan leader said, smiling. The four clans battle had two more fights remaining. Apart from the lower Arcana Plane battle, there were also the middle and upper Arcane Plane battles. You're being too kind, senior. I'll just take a seat below and watch, Futian replied courteously. That's fine too. I'm sure you don't have much in common with an elderly man like me. Euro, take good care of him, the Wang clan leader instructed. Wang Euro nodded in acknowledgement and ushered Futian to one of the seats among the Wang clan's audience. Wang Euro sat beside Futian and said, after today's battle is over, accompany me back to the clan. I'll give you the spirit-refining grass. No need for that, just give it to little Futian said, looking at Yang Yi, who was behind him. All right. Wang Euro nodded. At that moment, Wang Linfeng walked up and passed a map to Futian, saying, thank you very much for your efforts in this battle. Wang Linfeng was definitely one of the people who had gotten the most benefits out of that battle. Through that battle, he had gone from being one of the marginalized clan members to becoming one of the core members within the clan. It was Futian and his friends who had given him all these. No need, you strived for it yourself, Futian replied. He knew that Wang Linfeng was also taking a gamble on him, and his foresight had paid off. Wang Linfeng smiled in silence and went back to his seat. Futian opened the map that had been passed to him, oblivious to the erupting second battle. In his eyes, Yunhua City was just a pit stop on his journey. His ambition did not lie here. In such a hurry? Wang Euro was surprised. What was in the barren state map? The map was large, so Futian asked Yusheng and Wang Euro for help to spread it open. Even though it was just a copy, it showed details for a large portion of the great expanse that was the barren state. His eyes swept across the map, and his gaze eventually landed on one spot, where a major influence was. The Zhuge family. Moreover, they were located right in the middle of the entire state. He would go there sooner or later, and not only him, but his third brother as well. His second sister was there, Jieyu and Xinger were there too. He wondered how they were coping. They probably missed him a lot. Zhongzhou City, Futian muttered to himself. The centerpiece of the barren state, located at its core, is Zhongzhou City. Overseeing the continent, beside him, Wang Euro explained. Futian nodded as he noticed not only the Zhuge family, but also the mortal world and the Nantian house in the vicinity of Zhongzhou City. All these influences being listed were elite forces. The mortal world and the Nantian house laid along the eastern region and were closer to where he currently was. Of course, this was relative to the Zhuge family. In actuality, he was still extremely far away. Right now, he had not even reached the center of the eastern region. Futian noted down the locations that he would adventure to in the future. He would at least have cultivated to the noble plane before he would step foot into that region. He was no longer in the eastern barren territory. The people from the Nantian house would not let him off easily if they met him. He also saw where the Holy Fire Clan and Taishan Mountain were. They were even further away, with the Holy Fire Clan being in the western region, beside the Fire Mountain. There were also many neighboring first-rate factions being labeled. White Cloud City. Futian looked at one of the cities in the eastern region. He had heard that name before, from the people of the Nantian house. White Cloud City is very far from here. The White Cloud City Lord is a legendary figure. Why are you concerned with this? Wang Euro asked. The White Cloud City was an entity beyond her imagination. Looks like third brother has fierce competition. Futian sighed internally, without explaining anything to her. His gaze moved towards the eastern region and pointed at a landmark, asking, this is the capital of the eastern region? That's right, that's the Divine Sky City. Wang Euro had a look of longing in her eyes. The Divine Sky City was the land of dreams to all cultivators in the eastern region. All the strongest cultivators in the regions gathered there, as well as those with the most talent. Given the chance, you might be able to head there, Wang Euro said. With the potential that Futian and his friends had displayed, there was a good chance that they could get accustomed to the distinguished city. Okay. Futian nodded lightly, keeping the map. At that moment, Wang Euro said, I agreed to one request from you just now. I think so. Futian lifted his head and looked at her. Seeing Futian look at her made Wang Euro break into a smile. The change from her usual cold and aloof demeanor showed a different kind of charm. Her smiling face held some semblance of feminine while she asked, "What request do you want from me?" Futian was bewildered by her change in expression and shrunk back, saying, "You're not trying to take advantage of me, right?" Wang Yuro saw him shrinking back and her expression froze. She cursed at him, "Why don't you drop dead?" Chapter 415. Correction? Chapter 415. Correction. Wang Yuro looked at the battle, nervously biting her lips. Futian looked at her side profile and weakly proclaimed, "I have a girlfriend." Wang Yuro clenched her fists in frustration. She had an urge to violently bash Futian. "Are you going to state your request?" Wang Yuro said unfeelingly. "I haven't thought of it yet. You owe me one for now," Futian casually replied. His bet with her just now was just in the heat of the moment. He did not really have a request since the Wang clan had already accepted Yang Ting and Yang Yi into the clan. Wang Yuro did not say anything, her gaze continuing to stare at the battle. Everything started to quieten down. Futian raised his head towards the battle, which was continuing under the same rules, except the fighters were of the Middle Arcana plane. Apart from that, this battle was no longer determining the allocation of the Spirit Stone Mine's benefits, but some of the resources allocation in Yunhua City. In this battle, Futian only recognized the participants from the Yunhua Business Alliance: Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman, Fire Girl Lu Lan and Black Sorcerer Shimu. These were all people he had met in the White Jade Tower. Moreover, the leader of their team was Shanghai. Evidently, he was one of the more talented cultivators in the Yunhua Business Alliance, and among the elites in the Middle Arcana plane, and had specially invited Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman to support him in battle. "Where are you all from?" Wang Yuro asked Futian after her brief moment of silence. "A small place very far away. You've never been there," Futian replied softly. Wang Yuro was astonished by his answer. With the strength that Futian and his friends had demonstrated, she was not expecting them to be from such an insignificant place. Just then, the Black Wind Condor and Lulan Shui came over, the Black Wind Condor standing beside him and Lulan Shui sitting down. Wang Yuro glanced at Lulan Shui and asked, "Your girlfriend?" "No." Futian shook his head and replied, "Just a friend." "Looks like you aren't a decent gentleman either," Wang Yuro criticized, smiling. Since Futian claimed that he had a girlfriend, why was he bringing another beautiful lady friend by his side? Lulan Shui glanced at Wang Yuro and explained, "Maidservant." Wang Yuro was speechless. Her gaze returned to the battle and she said, "The Demon Swordsman is going up. I heard what you said before about Shanghai chasing you out of the White Jade Tower because of him and Sorcerer Wu?" "Yes." Futian nodded. "What do you feel about his strength?" Wang Yuro asked. The Demon Swordsman had drawn his sword, and his blade was quick. One strike of his sword felt as though tens of thousands of sword chi erupted at the same time. Among the dazzle of countless sword chi, an unpredictably ethereal sword was hidden, swiftly severing the opponent's neck and causing blood to spurt uncontrollably. The loser was greeted with death. "Asshole." Wang Yuro's demeanor became unforgiving. The Demon Swordsman had killed one of the Wang clan's prodigy aides. The Demon Swordsman Duan Ke turned towards the Wang clan's viewing gallery after killing his opponent, and his gaze landed where Yu Wuchen was, as though on purpose. Following which, he walked back to where he was. Standing in wait there was Shanghai, with an equally cruel expression. He also looked at the Wang clan, and his gaze stopped where Wang Yuro and Futian were. He was unmistakably targeting the Wang clan. Looks like the battles become relentless. It was no surprise to the countless onlookers who were watching the Yunhua battle platform. It was a common sight every year for the first battle to be relatively peaceful. As the battles progressed, they would get more fired up and killing would become more rampant. In the first battle, the Wang clan and the Yunhua Business Alliance went head-to-head with each other and caused the Yunhua Business Alliance to lose face. They naturally wanted to get their revenge, and so the Demon Swordsman Duan Ke was sent out prematurely and slew his opponent in one strike. As predicted, the battles progressively intensified, and there were more experts dying and getting seriously injured. Each time it came to a duel between the Wang clan and the Yunhua Business Alliance, the battle would be exceptionally brutal. Of course, The unlucky ones were the aiding experts from both sides, especially those whose battle ability were not strong enough. Sorcerer Wu, whose expertise was in sorcery, went up to battle as well. His entire body clad in robes, he had a terrifying battle ability. His eyes seemed to have dark demonic flames in them, and one gaze from him could cause his opponent to ignite. His flame spell was as scary as demonic flames, as they were inextinguishable and could burn his foe to death. "Looks like we're going to lose quite badly this round," Wang Yuro said. The Wang clan had lost the relaxed attitude they had just now and were watching the battle platform grimly. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were extremely famous. Therefore, they had caused quite an uproar when the Unueb Business Alliance had invited the two of them, causing the four clans to scramble to invite even stronger prodigies to aid them. With regards to the duo's battle ability, the inner circle of the four clans did not underestimate them. They were not from their sex, and they were also juniors. This limited the four clans' understanding of them. Now, after witnessing the duo's strength, the Wang clan felt as though things were going to go south, especially since they were being targeted. All the experts assisting the Wang clan had a high possibility of being wiped out by the two of them, causing the Wang clan to lose all support. Over at the Unueb Business Alliance, the alliance leader and many of the alliance members were visibly happier. Shanghai had not let them down in this battle and had salvaged some of their prestige. If they could get first place in this battle, they would have redeemed themselves. Big brother, Shanghai being young and prideful, it can't be avoided that he would make some mistakes. However, it seems that he really did it for the Unueb Business Alliance. Under those circumstances, for him to get on the good side of prodigies like Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman, he would naturally ignore some other people. One of the elders beside the alliance leader said. He was Shanghai's grandfather. He had no reason to speak up for Shanghai's mistake just now. However, he could now help to clear Shanghai's name. Indeed, Shanghai has good insight. The experts supporting the Wang clan are too arrogant. They're evidently insistent on getting revenge on our Unueb Business Alliance. Another person spoke up, causing the alliance leader to nod his head and say, "If Shanghai can get first for this battle, I'll let the matter rest." The remaining people nodded their heads and turned their attention back to the battle. As the battle progressed, the Wang clan and the Unueb Business Alliance continued to be at loggerheads. There was still no one who could deal with Sorcerer Wu and Duan Quebec. Eventually, the Wang clan gave up the right to challenge someone, but the Unueb Business Alliance did not let up and the two continued to eradicate their competitors. The supporting experts were all eliminated. "What's the wager for this battle?" Futian asked. "The operating rights for various industries in Unueb City next year," Wang Yuro replied. The four clans were the strongest establishments in Unueb City, and so they had a firm hold over the best resources in Unueb City. The only people who could compete for these resources were the four clans. "What will happen to the last place?" Futian asked again. "They can only manage the industries with the lowest profit margin," Wang Yuro replied. Futian did not say anything. Judging by the situation on the Unueb business platform, the last place would definitely be the Wang clan. The Unueb Business Alliance was picking on them, and the other two clans were inadvertently letting them be and watching from the sidelines. The Wang clan had gotten the most benefits from the first battle, so they would definitely not let the Wang clan obtain a good placing in this battle, or it would cause a shift in power balance among the four clans. However, even after the Unueb Business Alliance had eliminated the Wang clan, they did not let up and continued to challenge the Feng clan and Thunder clan's support experts. Similarly, all of them were eliminated and ultimately, only the duo from the Unueb Business Alliance was left standing. This looks very similar to the previous battle. The audience felt a ripple in their hearts. In the last battle, Futian and his friends had been unbeatable. In this battle, it was Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman's turn. The two of them had helped Shanghai get into the finals in dominating fashion, and even when they were up against the other three clans, they had not been afraid of a 3-on-3. Similarly, they had defeated all three clans with their strength alone. After the battle, the people from the Feng clan and Thunder clan looked at Shanghai and heard him say, "In this battle, the Wang clan will be last place. You all decide who will be second and third." His words were identical to what Futian had said, as though it was a tit-for-tat. Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman stepped forward, heading towards a Wong clan prodigy. The Feng clan and Thunder clan experts were a little hesitant, but they did not interrupt them. They were not confident in winning a 3-on-3. In the earlier battle, Sorcerer Wu and the Demon Swordsman had been too overbearing. Forfeit the match. The Wong clan leader saw the two of them heading towards the Wong clan juniors and said to them, if they did not forfeit the match, the duo would definitely be ruthless. I forfeit. The Wong clan prodigy had an extremely grim expression. The match that Wang Yuro had been in had been extremely impressive. However, this battle had been extremely humiliating. The demon swordsman had a mocking smile, following which he turned around to look at the other two people. The Thunder Clan and Feng Clan experts immediately broke into a fight, which eventually ended in the Thunder Clan's victory. The cultivator in front of the drum announced the end of the battle. The Unravel Business Alliance representative shouted, this battle, the Unravel Business Alliance is first. The Thunder Clan, second. The Feng Clan, third. The Wong Clan, last. The four voices sounded out, and in the Unravel Business Alliance's direction, the alliance leader and the members all looked joyful. The demon swordsman Duan Ke raised his head in Futian and his friend's direction and smiled. It seems as though it was nothing special. The opponent was simply too weak. What Futian and his friends had done, he and Sorcerer Wu had done as well. Turning around, he walked towards the Unravel Business Alliance, looked at the alliance leader and said, I don't think that Shanghai made a mistake. What does the alliance leader think? Shanghai had forcefully evicted Futian and his friends because of him and Sorcerer Wu. Before this, Shanghai's decision had been questioned by many, even though it did not affect him, but it did not reflect well on him. The alliance leader looked at Duan Ke and thought, what a presumptuous individual. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. He let out a hearty laugh and said, of course, looks like it was a misunderstanding on my part. What Shanghai did at the White Jade Tower was right. Thank you, Great Elder. Shanghai bowed, and a glint appeared in his eyes. This meant that the alliance leader would no longer pursue the matter. How can he do this? Yang Yi had a gloomy look. She had brought up the matter in public to redress Big Brother Ye's grievance. Yet, the alliance leader had corrected his words. Wasn't this to say that Shanghai was right to humiliate them? Little E, he's driven by profit. This is nothing to be surprised over, Futian said, smiling and accepting it casually. He was on the Wong clan side, while Duan Ke and the rest were supporting the Unravel Business Alliance. Which side would the alliance leader be on? There was no doubt about it. Even if it made Futian unhappy, what could he do about it? Chapter 416. Gamble Showdown. Chapter 416. Gamble Showdown. Yang Yi naturally understood what Futian was saying, but it did not reduce her unhappiness. She angrily looked at the business alliance leader and said, I thought he was a good person, but it seems I was wrong. This girl. Futian let out a bitter smile while shaking his head. He fondled her head, thinking, it looks like Yang Ting really protected his younger sister very well, allowing her to be so innocent. As the alliance leader of one of the four clans, how could the Unravel Business Alliance leader be described simply as good or bad? Duan Ke seems to be intentionally provoking you and your friends, Wang Yuro said. Futian was aware of that too. After defeating his opponent, the demon swordsman Duan Ke's gaze would look towards them. By claiming that his opponents were too weak and making the alliance leader correct his words, even though he had not officially spoken with Futian, he had already taunted Futian. Leave him be, Futian said indifferently, not caring much. Shang Feiyu and his supporting experts had also been arrogant, but it did not mean that Futian needed to prove them wrong every time. To be honest, it was quite boring to do so. Unravel City was just a pit stop for him. If it wasn't for Yang Ting and Yang Yi, he would probably have left the moment he got the map, and not be wasting his time trying to improve relations with the Wong clan. By doing so, after Yang Ting and Yang Yi entered the Wong clan, they would be able to lead better lives. The third battle went on after that, and the atmosphere got even tenser. As though to prove the audience right, the fights got even more merciless, and no one was able to get off the battle platform unscathed. Every battle resulted in either serious injuries or death. Even battles between the Thunder Clan and Feng Clan had also become relentless. It was apparent that the Feng Clan had been dissatisfied with the second battle's results and wanted to make a comeback in this round. This round, the Thunder Clan and Feng Clan broke away from their earlier low-profile actions and became immeasurably wild, showing their overbearing attitudes. In the earlier two battles, the Yunhua Business Alliance and Wang Clan had both gotten one victory each in domineering fashion, and their clans had only been able to fight for second or third place. To the other two clans among the four clans, this was not a glorious feat, as it may diminish their presence. The Thunder and Feng Clan did not want to leave this kind of impression on the inhabitants of Yunhua City. What kind of prodigy would want to work for them in the future if this continued? The first battle had been unexpected and shocking. The second battle left people marveling at the Yunhua Business Alliance's might. In this battle, the residents of Yunhua City truly witnessed the strength of all four clans, as the four clans were matched in strength and put up an entertaining display. Finally, the Thunder Clan dominated the other three clans and got first. The wealthiest among the four clans, the Yunhua Business Alliance came in second, showing off the strong foundations of the alliance. The Wang Clan only came in third, and the Feng Clan came in miserably at last. At the end of the three battles, the Feng family had the short straw, drawing second in the first battle, coming in third in the second battle, and last for the third round, doing worse each round. It was only until it ended that the audience came to a sudden realization that the biggest winner this time was not the Yunhua Business Alliance or the Wang Clan. Although these two clans had been competing fiercely, the eventual winner was the Thunder Clan, drawing second in the first battle, coming in second in the third battle and first for the third round, getting even more dominant each time. The Yunhua Business Alliance had come out on top of the Wang Clan. As such, the Thunder Clan leader was beaming from year to year, his commanding gaze circling the surroundings, as he said with a chuckle, "This year, my Thunder Clan and the rest of you have put up a fantastic display. This can be considered a good end to the year. From tomorrow onwards, let us all make preparations for all the matters that need to be handed over next year." In contrast to the Thunder Clan leader, the Feng Clan leader's expression was gloomy. "Looks like you've made sufficient arrangements to discreetly become the biggest winner." In the direction of the Yunhua Business Alliance, the alliance leader said coolly, "Last year, his alliance was the biggest winner. This time, his all-out war with the Wang Clan ended up helping the Thunder Clan. The Yunhua Business Alliance did quite well too," the Thunder Clan leader said, laughing. He looked up at the sky. It was already evening, and the setting sun's rays showered upon the Yunhua battle platform with several rays of golden light. It was indeed a beautiful day. What wonderful weather. "Let us let this year's four clans battle end here," the Thunder Clan leader proclaimed. "Is it over already?" Around the Yunhua battle platform, the endless Yunhua city citizens felt as surrounding the area did not feel a sense of closure. With the ending of the four clans' battle, they felt a sense of loss. To them, battles of this standard could only be seen once a year. For them to witness the potential of these prodigies standing above all other cultivators. "It has ended," the Wang Clan leader said in a soft voice. Many had even stood up. Wang Yuro and Yi Futian were also among those that stood up. "Has it ended yet? I don't think so." Suddenly, a voice sounded out, and many of those who had already stood up looked towards the person who said that. Surprisingly, it was Shanghai from the Yunhua Business Alliance. Shanghai's gaze swept across where Yi Futian was standing for a moment, following which he said to the audience, "The four clans battle decides the allocation of resources in Yunhua City. However, after the 3 rounds of battle have ended, there's still one more chance to change the allocation." The audience's eyes lit up as they all looked towards Shanghai. They knew what Shanghai was referring to. This time, even though the Yunhua Business Alliance was not the biggest winner, but besides the Thunder Clan, they were in second place. Even so, they were still not content. "You want to start a gamble showdown?" the Thunder Clan leader questioned. The crowd all had astonished looks. Everyone in Yunhua City knew that apart from the 3 rounds of battle, there was still the gamble showdown. As the name suggested, a gamble showdown was a gamble. After the 3 rounds, the clan's benefits had already been allocated. The 4 clans could then use the resources that they had gotten and use it as a wager to start a gamble showdown against those who had participated in earlier battles. Shanghai turned around and said to the alliance leader, "Great Elder, I am bitter about the results of the first round that I lost. I would like to win back what I have lost, and I hope that Great Elder can give me this chance." The Business Alliance leader's eyes glimmered, and a sharp glint appeared in them. He scrutinized Shanghai and asked, "How do you want to gamble?" Shanghai's gaze fell in the direction where the Wang clan was, and callously replied, "I will use what I have won in the second round to wager for what the Wang clan has gotten in the first round." The Wang clan leader frowned, looking at Shanghai, and he asked, "What do you mean?" "Me, Sorcerer Wu, and Duan Ke were the victors of the second round. We challenge Wang Yuro and her 3 supporting experts," Shanghai said mercilessly. Everyone who heard his words had weird expressions. They thought Shanghai was out of his mind. 3 middle arcana plane cultivators, challenging lower arcana plane cultivators? Are you joking? The Wang clan leader rebutted emotionlessly. Even though the 4 clans have the gamble showdown rule, but there has never been such an unfair battle. I will not accept it. It is indeed rather unfair. As such, I will not participate in the battle. Only Sorcerer Wu and Duan Ke will. As for the wager, I will add on the 10% profits of the Spirit Stone Mine from the first round. Shanghai announced in a clear voice, "How about this?" "Humph," the Wang clan leader snorted. "Ridiculous." He knew that Futian and his friends had talent, but Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman Duan Ke were also exceptional people in the middle arcana plane. Sorcerer Wu was in the 5th level of the arcana plane while Duan Ke was at the pinnacle of the middle arcana plane, the 6th level. How could Futian and his friends' cultivation level even compare to them? Apart from Wuchen and Wang Yuro, who were in the 3rd level of the arcana plane, Futian and Yusheng were only in the 2nd level of the arcana plane. 3 to 4 levels of difference was not something that could be neutralized merely with numbers. Even if the other party raised the wager, there was no meaning in accepting if defeat was beyond doubt. Moreover, if he accepted the battle, Shanghai would definitely be gunning for Futian and his friends' lives. "Go back," the Wang clan leader said. The rest of the Wang clan stared at Shanghai expressionlessly. What an imagination he had to come up with such ludicrous terms for a battle. Futian and his friends also turned away. They had no intention of fighting. "Don't you want to prove me wrong?" Shanghai said deliberately, looking at Futian, whose back was facing him. "You were so arrogant before this. Do you want to just walk away in dejection?" "This asshole," Yang Ting said coldly, "he knows no shame." A middle arcana plane cultivator trying to taunt Futian into accepting the showdown. Shanghai was the epitome of shamelessness. "Brother Yi, don't fall for it," Yang Ting said to him. "I know." Futian nodded lightly, not taking it to heart. "Oi!" Another voice sounded out. It was Duan Ke. He smiled and said, "A swordsman that is willing to demean himself is not worthy to hold a sword." Wuchen's footsteps slowed down. Duan Ke's words were evidently referring to the incident in the White Jade Tower where Wuchen had stooped to pick up the spirit stones on the floor. Futian's footsteps slowed down as well, and he suddenly smiled brightly and asked, "Why do you do this to yourself?" Saying that, he looked towards the Wang clan leader and asked, "Senior, do you trust me?" The Wang clan leader's eyes gleamed, and he looked towards Futian. "You mean to say, you want to accept the battle?" Futian nodded lightly. "Are you out of your mind? I know that you're very strong, but that is the middle arcana plane. His fighting ability is at the peak of the middle arcana plane. He's intentionally trying to taunt you, not just to get the resources from the Wang clan, but also your lives," Wang Yuro said in a hushed voice. "I know." Futian was still looking at the Wang clan leader. The Wang clan leader looked Futian in the eyes and guffawed. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a wild teenager. I'll accompany you in your insanity this time. What we won in the first round was originally won for us by you. So, I leave it up to you to decide." "Thank you, Senior." Futian nodded and shifted his gaze towards Shanghai's direction. At this moment, Shanghai was beaming brightly. Duan Ke also had a radiant smile. He looked towards Futian, saying to Shanghai in a faint voice, "Don't forget what you've promised to give me." "I'll give you double," Shanghai said with a piercing gaze. "Good. I'll help you to reap their lives." Duan Ke's smile got even more radiant. Chapter 417. Don't insult a swordsman. Chapter 417. Don't insult a swordsman. Like Wang Yuro had said, Duan Ke had been intentionally provoking Futian and his friends in preparation for this moment. Shanghai had told him that he wanted Yi Futian's life and had promised him many benefits for it. The best chance to kill Yi Futian was naturally on the Yunhua battle platform. Therefore, both Duan Ke and Shanghai were intentionally using provocative language to anger Yi Futian and his friends, and Duan Ke had even gone to the extent of insulting Yi Wuchen. Everything had been for this moment. To their surprise, Yi Futian and his friends had been unable to withstand the taunting and had accepted the battle. What a way to court death. Grand Elder. Shanghai looked towards the business alliance leader. Previously, the conflict with Yi Futian had nearly ruined his future prospects. Now, he was going to reclaim what was rightfully his. In this battle, not only was he going to kill Yi Futian and his friends, but he would also win back everything he had lost in the first round. Hence, it would be equivalent to the Yunhua Business Alliance coming in first for both rounds, surpassing the Thunder Clan to become the real winner. The alliance leader looked at Shanghai and said, "All right, everything will be up to you to decide." After saying that, he took a seat again, and the Yunhua Business Alliance members around him all sat back down and looked towards Yi Futian and his friends. Just like how Shanghai had imagined, they also felt that, regardless of how strong Yi Futian and his friends' battle capabilities were, the large gap in cultivation levels was not something that could be bridged by raw talent and fighting ability. Moreover, Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman Duan Ke were both already extremely talented cultivators, which was apparent from their performance in the second battle. Under these circumstances, the Wang clan was as good as giving them the win on a platter. "Thank you, Grand Elder." Shanghai was ecstatic, and he looked towards the opposite side where the Wang clan members were all sitting back down too. The Thunder clan leader frowned and looked towards the Wang clan and said, "Brother Wang, do not make a foolish decision. 40% of the Spirit Stone Mine's profits are not a joke." The Thunder clan had already cemented its position as the biggest winner this time, and evidently, they did not want their position to be replaced by the Yunhua Business Alliance. The Yunhua Business Alliance was already in an advantageous spot and showed signs of becoming the strongest among the four clans. If this trend continued, the power balance among the four clans would eventually crumble. Now, the Wang clan was about to give the Yunhua Business Alliance a generous gift, something that he did not wish to see. "Naturally, I'm not joking," the Wang clan leader said. "My decision is final. Let the four clans witness the gamble showdown." What respectable resolution. The Business Alliance leader chuckled. "If anyone violates the rules of the four clans battle, everyone has the right to execute them. Go forth," the Alliance leader said to Sorcerer Wu and Duan Quebec. "After this battle, the two of you will be well rewarded." Sorcerer Wu stepped forward in silence, while Duan Ke marched forth with a grin, both of them stepping foot on the Yunhua battle platform yet again. The rays of the setting sun showered down upon them. The two of them were among the most dazzling cultivators among today's four clans battle. Now, they were going to battle the three most dazzling lower arcana plane cultivators from the first round. On the other end, Yi Futian and his friends slowly walked down the viewing gallery. Wang Yuro was there too, and she softly whispered to them, "With my strength, I'm simply unable to help the three of you in this match." Even though she had absolute confidence in her strength, she also knew her limits. Sorcerer Wu and the demon swordsman were both exceptional individuals in Yunhua City. How was it even possible to surpass the level boundary and defeat them? She was definitely not a match for them. "It's all right," Yi Futian replied. Wang Yuro glared at him. How could he still be so nonchalant at this point in time? Did he not know the dangers that awaited him in the upcoming battle? The four of them stepped onto the battle platform where Duan Ke was smiling while looking at them. He had been waiting a long time for this. "You stay here and watch," Yi Futian said to Wang Yuro in a hushed voice. Wang Yuro was stunned for a moment and felt anger after she recovered. This asshole was doing the same thing again. Yi Futian also stopped walking forward. He turned to Yi Wuchen, who was beside him, and said, "Wuchen, you deal with him." Since Duan Ke wanted to witness what a swordsman could do, Yi Wuchen would grant him that honor. Yi Wuchen continued stepping forward. Seeing him come closer, Duan Ke had a grin on his face and asked, "You want to die one by one?" "Sure, I'll grant your wish." The demon swordsman Duan Ke smiled and similarly walked forward, a terrifying sword while surrounding his body, resonating with the universe. He stretched out both arms. In an instant, Tens of thousands of sword wills roared simultaneously, hovering around the vast Unueb battle platform. The sword wills formed a horrifying sword-shaped air current, gliding towards where Futian was. It was a deadly yet elegant sight. Just like his nickname, the demon swordsman had a magical command over his swordcraft, causing his sword techniques to be unpredictable and ethereal. A lower arcana plane fighting a middle arcana plane, unable to withstand just a few sentences of provoking. An idiot like you, how did you live to cultivate until today? Duan Ke appeared as though he was embracing tens of thousands of swords in both arms. He raised his head and had a look of intoxication on his face. The moving sword current drowned out everything, enveloping Wuchen in it. Feeling the aura of his sword current, the Wang clan did not appear optimistic. What on earth was Futian thinking, letting Wuchen face the middle arcana plane Duan Ke alone? The business alliance leader also felt Duan Ke's sword will, and a glowing smile appeared on his face. This battle would definitely restore the Unueb Business Alliance's reputation, as well as all the resources that they had lost. He simply could not understand why the shrewd fellow from the Wang clan would agree to such a ludicrous gamble showdown. Even the most crafty person would commit such mistakes once in a while. Shanghai's performance now was indeed commendable. Duan Ke's body rose into the air, ascending towards the sky alongside his sword. His gaze fell onto Wuchen, and he said, "Even though your sword techniques are speedy, but you're not a qualified swordsman after all. It's your honor to be able to die at my hands." As his voice landed, he waved his arm, and in an instant, countless sword wills turned into real blades and rained upon Wuchen's body. Watching the figure with one lone arm shrouded in sword wills, many people gave silent sighs. What a pity! Wuchen's strength was not to be underestimated, but alas, he was too rash. At that moment, Wuchen stepped forward. In that split second, it was as though he was not a human being, but rather a sword, an indestructible sword. At the same time as he stepped forward, a formless sword will charged straight ahead, cleaving the sword current. His foot took yet another step forward. Around his body, an intense sword veil formed around him. When the sword will that Duan Gang had released rushed towards him, it permeated the sword veil and flowed along the sword veil. Contrary to what the audience thought, it did not break through the defense of the sword veil, but rather it encircled the sword veil. Invoking the sword will, Duan Ke gazed upon Wuchen bewilderedly. It seems like he has some strength, Duan Ke thought to himself. Both his arms swinging around, countless sword wills moved in tandem with his arms, as though all the sword chi in the world were under his command. Following up, Duan Ke waved his hand and dealt one blow with his sword. When the sword struck, it was as though the void had split into two by the sword will, and words started to appear in front of Wuchen. Wuchen treated it as though he saw nothing, and took another step forward. The words exploded in front of him, and ended up as remnants of sword will, continuing to flow around his body, unable to break through his defenses. Many people had surprised expressions. The demon swordsman had already dealt 2 blows, yet he was still unable to break through or even cause damage to Wuchen. Duan Ke squinted, and his palms stretched out. Immediately, an even stronger sword will was manifested, and he resonated with the worldly sword will. After that, his fingers moved, and a sword sliced towards Wuchen. Bang! The harsh blade of light was stopped in its tracks, but Duan Ke's movements did not stop. His fingers continued to brandish even more killing blades, as though they were bolts of lightning. The waves of dazzling blades of light seemed to slice the void apart into countless pieces, and Wuchen's body was completely engulfed within, enduring the countless sword chi's killing intent. Waves of horrifying light blades submerged his body, blocking everyone's field of vision. However, seeing those dazzling blades of light, many people felt pity for Wuchen. In all likelihood, he would have been decimated by these sword techniques. Among the sword chi screeching, Duan Ke's movements finally came to a halt, and he looked towards the scary sword storm that Wuchen was trapped in. A cruel smile appeared on his face as all he could feel there was sword chi. He could almost see Wuchen's body being impaled by tens of thousands of sword wills. In the brilliant storm, A fleeting glimpse of Yi Wuchen's body could be seen. Everyone's gaze focused on that figure. They saw countless sword qi intersecting Yi Wuchen's body. There was no longer any sign of human life, only the aura of swords. Why? Many people sighed. How could it be possible for Yi Wuchen to defeat Duan Quebec? The Wang clan leader's expression was pale. Even though he had joined in on Yi Futian's insanity, but he still felt terrible seeing this kind of ending. Conversely, the Business Alliance leader's face had a resplendent smile. This battle was already half won. Everyone had differing emotions, but suddenly, the body that had been penetrated by countless sword qi moved again. He took another step forward. Even though it was just one step, everyone's expression froze. Duan Ke was also dumbfounded. Could it be that he was not dead yet? At the moment that he was dumbstruck, Yi Wuchen's body disappeared, transforming into a blade, an indestructible blade, encompassing the countless sword wills that had been attacking him just now and penetrating the void. Duan Ke's expression changed, following which he saw a pair of eyes, and in his mind, a killing sword figure appeared. "Get out!" Duan Ke angrily shouted. He drew his sword, a sword that was aided by the heavens, slicing through the void. That strike was extremely beautiful, and it rendered the figure that had appeared in his mind in half. As the blade was striking through the void, he felt a sense of extreme danger. An unstoppable sword was headed straight for him, while his sword was already in motion and could not be withdrawn. How could this be? This was the last thought in Duan Ke's mind as the blade severed his throat. Duan Ke's body quivered uncontrollably, as a figure that appeared to be formed out of sword qi stood upright before him. The figure only had one arm and was standing quietly as always, but the sword in his hand had already cut through Duan Ke's throat. "Don't insult a swordsman." This was the last voice that Duan Ke heard as his body was torn into smithereens by sword qi. Chapter 418. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 418. Are you satisfied now? When Duan Ke collapsed, the single-arm figure stood above the platform. Everyone was dazed. Did Yi Wuchen just win the battle? The demon swordsman was killed? Realizing that, people's hearts beat fast. Shanghai's heart also pounded as if a big hammer was beating it. His face paled all of a sudden, all the color draining. Not long ago, he had just presumed that he was going to win it all back. Now he was frozen by this fact. A deep fear came to him. What happened before him seemingly set him into an icy cellar. Duan Ke was dead. Yi Wuchen killed him. Shanghai didn't care how Yi Wuchen did it, or why he was so strong. He only cared about the result. This battle was a gamble to him. The wager was what they got in the second round, including the mines. The big fortune was even more important than his life. Now, because of his gamble made out of impulsion, he was going to give all the fortune away. Of course he was frozen and terrified. He had never thought about what could happen if he lost the gamble. Would his grandpa forgive him easily? The leader of the merchant union looked livid. They'd actually been defeated. Duan Ke, that proud demon swordsman, was killed by a silent single-armed swordsman. As the saying went, the more silent was the more dangerous. In previous battles, both Yu Shang and Yi Futian were very high-profile. Compared to them, Yi Wuchen behaved in a more low-profile way. But as a result, he killed Duan Quebec. What a wonderful fight! The leader of the Thunder Clan exclaimed. There has not been such a wonderful battle of four forces for many years. He was seemingly very glad to see the Yunhua Merchant Union to be defeated. Among the major four forces, Yunhua Merchant Union was the strongest force. The Thunder Clan naturally didn't want the Yunhua Merchant Union to be the final winner. The Thunder Clan's leader was very confident that his clan had a stronger comprehensive strength than Wang family's. Even if there was a year for Wang family to develop, they still couldn't threaten the Thunder Clan. What's more, Yi Futian's group was just the Wang family's external aid. He would not feel threatened unless the Wang family's youth were as strong as Yi Futian's group. As long as they were not the Wang family's members and they didn't plan to join, he would not mind. He also believed that the Wang family wasn't attractive enough to them. Hearing the Thunder Clan's leader's words, the leader of the Merchant Union felt more embarrassed. The Wang family's members were also stunned. Wang Yuro just couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. What a promising youth. The Wang family's leader also exclaimed. He kept looking at the Yunhua platform and laughed. The real talented one didn't show his interest but was forced to fight. Somebody just wants to be humiliated. His words were like a slap. From Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen's previous reaction, everyone knew that they were not interested at all. But Shanghai and Duan Ke provoked them again and again. They were forced to fight. People all witnessed the result of the fight. Moreover, Shanghai had planned to let Sorcerer Wu and Demon Swordsman fight Yi Futian's 4 people. As a result, the Demon Swordsman was directly killed by Yi Wuchen. It's not over yet. At this moment, Shanghai clenched his fists, veins standing out under his skin. His eyes fell on Sorcerer Wu. Though the Demon Swordsman was dead, the mysterious Sorcerer Wu was here. He still had a chance to win it all back. Kill him. If you win, what I have promised Duan Ke before, I'll give you in double, Shanghai said to Sorcerer Wu determinedly. Sorcerer Wu was his last hope. As long as Sorcerer Wu could kill Yi Wuchen quickly, it was still possible for him to handle Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. As for Wang Yuro, he didn't even count her in. She didn't have the strength to get involved in this battle at all. Hearing Shanghai's promise, Sorcerer Wu stepped out. His figure in the black cloak looked very mysterious. He glanced at Yi Wuchen, and suddenly a stream of dark flames surrounded Yi Wuchen's body. The demonic dark fire bloomed like flowers and swept toward Yi Wuchen. Sword and tint appeared from Yi Wuchen and wove into a sword curtain to protect his body. The dreadful demonic dark fire gathered to attack the sword curtain. A hole appeared. The demonic fire penetrated it, and the hole kept expanding. That terrible fire eroded the curtain rapidly. The curtain was going to disappear. Sizzle. The curtain suddenly transformed into beams of sword light and dissipated. Every beam of light contained some demonic fire. Yi Wuchen retreated. He stared at Sorcerer Wu sharply. Sorcerer Wu was not just a fire attribute sorcerer. The fire was really demonic, but it was also because of his comparatively low level. Yi Wuchen had a sword body melted with the sword and tint given by his Grand Master. That was why it was a mistake for Duan Ke to attack him with sword and tint. Unless Duan Ke had stronger sword and tint, he couldn't get the upper hand. But this time, the sorcerer's level was also higher than his, and he attacked Yi Wuchen with such a strange way. Yi Wuchen would very possibly be defeated. People were surprised at this sight. It seemed that Sorcerer Wu was more fearsome than Duan Ke, though his level was lower. The Merchant Union's leader's eyes brightened. Shanghai also became hopeful. It was possible to win. Kill him, said Shanghai. If Yi Wuchen was killed, the path would be smoother. The dark demonic fire seemingly turned into countless snakes and wreathed toward Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen's sword and tint broke out and soared up as if it was going to rip everything apart. But suddenly, a thunder was heard and a flash of purple lightning crushed the demonic fire into dirt. Yi Futian walked to Yi Wuchen and said, "Let me handle it." It was not because Yi Futian didn't trust Yi Wuchen's strength. When fighting with Duan Ke, it was about Yi Wuchen's dignity as a swordsman. He had to fight. But when confronting with Sorcerer Wu, Yi Futian didn't want Yi Wuchen to handle it alone. Looking at Yi Futian, Yi Wuchen nodded and retreated back slowly. People around the platform were surprised. They thought Yi Futian was overconfident. He could help Yi Wuchen to fight Sorcerer Wu together, but chose to fight one-on-one. Was he really so confident about his strength? "You could fight together," said the sorcerer in a low voice. Hearing his low and eerie voice, many people were surprised. The sorcerer was even more arrogant. Yi Wuchen had killed Duan Ke, yet the sorcerer was still so arrogant. Did it mean that Duan Ke's strength meant nothing to Sorcerer Wu? Hearing Sorcerer Wu's words, Shanghai's eyes brightened more. Yi Futian froze but then smiled at the sorcerer. He turned to Shanghai and said, "I'll give you a chance. You can fight together with him too." What? The spectators were speechless. Were they competing about who was more arrogant? It seemed that they didn't take each other seriously at all. "This is your idea. Everyone heard you. Don't regret it." Shanghai wouldn't miss such a chance. He walked out and directly stepped onto the platform. "Of course." Yi Futian nodded and stepped forward. While he moved forward, the death coil was released. His body turned into a big tree. Endless golden vines rushed out towards Sorcerer Wu. In a black cloak, Sorcerer Wu lifted his head. Dark fire lit up in his eyes. Suddenly, those vines were set on fire by the dark flames. Dealing with such a spell was a piece of cake to him. The vines appeared endlessly. So did the dark fire. What Sorcerer Wu didn't expect was that the fire didn't stop the vines. He dodged quickly without getting hurt by the vines. His eyes sharpened and more fire burnt the golden vines up. However, there were too many vines to burn. Whoosh! The wind raged. A horde of horrible black fire crows appeared behind the sorcerer's body and pounced toward different directions. Where the crows swept, all the vines were burned out. One black crow transformed back into Sorcerer Wu's figure and overlooked Futian in the sky. That pair of horrible eyes under the cloak looked straight at Futian. In an instant, Futian's whole body was shrouded in darkness. "Burn!" the sorcerer said coldly. However, Futian's will wasn't burned down. He looked up at Sorcerer Wu indifferently. Was Sorcerer Wu attacking him spiritually? It seemed that Sorcerer Wu had been hiding his real strength. What a scary man. At this time, an enormous black crow appeared behind Sorcerer Wu. "It's none of your business. You shouldn't have come," Futian responded with a cold look. Dreadful lightning flashed in his eyes. The two's eyes collided and Sorcerer Wu trembled a little, as if that lightning struck him. Lightning gathered and overshadowed the sky. Then the mighty lightning hit down. Since Sorcerer Wu was good at dark spells, Futian decided to attack him with the lightning. The sacred lightning cracked down directly on Sorcerer Wu's body. Endless black crows around Sorcerer Wu were shattered. He couldn't escape at all, as if he was confined. Sorcerer Wu looked livid. What kind of power was the lightning? Boom! The lightning descended as if doomsday had come. With the thunder god spell cast, the destructive lightning seemingly turned into chains and whipped Sorcerer Wu's body. Both his mentality and body were hurt heavily. Another black crow appeared. Sorcerer Wu's eyes became extremely cold. But the lightning descended again and pierced through the black crow as well as Sorcerer Wu's body. He shook violently. At this moment, Futian walked forward. His eyes were so indifferent. Seeing this scene, people's faces all paled. Futian's spell was so strong that it even broke the limit of levels. This was also out of Shanghai's expectation. He rushed toward Futian immediately. Extremely wild power projected from his body. He folded his hands behind him. Horrible power was gathering there. "Be careful," Wang Yuro cautioned Futian. Futian raised his hand, and a long staff appeared in his hand. "You must die." Shanghai's figure descended. A big destructive handprint rushed toward Futian. The Wang family's members paled. How could Futian be so careless? Generally, a sorcerer couldn't bear Shanghai's attacks within such a short distance. Boom! Futian's body spun in the sky. A great momentum gathered, and his body was surrounded by thunder and lightning. A thunder dragon seemed to appear in the sky, but growled like an ape. Finally, with the great momentum, Futian slashed his staff down to Shanghai, who was rushing to him too. Bang! Without any suspense, Shanghai dropped like a flash of light and fell down on the battle platform heavily. Boom! With another blow, Sorcerer Wu's body was thrown away. Then Futian rushed downward with his staff in hand. With a loud explosion, the whole platform shook violently together with people's frightened hearts. Futian slashed down beside Shanghai's body. Shanghai's whole body trembled heavily. That blow almost frightened him to death. "Is this what you want? Are you satisfied now?" The staff disappeared. Futian stood beside Shanghai and looked at him disdainfully. Then he turned around, leaving an extremely conceited figure. The leader of the Merchant Union stood up from his seat, his hands slightly quivering. The Merchant Union was defeated in such a miserable way. The Wang family's leader also stood up. Looking at Futian, he took a deep breath. Futian was too strong and powerful. It was a pity that he wasn't the Wang family's member. Both the Thunder Clan and Feng family shared the same pity. In this battle, the Wang family was the biggest beneficiary. The whole thing was just because of a young man who defeated Sorcerer Wu with a strong spell and deprived Shanghai's ability to fight. Years later, people in the US city would still remember their shock brought by this stunning fight. Probably no one could surpass Futian. Though not at the same level, Yi Futian still defeated his rivals so easily. The three young men just showed people their invincible mighty power. Chapter 419. Wang Yuqing. Chapter 419. Wang Yuqing. The Wang family followed Yi Futian's group away. Under the sunset, their shadows dragged. Countless gazes from around the Yunhua battle platform were still gazing in that direction in shock. The leader of the merchant union stood up straight, also watching the silhouettes of the Wang family as they left. The battle was over and the final divisions had been announced. The Yunhua merchant union would barely get anything next year. If one looked closely, one would see that his hands, hidden in his sleeves, were trembling. He turned to gaze coldly at Shanghai, who was pulling himself up. Right now, Shanghai seemed to have wilted. His face was colorless while blood still flowed from his lips. His organs seemed to have been shattered by that hit. He was badly hurt. However, no one came to help him away. Seeing their leader's expression, no one dared. They all knew that Shanghai had messed up this time. The leader wouldn't forgive him. He'd already redeemed himself, and the leader had planned on letting him go. But he wanted to take revenge and taunted Yi Futian while they were leaving, thus causing this destructive attack. He dug his own grave. The Thunder Clan and Feng family all looked at Shanghai with disdain. He didn't know his own strength and couldn't even take a single hit. However, that youth was honestly too powerful. He would definitely become an important figure in the future. The Thunder Clan and Feng family were obviously happy to see this result. The most powerful Yunhua merchant union was repressed. To the Thunder family, the Wang family winning the most was less threatening than the Yunhua merchant union. It was the same for the Feng family. They weren't last place anymore. Under these circumstances, the Yunhua merchant union probably wouldn't be able to change anything. In the direction of the Wang family, they orbited around Yi Futian's group. Wang Yuro's pretty eyes gazed at Yi Futian beside her. Are you better at sorcery or martial arts? She was curious. Earlier, Yi Futian's sorcery had been crazy. Despite his low plane, he could defeat Sorcerer Wu. Yi Futian's sorcery was too powerful to be a regular sorcerer. Everyone had thought he was a powerful sorcerer. Shanghai thought so too, so he launched a close attack. But that last strike had been fatal. The one strike had carried immense power and flattened Shanghai, the pride of the Yunhua merchant union. There hadn't been any suspense. His martial arts skill was undeniable. Guess. Yi Futian smirked. Wang Yuro glared, but heard Yusheng say nonchalantly, he isn't the strongest at sorcery or martial arts. Then what? Wang Yuro froze and looked at Yusheng in confusion. Yusheng gazed at Wang Yuro with a meaningful expression. Seeing his eyes, Wang Yuro instantly understood. She was forced to look away in silence. Yi Futian glared at Yusheng. This guy had changed too much. What was he thinking now? Yi Futian wasn't like that. Little Yi Futian called. Yang Yi walked over and greeted, Big Brother Yi. After I leave, remember to cultivate well, Yi Futian said, smiling. Wang Yuro glanced at him. Was he talking to her? This time, Yi Futian had displayed such great talent. He guessed that the Wang family would try to keep him, so he made some hints to keep them from asking. Wang Yuro sighed inwardly. The Wang family couldn't keep someone as talented as Yi Futian. She knew that there was no point. Yi Futian didn't think too highly of her. Big Brother Yi, are you going to leave? Yang Yi looked up, gazing at Yi Futian. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I still have many important things to do. What things? I want to go too, Yang Yi said innocently. You dummy. Yi Futian patted her head. At that time, the Wang family's leader walked over. Glancing at Yi Futian and Yang Yi, he smiled. Don't worry. We won't mistreat the Yang siblings after you leave. Thank you, Senior, Yi Futian said. You won so many things for the Wang family and helped us take revenge. This is nothing. We owe you. Do you have any requests? The family leader asked. No. Yi Futian shook his head, smiling. I didn't know anyone after coming to Yunhua City and met the Yang siblings by fate. I only wish that you will help me take care of them. All right. Yuro, Yang Ting, and Yang Yi will cultivate with you from now on. Yang Yi will be like your sister, the family leader said to Wang Yuro. Yes. Wang Yuro nodded. She naturally wouldn't argue. Yi Futian had helped her greatly this time. I won't keep you, But please stay a few days so I can be a good host, the family leader said. Futian gazed at him, but he continued in a light tone. Kid, help preserve my image. Don't reject me in front of so many people. Okay. Futian smiled wryly and nodded. The family leader was truly powerful. Futian couldn't reject him. The family leader finally smiled. He nodded and patted Futian's shoulder. It was nighttime when they returned to the Wang family. They held a big celebratory feast. Futian's group were obviously the stars. Many people wanted to meet them. After the feast, they arranged a place for Futian's group to stay. It was where their core disciples lived and were right next to Wang Yuro. Right now, moonlight splashed down. A map was placed on a stone table in the courtyard. Futian sat on a stone stool, looking quietly. What's the plan? Wuchen asked, walking over. I plan on going to Divine Sky City, Futian said. That is the main city of the Barren States East. It will have the most resources, people, and news. We will cultivate there and reach the noble plain. What do you think? Whatever you say, Wuchen said. He sat beside Futian and looked up at the full moon. He completely trusted Futian. The journey from the Kangi kingdom had given them tacit understanding. I don't dare go anywhere with a low plane. If we reach the sage plain someday, we can go anywhere, Futian sighed. He gave himself a small goal, the noble plain. Only if he reached the noble plain would he be able to travel through the barren state. The Arcana plane was honestly too weak. It was difficult to forge ahead without the help of a powerful force. But now, he didn't want to rely on another force. Nowhere could be like the cottage. Even if something existed, it wouldn't have that feeling. Thinking of Chinyu? Futian asked Wuchen, who was spacing out. A little, Wuchen said softly. She must hate Wuchen for leaving her in the eastern barren territory. Noble, sage. He still had a long way to go, but his heart was growing more determined. Futian chuckled. His Guqin spirit appeared and music flowed under the moonlight. It was calm and peaceful, making one feel a slight longing for home. Days later, Futian prepared to leave that day. Many people were walking somewhere in the Wang family. A while ago, a figure had entered, causing an uproar. Wang Yuqing, the princess, had returned. Many elders sat before the main pavilion. Even the family leader came to welcome her personally. Seeing the group walking over, he smiled gently. The leading woman was beautiful and cold. Both her features and temperament were similar to Wang Yuro. She was even more handsome and seemed more powerful. Wang Yuqing was Wang Yuro's true sister. Beside her was a group of boys and girls. They all had extraordinary temperaments and were spirited. They gazed at the Wang family with cool eyes. They clearly had special backgrounds. Grandfather, Wang Yuqing called to the family leader. However, her tone wasn't as respectful as the other members. To most people, the family leader wasn't only the family leader. He was also the most powerful and naturally should be revered. If he couldn't cultivate, who would revere him? But Wang Yuqing was different. She'd seen many people at her grandfather's level out there. In fact, she learned from people of the sage plane. After some time, she wouldn't feel as reverent as the others in the family. You're back, the family leader said, smiling. Yes, these are my senior brothers and sisters, Wang Yuqing said. They look extraordinary. As expected from the top 3 schools of the Divine Sky City, the family leader said, smiling. The banquet is prepared. Welcome. Everyone walked forward. Wang Yuro walked to Wang Yuqing and called, Sister, how is your cultivation? Wang Yuqing asked. 3rd level Arcana plane, Wang Yuro answered. Keep working hard and try next year at the Divine Sky City, Wang Yuqing said. Where are mother and father? They're coming, Wang Yuro said. Yuro, call Futian over, the family leader said. Okay. Wang Yuro immediately understood. She left and went towards Futian's yard. Futian? Wang Yuqing asked. Grandfather, who's that? A very talented junior. I would like you two to meet each other. Maybe you can recommend him to the top 3 schools. His talent shouldn't be a problem. The top 3 schools isn't that easy to enter, a youth beside Wang Yuqing said. I know that. I wouldn't say that if he wasn't talented, the family leader said, chuckling. It was undeniable that it was already a miracle for the Wang family to have Wang Yuqing. If they had another so-called pride, how powerful could he be? The family leader was probably ignorant and didn't know what true talent was. Chapter 420. See the World? Chapter 420. See the World. Yi Futian found it strange after he heard Wang Yuro's invitation. The family leader was quite thoughtful to have Wang Yuro's sister recommend him to the top 3 schools. However, the family leader didn't know that he didn't want that. After leaving the college and cottage, he didn't want to join another school. And if he really wanted to join, he would go by himself. He didn't need Wang Yuqing's recommendation. I'll just take it as a farewell, Yi Futian thought. Later, the group followed Wang Yuro to a place. A banquet was prepared. Other than the family leader, a group of youths sat in the upper seats, showing their high status. One of the girls was beautiful and handsome. She was indeed similar to Wang Yuro. She was obviously Wang Yuqing. Other youths sitting beside her looked at Yi Futian judgmentally. Earlier, they'd heard the Wang family leader praise Yi Futian to the sky. He really liked this youth, which activated their arrogance. Senior. Yi Futian bowed, and the group took their seats. Wang Yuqing glanced at Yi Futian and said, "My grandfather said that your combat ability is extraordinary and can fight across many planes. What is your dharma?" Her grandfather wanted her to recommend Yi Futian into the top 3 schools. She was curious how powerful someone had to be for her grandfather to be so impressed. "Senior, you flatter me. My dharma is quite average. As for fighting across planes, perhaps it was because the opponents at University were weak and I was lucky," Yi Futian said, smiling. He wasn't really modest. He just said that because he didn't want to enter the top 3 schools. Wang Yuro glanced at him, surprised. She wondered when Yi Futian became so modest. She knew how arrogant this guy was. Plus, she thought that with his talent, he would have no problem entering the top 3 schools. He could become a disciple sooner or later. Oh. Wang Yuqing nodded slightly and said to the family leader, "Even if the opponent isn't strong, fighting across planes is still difficult. If you wish to enter the top 3 schools, you can go to the Divine Sky City at the beginning of next year and join the exam. You must be mentally prepared, though. The exam for any of the schools attract the top youths of the entire eastern part of the barren state. The battle at University can't compare." Wang Yuqing sounded like she was preaching. She was Wang Yuro's elder sister and was slightly older. She also had a higher plane and was an official disciple of the top 3 schools. For a young talent who wanted to join the school, this attitude was natural. Hearing the family leader's words, she thought that Yi Futian wanted to join the top 3 schools and use this chance to meet them. "I see." Yi Futian nodded. He didn't mind Wang Yuqing's attitude. He knew that Wang Yuqing was speaking the truth too. Divine Sky City was the main city in the area, while the top 3 schools was the gathering place of all the prides. It must have all the elites in the vast barren state. It wasn't something that the small University could compare to. That's good too. With Futian's talent, he would have no problem even if he participated in the exam, the family leader said. He naturally could see that Wang Yuqing wasn't very interested. It made sense, though. The top 3 schools wasn't a regular place, and his granddaughter was only a regular disciple. She didn't have that high of a status. Having her recommend Yi Futian might not be that suitable. "Oh right, we've only been talking about Futian. Yuqing, why did you suddenly return?" the family leader asked. Entering the top 3 schools meant the chance to enter the legendary Sage Plane. Thus, the seniors of University's 4 forces wouldn't interfere with the disciples. It was like they'd broken off their past and just focused on cultivation. They wouldn't call their disciples their back even for important things like the battle of the top 4. Cultivation resources were important, but were incomparable to the disciples cultivating at the top 3 schools. Once one of the forces got a sage figure first, the battle would be over. It would become meaningless. Furthermore, even if one couldn't enter that plane, they could at least become a powerful upper-level noble figure. To them, the battle of the top 4 was an unimportant mundane matter. After opening up their world, people like Wang Yuqing wouldn't care anymore. Thus, even though they'd heard that Yi Futian's performance had been brilliant, Wang Yuqing wasn't impressed. She only felt that Yi Futian was quite talented and could have a chance if he took the exam. But that was it. She didn't have to care. The school issued a mission and is coincidentally close to University, so we came to visit. It's not just us. Many more people will come. Shang Yunfeng from the Blazing Sun School has returned too. He should be at the Yunhua Merchant Union right now with many of the other disciples. The top 3 schools of the Divine Sky City were the Blazing Sun School, Bright Moon School, and Starry School. Wang Yuqing was cultivating at the Starry School. Everyone present was the same. They were disciples of the same school. The Yunhua Merchant Union also had a disciple cultivating at the top 3 schools. Shang Yunfeng, whom Wang Yuqing had mentioned, was cultivating at the Blazing Sun School. What mission? Can we help? The family leader asked. If Wang Yuqing needed the family's resources, he would give it all. No, we aren't the main force, Wang Yuqing explained. Many powerful seniors will come. They are the main figures. We are just following to challenge ourselves and see if we'll have the chance. As one of the top forces, the top 3 schools had many challenging missions in addition to cultivation. The evil dragon? The family leader's eyes flashed when he heard Wang Yuqing's words. If the powerful figures came and were near Yunhua City, it could only be one place, the horrifying evil dragon zone. Yes. Wang Yuqing nodded. Is the sapling grass matured? The family leader asked. As the leader of a top force in Yunhua City, he obviously knew what the evil dragon zone had. He also knew that the top 3 schools had their eyes on it. They didn't want others to get it. They were waiting for the sapling grass to mature. No. Wang Yuqing shook her head. But half a month ago, someone went in first to guard it. The family leader was shocked. Someone dared to steal from the predator? Who dared to take what the top 3 schools wanted? Who's so brave? The family leader asked. Don't know yet, but according to the information, he is at the peak of the noble plane. He is handsome and looks scholarly. No one guarding the evil dragon zone is his match, but we don't know who he is. The information said that he may be a nameless solo cultivator, Wang Yuqing said. Thus, the people sent this time are mostly at the peak of the noble plane, close to the sage plane. Futian's expression turned odd at those words. The peak of noble plane, handsome, scholarly, nameless solo cultivator. He thought of someone. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Yusheng clearly thought the same. He glanced at Futian. Does the evil dragon zone really have a dragon? Futian asked. Wang Yuqing glanced at him. The family leader nodded. There's a very powerful dragon. Futian, why are you asking? Nothing, just wondering. Futian smiled and blinked. When he'd been cultivating at the cottage, he'd wanted to eat dragon meat. Can I go with you? Futian asked Wang Yuqing. He wanted to see. What would you do? Wang Yuqing asked. I'm ignorant and hadn't seen these things yet. I want to see the world. Futian's smile was brilliant. His youthful, handsome features were very convincing. People would think he was innocent and naive. Wang Yuqing's eyes sparkled as she thought. Yuqing, since Futian wants to see, just take him with, the family leader said. He wants to go to the Divine Sky City too. He can go with you. To him, Wang Yuqing still wasn't familiar with Futian. If they traveled together, she could see how great he was. They might become close friends and deepen the relationship too. Wang Yuqing glanced at her companions. Clearly, she couldn't decide alone. It's good to think like that. Seeing the outside world is better than staying here. We can take him, a youth beside her said, smiling. He was Jiang Nan. At the upper Arcana Plane, he was the leader of the Arcana Plane disciples. Since senior brother Jiang said so, we will take him to see the outside world. The others nodded. Wang Yuqing glanced at Futian. We can take you, but remember, you must listen to our orders. You can't make trouble. We are cultivating at the Starry School. If you can enter in the future, we can give you advice. Thank you. When will we leave? Futian nodded and smiled. He had to be low-key outside. Tomorrow morning, Wang Yuqing said. Okay. Futian nodded. Then he looked to the family leader. Senior, I might not return after leaving tomorrow. Please take care. Good. You can follow Yuqing to the Divine Sky City. The family leader nodded and smiled. You will soar after leaving. I anticipate your news. Thank you, Senior. Futian raised his glass. Chapter 421. Meet Senior Brother again? Chapter 421. Meet Senior Brother again the next morning. a line of figures gathered in Wang family's hall, ready to leave. Many Wang family's members attended to see off Wang Yuqing and Yi Futian. Yi Futian's victory in the Battle of Four Forces was a big boon for Wang family. They could only treat Yang Ting and Yang Yi well to reward Yi Futian since he would not stay here anymore. Brother Yi, you won't come back anymore, right? Staring at Yi Futian, Yang Yi was reluctant to say goodbye. How come you think so? Remember, I still want to see your wedding. I will be back if there is a chance. As for you, keep following your master and keep working hard on your cultivation, okay? Yi Futian smiled at her, but he knew that it was less likely for him to come back again. As a small city in barren state, Yunhua City was just an interlude in his life. His target was the Zhongzhou City, the most talent-intensive place of barren state. It's not a lie, right? Yang Yi showed her suspicion. Her ponytail looked very cute. Do I look like a liar? Yi Futian rubbed her hair lightly and laughed. It's a deal then. Yang Yi reached out her pinky. Deal. Yi Futian also reached out his finger. Yang Yi was finally convinced. Yang Ting witnessed their deal with a smile. He knew that Yi Futian was just comforting Yang Ting. This city was too small for Yi Futian to show his talent. Take care. Yang Ting made a brief farewell. Yi Futian had done too much for him and his sister. He could only keep that gratitude in his heart. They met each other by chance and said to take care of each other, but Yi Futian was always the one to take care of others. Take care. Yi Futian patted Yang Ting's shoulder lightly. On the Black Wind Eagle's back, Yi Futian turned to the Wang family, folded his hands, and said goodbye. The head of the Wang family also folded his hands and said, "Hope to hear your name one day." "Grandpa, goodbye," said Wang Yuqing. Then the line of figures set out on their journey. In the sky, Jiang Nan of the Starry School glanced at Yi Futian in the near distance and smiled at Wang Yuqing. "Your grandpa seemingly thinks very highly of him." "My grandpa just doesn't know the strength of the top 3 schools." "It's not surprising that he said those words," Wang Yuqing responded. The head of her family claimed that he hoped to hear Yi Futian's name in University again. If Yi Futian's name was heard here one day, it meant that he would have stirred the entire East Barren state. Obviously, by saying that, Wang Yuqing's grandpa hailed Yi Futian's potential very much. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile and looked in the distance. Standing beside Yi Futian, another disciple of the Starry School noticed the Black Wind Eagle. He asked, "Your eagle flies really fast. Is there anything special about it?" "Nothing special. Every time it becomes slow, I just whip it. That's why it flies so fast," Yi Futian joked. The Black Wind Eagle rolled its eyes and waved its wings violently. It kept speeding up. Yi Futian looked down at his eagle in amazement. Was it provoked? That man beside Yi Futian was also surprised. From its appearance, the Black Wind Eagle looked more like a rock. Then he quickly denied it. Black Wind Eagle was just an eagle. Demon beasts were classified by their talents. Eagles would never surpass rocks. Evil Dragon Zone was a vast habitat of many kinds of demon beasts. The periphery was a forest where cultivators came to hunt beasts for riding. The famous Evil Dragon Zone was the central area of the forest. It was where the evil dragon lived. Many cultivators who came here had been killed by the evil dragon. That was how this place was named. Arriving at the periphery, Yi Futian's group found that there were many people in the sky heading toward the forest. "Is it dangerous for us to stay here?" Somebody in the sky showed his concern. People flying in this area would very easily be heated by demon beasts here and become their prey. Don't worry. The top 3 schools have removed all the obstacles. This place is for training now. The Evil Dragon Zone might have been segregated from here. It'll be less threatening in the future, somebody assured the concerned one. The top 3 schools people have been here for a long time. Is it because the dragon grass has grown ripe? Not yet. It is said that a strong foreign cultivator wants to take the dragon grass away regardless of the top 3 schools' prohibitions. So the top 3 schools called up many strong cultivators to come. Who is the bold guy? I don't know. When we arrive, you will see. The top 3 schools have been competing with each other all the time. Now there is a foreign cultivator and the evil dragon. We will see a wonderful show. Yi Futian's group heard the conversations. They kept heading forward. Groups of cultivators constantly came. They could see demon beasts in the forest from time to time. Sometimes there would be some battles, but they never stopped, heading all the way to the hinterland of the demon forest. After a long while, they finally set foot in the central region. Various figures had arrived at the mountain area. Wang Yuqing looked toward a direction and said, "There they are." They went straight toward that direction. It was a hillside where many people were already there, including a lot of young disciples from the Starry School. The top 3 schools had many disciples. Those disciples who had visited the Wang family on their way were the ones Wang Yuqing was familiar with. Those she was unfamiliar with came here directly. Master Yun, they called a senior in the distance. That senior turned to them and nodded slightly. He didn't recognize some of these young men, but since they called him Master Yun, he guessed they must be students from the Starry School. "Jiangnan, you have been to the Wang family. Why are there some new faces?" At this time, an enchanting woman of about 25 or 26 years old noticed Yi Futian's group. "The youth of the Wang family would like to come for broadening their horizon. So we came together," said Jiangnan. "So you even begin to take care of her family?" The woman smiled and looked at Wang Yuqing and Jiangnan meaningfully. "Li Man, you are really talkative." Wang Yuqing responded coldly. "Little brother, are you 20 now? This is a dangerous place. Do you need me to take care of you?" Li Man looked at Yi Futian and giggled. This woman was a little different from others. She had a perfect figure. Though not as beautiful as Wang Yuqing, her every move was full of charm. She was even more attractive. "I'm not that young." Yi Futian was a bit annoyed. He was being flirted with. "What a pretty boy!" Li Man exclaimed with a smile. Yi Futian was speechless. This was always a good-looking man's trouble. "Li Man, can't you just be serious?" grumbled a young man beside her. "It's none of your business," Li Man responded coldly. That young man glared at Yi Futian and scolded. "This is our trial. Why would those outsiders be here? You'd better ask them to behave themselves." "I'll be with them," said Wang Yuqing lightly. Yi Futian became more morose. He just took all the blame at once. Relations between people could be very complex. Li Man was a charming woman. Seeing Li Man flirting with him, the youth scolded immediately. He seemingly had a crush on her. What a shame. She was flirtatious while he was serious. It might be difficult for them to be together. Looking at the distance, Yi Futian found that there were many people on other mountains. There was an extremely high mountain before them. Various demon beasts hovered at the slope. It looked like a confrontation between man and beast. A scary demon aura pervaded the huge mountain. Many visitors were terrified at the scene. Only the top 3 schools dared to blockade this place. If the top 3 schools were not here, they would not have come at all. That evil dragon was in the cave. Obviously, it also knew that it was besieged. Yi Futian looked around and saw there was an isolated peak in the distance towering into the sky. It looked quite lonely. At the top of it, there was a figure sitting with his legs crossed and meditating. The figure in white sat silently as if he was a part of the hill already. He had a handsome face. Sitting there quietly made him look like a sage. "Is he the one coming for the dragon grass?" Jiangnan asked, looking at the hill's top. "Yes." Master Yun nodded. "Even your strength is not enough to handle him?" Jiangnan was amazed. The old man shook his head and said, "This man is extremely talented. His strength is much stronger. No wardens of the top 3 schools could defeat him, needless to say me. Otherwise, there won't be so many people of the top 3 schools gathering here." Jiangnan nodded slightly. Looking at that figure, Wang Yuqing couldn't help exclaim, "What an extraordinary temperament he has." "Master Yun, is there any chance that he could join our Starry School?" Li Man stared at that figure and asked. What a gorgeous man. Sitting at the hill's top alone, he looked so charismatic. He even dared to steal from them. That was so hot. People around her rolled their eyes. This woman was captivated again. But that was normal for Li Man. Generally, cultivators like him think things in a different way. He has such strength and talent. It's not necessary for him to join any groups. We have nothing to teach him either, Master Yun explained. What a pity. Li Man murmured gloomily. She looked at people around and quipped, "Why don't you have that kind of temperament?" Seeing Yi Futian, her eyes brightened. "You are as handsome as him, but your temperament is weaker. It's okay. You are so young. I can train you. Futian became totally speechless. He was not angry, though. If it were others, he would take it amiss. But as his third senior brother, Gu Donglu was always handsome like this. As he had expected before, the one at the top of the hill was exactly the cottage's third disciple, Gu Donglu. He came to the barren state for training, and now he was here at the evil dragon zone. Naturally, Futian wouldn't admit that he knew the robber in such a circumstance. His third senior brother was going to grab the top 3 schools' heirloom. Futian wouldn't recognize his senior brother at this moment. He was not that stupid. Chapter 422. Fight for it. Chapter 422. Fight for it. Futian's eyes later focused on another hill. There, an icy glare swept towards him. It was Shanghai from the Yunhua Merchant Union. Shanghai clenched his fists. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. After the battle of the top 4 forces, he'd been neglected by his family. His status had plummeted. During this time, his cousin Shang Yunfeng returned. He begged his uncle to come out and practice with Shang Yunfeng. They had been close when they were young. Thus, Shang Yunfeng took him along. He prepared to leave his family forever and follow his cousin to the Divine Sky City. Even if he wasn't talented enough to enter the top 3 schools, he would still rather make a living in the Divine Sky City instead of home. He knew his grandfather didn't like him anymore. He wouldn't have his previous status. "What are you looking at?" an older youth beside Shanghai asked. Following his gaze, he looked at Futian's location. "Those are from the Starry School. Wang Yuqing from the Wang family is cultivating there. You must have met them before." "The people beside Wang Yuqing are Futian's group," Shanghai said coldly. Shang Yunfeng's eyes flashed as he scanned Futian's group. His expression was calm. After returning, he'd heard that his family had been defeated miserably in the battle. He was curious. It seemed that the University still had some talented people. He's following Wang Yuqing. It seems that he wants to use Wang Yuqing to enter the Starry School. But the top 3 schools isn't that easy to get into. Wang Yuqing is an average disciple. She isn't that powerful, Shang Yunfeng said. "Since he's here, I can help you kill him when the chance comes. I can take revenge for you." "He's with the Starry School. Will that cause trouble?" Shanghai asked. "He's not a disciple. There's nothing troublesome," Shang Yunfeng said calmly. The top 3 schools had a special status in the Eastern Barren State. What was wrong with killing an unimportant figure? Wang Yuqing and Futian's group also noticed Shang Yunfeng and Shanghai. Wang Yuqing told Futian, "That's Shang Yunfeng from the Yunhua Merchant Union. He's from the Blazing Sun School." "Oh." Futian nodded and looked away from Shang Yunfeng. Clearly, he didn't care. As for Shanghai, his eyes were extremely sharp. He couldn't hide the murderous intent and kept staring. Futian coolly gazed at Shanghai and looked to the Beast Mountain. "What kind of herb is the dragon protecting that the top 3 forces have come?" "The dragon grass is born with a dragon and needs to be nurtured with dragon blood," Wang Yuqing said. "Filled with the essence of nature, this grass is extremely fragile. Only a dragon can grow it. Thus, the top 3 schools never touch the dragon. They just guard it so others can't take it." "What is it used for?" Futian asked. Since his third senior brother wanted it, it must be beneficial towards his cultivation. It can raise a dragon's wisdom. For cultivators, it can strengthen one's spiritual energy. For powerful nobles, not only does it raise their spiritual energy, it can also increase their perception of spiritual qi. In other words, if a low-level sorcerer uses dragon grass, they can possibly break into the next level, and a high-level cultivator increases their perception, so they can also enter the next level? Futian asked. "You can say that." Wang Yuqing nodded. In addition, if the dragon grass is matured, the demons that guard here can benefit too. Futian gazed at the countless demon beasts on the mountain before him. As demons became higher level, their intelligence would increase too. Noble demons could even speak in human tongue. The dragon grass could raise their intelligence. No wonder it created such a crazy situation. "So what will we do now?" Futian asked. "Wait. The promised day is tomorrow. The strong cultivators of the top 3 schools should arrive soon," Wang Yuqing said. Futian nodded and stopped asking. He just waited quietly. Cultivators not from the top 3 schools were waiting too. They mostly came today to watch and see if they could benefit in some way. The top 3 schools cared about the herb, but to the other people, even the corpses of the demons were precious. Of course, some wanted to capture a beast to ride too. For hours later, more strong cultivators descended. Their auras were terrifying. They looked around and landed directly somewhere. The strong cultivators of the Blazing Sun School had arrived soon. After, the strong cultivators from the other schools arrived too and landed in their respective camps. Musher and senior brother Tan are here. The people of the Starry School were surprised. Of the 2 at the head of the incoming group, one was older and one was younger. The older was Master Mu, a famous elder at the Starry School. The younger wore a headpiece. His aura was extraordinary. This was Tanzhong, a popular genius disciple of the school. Today, he came with Master Mu to the Dragon Zone. It seemed that the Starry School would definitely get the dragon grass. Of course, the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School were powerful too. Clearly, this fight would be intense. Him? Tanzhong asked, looking up at Gu Donglu on the lonely mountain. Yes. Master Yun nodded. Tanzhong gazed up and said loudly, the dragon grass has long been discovered and protected by the top 3 schools. No matter who you are, please leave now and everything will be all right. There was barely anybody in the Eastern Barren State who dared to anger the top 3 schools. On the mountain, Gu Donglu opened his dark and deep eyes. He looked at the Starry School and asked, did the top 3 schools plan it? Tanzhong furrowed his brows. Someone from the Blazing Sun School said, no, but we've protected it for many days. It naturally belongs to us. It grew naturally, and you haven't taken it yet. Why does it belong to you? According to your logic, if I stand guard outside the top 3 schools for many days, will the school become mine? Gu Donglu asked the Blazing Sun School. His voice was emotionless. He was just stating facts. The people of the top 3 schools frowned, and their expressions turned cold. It seemed that this man was set on stealing the herb. This has nothing to do with you, Tanzhong said coldly. If you don't leave, be prepared for the consequences. Gu Donglu looked away from the top 3 schools. At this time, there was suddenly a dragon's roar from the mountain's peak. It shook the sky. A burst of demonic aura surged forth. Everyone saw a huge dragon in the sky. Its cold eyes gazed at them. It was a black demon dragon, while its large body shone with dark gold light. It looked even more menacing and terrible. Its eyes were filled with aggressive light. The dragon grass was close to maturing now, and these damn human cultivators wanted to steal it. They were horrible. There seems to be a cave there. Futian looked at the dragon. It had come from inside the mountain. If anyone takes my dragon grass, I will destroy it. This dragon actually spoke in the human tongue. Its voice was frigid and vaguely threatening. It knew what the humans wanted, so it threatened them with it. It's yours if we don't take it. Even if you destroy it when we take it, we can still take your corpse away. How should we choose? A strong cultivator said coldly as he looked at the dragon. You have committed sins. If you leave voluntarily and scram off to the demon region, we can spare your life. With that, strong cultivators stepped into the air and rose up to the mountain's peak. Someone looked at Gu Donglu and asked coldly, are you sure you're not going scram? Gu Donglu opened his eyes and looked coolly at the other. He remained sitting there, unmoved. Take care of him first, someone said. Then there was a sun in the air. An elder from the Blazing Sun School wielded a sun sword. Sunlight splashed down and reflected on the sword. It sliced down on Gu Donglu. Fiery sword light appeared in the air, burning everything. The attack was extremely fast. Gu Donglu stood up at some point and stepped forward. His feet glowed brilliantly and his body flashed like lightning, immediately teleporting. The sword fell down, splitting the mountain. The entire peak burned with flames from that crack, but Gu Donglu still stood quietly to the side. The strong cultivator with the sword sun kept striking. This time, beams of sunlight pierced through the sky, sealing that space. Gu Donglio's body transformed into afterimages. His feet shone brightly, and his footsteps were thunderous. He streaked among the sunlight, and his techniques were amazing. Such precise steps, someone praised. Futian knew that it was their teacher's thunder shadow steps. He was also cultivating it. The Blazing Sun School's cultivator kept attacking, but Gu Donglu just dodged instead of fighting back. Seeing this, the strong cultivator frowned. His body is very agile. It's very hard to kill him if he dodges. We can't waste more time. Each school send one person to stop him and then kill him. The top 3 schools had no objections. A strong cultivator walked out from each school and faced Gu Donglu. The others kept pressing up towards the mountain. We will attack from the middle, a noble from the Starry School said. The strong cultivators had to deal with the dragon without completely angering it. Otherwise, it would destroy the dragon grass and everything would have been in vain. Follow closely, Jiangnan said. Then Wang Yuqing and Yi Futian's group walked forward, running straight for the demon beasts in the mountain. The other disciples of the other 2 schools also prepared to enter the middle of the mountain. The dragon grass was growing there. Chapter 423, Dragon Residency. Chapter 423, Dragon Residency. The strong cultivators of the top 3 schools led the way to the mountain. Descending from above, there was a horrible demonic aura. Various demons guarded the cave, roaring at the people. There were many demon kings present, commanding the demons. Kill. Other than the dragon grass, anything you take is yours, someone from the Starry School said. Demons grouped in this mountain, and there were demon kings guarding it. There was also a horrible dragon close to the sage plain. There must be some precious items inside. As soon as he spoke, there were noble cultivators killing towards the noble demon kings. Spiritual chi went crazy and spells swept through the sky. Strong cultivators from the top 3 schools all started attacking from different places. I've warned you of the dangers before. Since you wanted to come see, you must be responsible for your own consequences. I am busy and can't take care of you, Wang Yuqing told Yi Futian's group. Of course, you can leave before it's too late. With that, she walked forward, going to kill the demons on the slope with the Starry School cultivators. Beside Yi Futian, the black winged eagle flapped its wings, wanting to try. Yi Futian gazed at it. Calm down. It's not your time to show off yet. At Yi Futian's scolding, the black winged eagle lowered its head sadly. It looked dejected. Yushang, Wuchen, Lulan, come with me to hunt some upper arcana demons. I want live ones, Yi Futian murmured. The others nodded. They started walking in the air towards the slope. They released their auras. Lulan Shue's cultivation was the highest. She was in the mid-arcana plane. Back when Yi Futian's group had just entered the Dharma plane and entered the Lulan relic, Lulan Shue had already been at the peak of the Dharma plane. She was able to fight with Li Daoyun and get the sage book from the Empress. Her cultivation obviously wouldn't be lower. Now, the sage book was already part of her Dharma. Before them, Wang Yuqing was already fighting on the mountain. She killed a demon and looked back at Yi Futian's group. They weren't weak, but their planes were a bit too low. It was still dangerous. She'd thought that Yi Futian's group would give up. Boom. An icy arrow shot towards Yi Futian's group. Yushang stepped forward and punched. The icy arrow instantly shattered. Then a snowy white ice wolf pounced towards them. The coldness froze the air into frost. This demon wolf was in the mid-arcana plane. Seeing that Yi Futian's group was weaker, it dared to come over. Don't keep those under the upper arcana plane, Yi Futian said. Yushang punched and broke the ice wolf's claws with brute force. Then he ripped its head apart. The group advanced and continuously killed demons. When they stepped onto the mountain, they heard many booms. A horrible stone ape was striding over. It was huge with horrible strength. Using its aggressive power, it slapped towards Yi Futian's group with a terrifying pressure. Demons were good with spiritual chi and knew how to cultivate. They had inherited skills and knew some spells. The more intelligent the demon, the more powerful they were. When they reached the level of demon kings, they could learn human spells. Yushang's body glowed with golden light. Demonic intent wrapped around. The demonic tripod appeared in his hands. It enlarged and he slammed it towards the stone ape. Boom! With the loud sound, the stone ape's arm shook and forced Yushang away with the demonic tripod. After all, he was in the lower arcana plane. The difference in plane was too much. He was naturally weaker here. Lulan Shue gripped her icy scepter and walked forward. Endless snow flew towards the stone ape. The iciness covered it immediately, making it into a huge, statue-like thing. At the same time, Futian's golden vines snaked up, tying around the stone ape. The stone ape was extremely violent. It raised a hand and grabbed them. His harsh eyes were filled with wildness. "Blind one of its eyes," Futian said coldly. This demon was too wild. Lulan Shui released her dharma. A snowy mountain appeared behind her as if there was a mysterious apparition. She reached out her icy scepter. Endless icy and tint descended, covering the surroundings in white frost. Futian felt his movements slow. Thankfully, this spell was targeted at the stone ape. It didn't affect him that much. The stone ape's body turned white. Its arms slowed down. Then Futian flashed. He unsheathed a soft sword. Its light was cold and reflected in the stone ape's eyes. The stone ape grabbed at the sword in its eyes. It thought that it grabbed it, but then felt something extremely dangerous. With a squelch, blood flowed out and its vision blurred. There was a shocking roar. The stone ape grasped its eyes. Its hands dyed red. Icy intent was still descending on him, while golden vines wrapped around its neck. It roared and moved its hands. But it saw a youth with a sharp sword close to him. The sword light pressed down. Above its head, there was someone with a demonic tripod that could fall down at any time. "Submit or die," Futian said coldly. After that, his eyes turned very strange. His orbs were like a boundless abyss. They seemed to transform into a bottomless storm that people would drown inside. The stone ape felt its spiritual intent get swept into that storm. A hallucination appeared in its mind. Futian's figure seemed to become extremely huge before it. Its burly body trembled. It wanted to fight back, but it felt an intent snake into his mind. It told him that if it fought back, he would die. The stone ape lowered its head. It knew that it would definitely die if it fought back. A spiritual mark was planted in its mind. It knew then that its life didn't belong to itself anymore. "Lay down," Futian ordered. The stone ape immediately followed the order. Lulan Shui had a strange expression. Futian was a beast trainer too? He hadn't displayed that kind of talent before. Even Wuchen didn't know this. It was his first time seeing Futian train a beast. The black wind eagle flew wildly before him, crashing against other demon beasts. Its opened wings covered the sky, almost purposely blocking the scene. They were in the back. Everyone else was going towards the middle of the mountain. No one would notice. "Let's go." Futian continued staying in the back and looked for upper arcana plane demons. Wuchen and Lulan Shui vaguely understood Futian's plan. It seemed that Futian wanted the dragon grass too. Otherwise, he wouldn't be controlling demon beasts here. They were both lower in number and cultivation plane. If they really wanted to get the dragon grass, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. Clearly, Futian was planning. He clearly had thoughts. He had the same opinion as Gu Donglu. He didn't care about the top 3 schools. Since this herb was natural and so valuable, why wouldn't he fight for it if he had the chance? The dragon grass fight might not have anything to do with them, but no one knew about the future. It was better to be prepared. Even if they couldn't use the beasts, it was still protection. Shanghai really wanted to kill him, and he had the Blazing Sun School with him. The strong cultivators of the top 3 schools continued forward. Futian's group purposely hung back. Many demon beasts pounced, and all who were below the arcana plane were killed immediately. Their planes weren't high, but they worked together seamlessly. Even demons in the upper arcana plane were quickly taken. Gradually, demons were controlled by Futian. Some lay down while others remained in the demons' beasts, but they didn't chase the top 3 schools. Boom! A huge explosion came from the mountain. Futian's group looked up. They saw that the mountain had been exploded by the noble figure. The mountain was actually hollow. Some noble figures flashed and rushed inside. There were many horrifying beastly roars. Some nobles were actually blown out. Some were even covered in blood and had menacing claw marks on their bodies. They were greatly injured. "Be careful," someone roared. Various horrible demon kings walked out of the mountain. They gazed coldly at the crowd and guarded the place. "Enter." "It's empty," someone said. Everyone agreed and their bodies glowed. They crashed directly toward the mountain. Countless figures passed into the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. The stone cracked open continuously as people from the top 3 schools entered the mountain. Futian's group was behind them. After the Starry School opened up the mountain and entered, they quickly entered as well. It was indeed empty inside. The vast space was brilliant and filled with spiritual chi. The glow lit up the entire mountain. Futian looked down and saw piles of spiritual stones. There were also rare gems and ritual implements like small hills. Futian was quite speechless. This was an entire dragon residence, and it was so opulent. The dragon was too rich. It's rumored that dragons are greedy and like treasures. Seems to be true, someone said coldly. They looked up. There was a dazzling jade stone with an herb growing. It snaked upwards in a dragon shape and shone like a rainbow. The spiritual chi around it was extremely thick. Dragon grass. Everyone looked there. There were a few horrible demons guarding it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.